Like Jem Panda hates it when I call him a domer. I'm like, dude, you're the atmosphere, not me. Like, you're the domer.
Yeah, what do you think that spear-shaped gaseous thing is above you? That creates a layer that is so much thicker that it's so much friction coming back in, things burn up. So they have to come in at an angle so the dome of the atmosphere doesn't burn them up. Man, I like it. You say it's possible, dude.
Wait, so Witzer, are you saying that people who describe themselves as a naturalist are necessarily atheistic?
Well, the philosophy of naturalism is strictly limited to the matter and energy within the material universe.
Okay, maybe there's that. When you say that, it just trips me to think of Henry David Thoreau. You know, he was a deeply spiritual person, but also just like appreciated nature as just being in nature, and thought it was very important to
Maybe he was a naturist.
No, an admiration or appreciation for nature would not be naturalism. Naturalism is a specific philosophy.
Okay, thank you.
There, I summarized atheism in the chat. Me not able to formulate logical position that means me right. Dude, what's so funny about this, bro, is like, dude, all the atheists got in the comment section, right? And every single one of them, all they did was show that they don't understand the argument. I'm like, bro, none of you guys understand it? Like, none of you? It's simple, right? The first law of thermodynamics says that matter cannot be created nor destroyed. That means A, you have to say that the universe was eternally existent and all the matter and energy here has always been here, or B, that there had to be something outside of this material universe that was able to either A, create it or transfer it to this place. Okay, the second law of thermodynamics is entropy will always increase, which means that the amount of usable energy in the universe is decreasing. The progressive decreasing of usable energy means that there was a starting point, which means there is a beginning, which nullifies the claim of the eternal existence of this universe. Now you have to go outside of the singularity, if you believe in the Big Bang, or the universe in general, to even postulate your philosophy. And I don't think that it's that confusing of an argument. I don't know. And this is what else they do. They deflect and say, oh no, the first law means there can't be a creator. It's so remedial. That's what he's doing right now. So no, like if matter cannot be created or destroyed, then that destroys the notion of a God. No, it doesn't, because a creator is supernatural, meaning attributable to a force outside of the laws of nature. So it isn't limited to or confined to natural law, i.e. the confinement of space, time, and matter, which means it philosophically satisfies the antecedent. So it's so funny. They're like, no, if I limit your God to just the natural world, then it doesn't work. Ha ha ha. And ironically, they say nothing can be outside the natural world, so they can only use it, and then therefore theirs actually doesn't work. I don't know how else to say it. I'm just going to have to work on, I don't know.
I think it's an external critique. I don't think this is what you say when you represent atheist views don't really match for me mine. Like, I don't have, to me, it's an external critique in that it is necessary or is part of a religious belief to claim one knows how all of existence began. Well, I think atheists get trapped into opining about it and talking about the Big Bang. There's nothing necessary in atheism in believing in having a particular belief one way or another about whether or how everything all began.
No, my whole point is that atheists are useless and that they're philosophically inept. So, like,
So you're not going to respond to what I just asked?
I am, dude. So, like, atheists that actually understand philosophy, they will adopt a specific version of atheism, being whether that's methodological naturalism, right, or just naturalism. Okay, so once they adopt a specific philosophy that they build their position of atheism upon, you then get to debate their philosophy. Most atheists don't even understand that. They don't even know what methodological naturalism is. So, like, if you can't even stake a philosophy that you build your claim of atheism upon, or your position of atheism upon, I'm just saying you're useless. Like in the terms of logic.
It's just insulting, though, would say. Just have the discussion.
No, I'm saying it's useless. It's a useless position in terms of logic and philosophy.
Are you going to respond to what I said? Was that meant to be a response?
If you follow what I'm saying, if you invoke methodological naturalism, for example, naturalism is the typical position of most atheists, right? If you invoke that philosophy, then we can specifically get into it. Yes, you need to defend the logical viability or consistency of your philosophy. That's how philosophical debate works. Most atheists just tap out.
Why do I need to go and sit on the hill that you just picked?
No, I'm saying you get to pick.
That's the question I'm asking you.
No, my point is that you don't understand that. Okay, this is very simple. Either A, you say, I'm an atheist, but I haven't even philosophically applied logic to my position, or B, this is the philosophy apply to justify my position of atheism. Do you understand that?
What I'm saying to you, Richard, is you are doing an external critique where your worldview has a creator. And therefore it is necessary to be able to explain that. The challenge I'm saying is disbelieving in a personal God doesn't require that I replace that God, that creator, that beginning of all things with something else. While some people might, it's not a necessary part of the position. All that's necessary is to doubt your answer.
That's my point, is that, like, you don't actually understand what I'm saying to you. So Jay says...
I do understand. I think I understand. What you're saying is I must invoke a position of philosophical... Sure. Must invoke a position of philosophical, of naturalism, where something from when nature can create itself, especially. You don't need something supernatural to create all of existence. And I must posit that is possible.
Okay,
you are claiming that is in disagreement with the laws of thermodynamics.
Well, specifically, it's intrinsically upon the claim of atheism. Most atheists say, I'm just saying I don't have evidence that convinced me to believe in a God. It's disbelief. I'm not making any claims. But they're wrong, because in reality, if you say that you're an atheist or atheist agnostic, you are by default stating the claim that it is possible that all of the order here... Okay, so therefore you have to stake that upon some philosophy. The most logical one, the popular one...
I don't. This is the point I'm making. I don't. I can just go, maybe. I don't know. It's very mysterious. I don't have an answer to that yet. I think it is arrogant and silly to think that you could have an answer that you could write down on parchment in Sumerian that would encapsulate a correct answer to the start of all of existence. I have no answer to give you.
No one's asking about the specifics of the mechanism of the beginning of existence or anything like that. And also, atheists always talk about religion, right? So this is actually a philosophical debate about creationism versus atheism, right? It's intelligent agency versus no intelligent agency. But really, the truth is atheists just hate religion. And so they just want to be like, oh, you have your stupid book or your stupid God or your sky dad. No one invoked a God. No one invoked a book. No one invoked a religion. We're talking about intelligent agency, the philosophy behind it. Right. We're talking about whether or not it is possible. Since the atheist is making the claim that it is possible, we're asking the atheist, okay, can you substantiate with logic how that it is possible?
Right. And if they say, I think it is possible that I'm not able to give you a mechanism, I think that both are possible. I just think that a specific version that you've given is less likely. Why do I need to substantiate that?
No,
What
no.
is there
First
to
of all,
Don't you need
substantiate
a reason?
apart from
Don't you
me
need?
telling you what I
Don't
think?
you need a reason? Don't you need a reason behind the claim you're making? If you don't, then the claim you're making is unreasonable. So you need to come up with a reason why, right?
Because
or it needs to be
I see no
dismissed.
evidence for it is the reason. I disbelieve in things I see no evidence for.
That's when we
Until
then
I see evidence they do exist.
that's when we then begin to present evidence.
That's your reason to be an atheist. You know,
When-
evidence of what exactly?
Well, I mean, my reasons are much more like the too many gods problem. How do we have so many conflicting ideas?
Okay, like if you see what Jay said here, right? He said methodological naturalism is just a philosophical basis behind a scientific method, and most religionists don't like that. Okay, so yeah, methodological naturalism is the methods in which we utilize to study the natural world, right? So the typical way these would be like, no, religion just hates science, and we understand that we don't know everything yet. We're still learning, but we have certain methods that we use to understand the natural world. They need to believe that something outside the natural world exists so they can feel better or think they have purpose or whatever, but we don't need that, right? And we know that all that exists is what we see, the matter and energy in the material world, right?
No, I don't agree with that part. I don't think that all that we know is what we can see. I think that there could well be forces and things that we don't see. I just still think they'll probably adhere to some kind of a law, and we're able to go back to the beginning of time and fully investigate it in sort of infinite detail in all of the imaginable ways. I possibly could come to an answer, but
So,
you know, I'm not able to from here, so I'm just going to.
You said the reason you're atheist is that you see no evidence for God, but wouldn't this creation that we're living in be the evidence you're looking for?
Isn't that begging the question?
No, not really.
Unless
You can demonstrate that it's begging the question. Not really.
Sure, you're going. Isn't the evidence that there is a creation, and it is begging the question by using the word creation? Couldn't you just use the word existence? Existence means the same thing, right?
Okay,
so it no longer begs the question. Suddenly you just go, don't you think there's a creator?
Okay, I'm using the word. I took your criticism into account. Wouldn't you say that this existence is evidence for a creator?
No, not really. No, it looks very random and haphazard to me. It looks like a sort of. I could hold to the view like what Wixit was getting to before, where they said like when the first sip from the natural sciences, you become an atheist, and at the bottom of the glass you find God again. I kind of like the idea that many physicists and stuff hold to, which is this idea of rather than a personal God, to look at the sort of laws and the fine tuning and the clockwork of all of existence, sort of random events and extraordinary time scales and things just chugging along. And all of that working in harmony as like that is a kind of grander intelligence. You know, the way I've heard it put that I really like is it's like all of existence is just rocks waiting to spring into life that rarely get the opportunity. And that to me is a kind of
you
godlike
think
sort of pre-existing something or other, perhaps a wisdom. But
so you
to
said
me, it's not a god. It's
yeah. Nice. You answered my
else.
question 5 seconds after I answered it, and then you continued to monologue on. So, essentially, you say that this existence isn't evidence for God because it's random and chaotic. What part of it is random and chaotic? Because it seems pretty ordered to me.
Well, like we're living on a if you got to adopt my worldview for a moment, we're living on the outside of a very small section. We can comfortably exist on a very small section just within like sort of 100 kilometers up, 100 kilometers down, and then between, a bit past the tropics until we start having to like rub up and kill seals to wear their skins. We only can exist on a tiny, tiny part of this planet. We only exist for a relatively short amount of time. We're constantly at one another's throats with war and deprivation and plagues and poverty and starvation. And when you look out into the universe, there's
we got
nothing.
it. I don't know why you keep devolving into a monologue. It's kind of weird. But
You ask a question.
so
I don't want to
so
get sit down answer.
your answer was essentially you see chaos, but only in your own worldview. So essentially,
It's that if it
there's
was
not there.
designed,
You said yeah. I said like it's. You said it seems chaotic. I said where does it seem chaotic? And then you said in my worldview and in my model. Just kind of weird because that's not reality. I asked about reality.
that's what I think reality is. That's what a worldview is. Your view about what reality is. The point
Worldview is not
being wasn't
reality.
just that it was chaos. It was just that we are imperfectly designed to exist on a very small part of all of existence. And that to me is what I would expect from randomness. If something was created for us, I would think we could live anywhere on it, at any
Yeah, but you
flight, we'd
gave
be
no
comfortable
example. Your
everywhere, all
example of
rocks would be
randomness was the
inhabited.
globe model. Your example of randomness was the globe model, which is something created by man, a made-up fiction.
Right, so you're asking me my worldview, but then asking me to supplant within a flat Earth worldview?
I'm asking you to support what you said, right? You said you
I
can't
don't think
believe
the
in a
Earth is
god
flat.
because this place is random. I said, what's random about this place? And you said globe model, which is kind of weird because a globe model is not like this place. It's an idea, a fiction in someone's mind.
So you want me to tell you what I think? You don't want me to tell you what I think it's the shape of the Earth. You want me to give you my worldview, but violate it fundamentally by telling you that I think the Earth is flat, and then still explain how my worldview makes sense despite it being your worldview.
Common experience. What can you and me go and commonly experience? And then you can say, "Yeah, this is the chaos that definitely couldn't arise in a godly universe."
Sure. Okay. Malaria. Mosquitoes give you malaria. Why did God do that?
Plagues. Okay, so there couldn't. If it was a place created by a god, there could be no plagues. Got it. Okay.
Sure. Yeah. He would be powerful. He would make a place with no plagues that poor children in Africa didn't sort of come into existence immediately with a deadly sickness and cross back out of existence mere weeks later, having experienced none of his majesty. Why would he need to do that? That seems like chaos. That seems like some people are unlucky, and that's shit. Well, I mean, it happens on Earth. Are we saying that malaria only exists because of atheism?
Well, that is atheism. If it's not God, right? It's atheism. What
it's
a
just
piss-poor
reality.
system.
It's just reality.
Yeah, reality.
I don't get why that's atheism.
I mean, his argument that I boiled it down to is that plagues, bad things happen to good people, essentially, right? Is that not right?
It's there. Some of it. That's certainly some of it. That there's chaos. That there is disorder. But it doesn't look to me
people, in a sense. Yeah.
Like what? Yeah. What I have to accept is that there is all of this order, and all of this was created for us. But that creation, especially for us, included malarial mosquitoes. And that seems improbable to me. It seems like the argument that there is a God requires that I ignore significant bits of evidence in order to just look at the pretty sunset and not look at the fact that there are a bunch of kids that don't get to see it.
Well, why would you preclude that from being part of creation? Malarial mosquitoes or disease? Like, what if the creator can create anything it wants? Because we create, video games with all kinds of dramas, movies. We love movies where, the hero's about to save the day, but then he breaks his leg, and then he has to figure out how to do it with a broken leg. I mean, we love humans. We love drama and stories and challenges. We all go through challenges, and we have process out of that. There seems to be a lot of people would say there's some kind of, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, like maybe even like a spiritual growth, or like going through these different things, like, what it's like to be stolen from or cheated on, or what it's like to be hurt, or what it's like to hurt others. So why would you preclude all of those things that maybe you would define as negative, but when there does seem to be an operating purpose within it, why would you preclude that, assuming that it would have to create something that doesn't contain those things?
I don't. I think that there are many, many philosophies that do include it. I think pantheons particularly can deal with this problem of evil and the problem of chaos, right? Like, so Hinduism has Vishnu. You're going to know this better than me, Gio, but like Vishnu, I think, is the creator of all things. But there is a preserver, and there is a destroyer, and there's a trickster god, and there's a drunken god, and in that kind of a worldview, absolutely, you can have chaos, you can have elements at war with one another and disagreeing, because that's the world we see in front of us.
So
But the pantheon of
why aren't
gods
you?
explains that they're not all loving. They've got their own interests, and sometimes that aligns with what we want, but sometimes they're just using us to get what they want.
Yeah. So if there was an explanation that for the like evil, an explanation for evil, essentially, that would essentially clear up the problem for you, or what?
No. The argument's not just about evil; it's about chaos. It's about the fact that like we can exist only on a very small part of the earth. The
But the chaos,
life
like,
doesn't seem very well
you didn't
suited
really.
for us.
When I asked for an example of chaos, what you actually gave to me was like bad experiences and shit. All right, you gave me an example of plagues and bad things happening to good people, which
Yeah, that's some
essentially
of it.
like
But I'm just saying that's not the sum total of it. That's part of it. Proper evil is part of it.
yeah. So essentially, if there's a religion that has an explanation for it, like Hinduism, then why aren't you a Hindu? I mean, and also there is
But
explanations for these things in monotheistic religions. It's not like these religions sat around for fucking thousands of years and didn't nobody thought of it. Oh, no, I'm the first guy to think of it. No, definitely not. Like,
yeah, Christianity had it, but it just didn't used to believe in an all-loving creator. So, he describes himself in the Bible as a vengeful, jealous God. So there's no problem there. The only problem is in modern conception.
yeah, that's a
Start
good
trying
thing.
to say that he's all-loving, all-powerful.
All loving. Where'd you get that from?
Well, that's what I was brought up
That's
with, being told that
definitely
he's
not in the
all-loving.
scriptures. That's definitely not in the scriptures.
Yeah, well,
I think,
that's
yeah, I
half the
think also
issue, right? A lot of
you
people
have like a whole
say
straw
stuff.
man of like a religion, like that's not even the
But
actual thing.
everybody thinks that of everybody else's view of religion, including all religious people. There are no two religious people you can find whose views match up on everything. So everybody who holds a religious view
Wait, no, but that's
necessarily
the case for
holds the
everyone.
view that the
That's
other
the case
people
for
haven't
everyone.
known.
No, that's just the case for all people in
Exactly.
existence,
So why is
no
my
matter
straw
what.
man worse than yours? Exactly. So why is my
No,
straw
no,
man worse
because
than
I'm
yours?
talking about because you're talking about like a religion, right? You're saying that there's like a religion that you disagree with, but I'm like, what religion states that exactly? It must be some sort of weird like evangelical church that you went to that told you that, and then you got turned off from it, and you threw out the
Just haven't
baby with
told
the
me which bit
bathwater.
exactly.
But you're still able to drink the fucking
I just,
Hinduism Kool-Aid, the Hinduism Kool-Aid.
no,
That like
I think they're all
weird.
wrong too. I don't
Like
think you
what?
really listen to
Let
me
me
when
say
we
this.
talk. No.
What makes you? What
What's
makes you go
weird,
with?
man?
What makes you go with? What makes you go with atheism over Hinduism? It would be, I guess, a follow up.
Probably some
What's
of it. If I was giving you the honest answer, is because I wasn't born in India. But like, I mean, Hinduism keeps room for atheism. So to be agnostic within Hinduism and go, look, I can follow the principles of these ideas, but I think they are mythology. That is accepted within Hinduism. You're not required to believe that, Shiva created the Ganges. You can go, no, I think it's probably a river that comes from a spring, a glacial melt up in the Himalayas, and that makes sense to me while still being Hindu. So I guess it would be more accepting of that. But I mean, the other point is you don't convert to Hinduism really. Well, there's a bit of debate about that. You're meant to be born one. You're born a Christian, aren't a Christian, you're not following the Dharma.
it is a little weird, eggshells, that he's kind of sitting here telling you like we can't go on YouTube and find pastors and preachers from Mormon, Christian, Catholic, Islam, Judaism, almost every religion. Pastors telling you that God loves you and He's a loving God, and all this stuff. Like, oh, that's some wild idea that you just
Okay,
made
well,
up.
I'll clear it up for you so it's not weird anymore. Since your complaint is it's weird, let me make it very normal to you. See, the book.
It's just dishonest.
Oh, the book. Oh, wait, no, sorry. You said it was weird, so I'm gonna make it normal for you. Be quiet unless you want to be weird. So there's a book that the religions say that they're based on, and if you read the book, and nowhere does it say I'm an all-loving God. So that whole thing of saying like, oh, I have a hard time with an all-loving God, blah blah blah, like it's just kind of weird because it's like that's definitely not coming from the book. It's definitely coming from some random preacher
I
who
think that's what his
is
point was
essentially a
originally.
heretic. Yeah, you're essentially listening to a heretic and then saying, "Oh, yup, Christianity's wrong because I listened to a heretic." It makes no sense. It's like if I went to fucking
That was
Gin.
his
It's
point
like
originally,
if I went to Gin CBR and I asked him about science, and then I came to you after and I was like, "Yeah, fuck science, dude. Gin CBR's explained it to me. It's really dumb." It's the exact same scenario.
Doesn't the
That
Bible
was
say
his
God? The
point
Bible says
originally. Now you're making it for him, and he was making that point again as a point against religion.
just real quick. The Bible says God is love. So
Yeah, I'm finding many verses now. It says that God loved us first.
Yeah, but he hates people, so he's not all loving. You said all loving, right?
well,
Right,
this
right,
is
right.
let's
I see.
say John 4:16. So we have come to know and to believe that the love that God has for us. Sorry, I didn't really. Okay, so we have come to know and to believe the love that God has for us. God is love, and whoever abides in love abides in God, and God abides in him. It's just one. But it seems to like the God is love seems to be in there pretty thoroughly, which resonates with my thoughts on it too. I think that like we are made of love, essentially. It's like the fabric that we actually are, as well as light.
How
Light and
much does someone? I'm sorry, Gio.
no, I'll just say light and love.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How much does someone have to love you to allow their only son? Right. Think about how many of you would do this. You allow your only son to go to these people who have all this wickedness in their heart and these actions that they're playing out in reality that are obviously detrimental to others' lives. Would you send your son and allow him to be mocked and spit on and beat and all of these things and eventually die to teach these people? I mean, think about how much love that is, right? I don't think any one of us could say we would do the same thing. I would just wipe you all away and start all over. And that's just me speaking, personally as a man. I wouldn't give my child, man. I don't see how he could do it. It's it's beyond the love I have. I know that for sure.
Christ is within you. You are capable of that love too.
Just ask yourself if you would be capable of doing such a thing. Even if you could raise your son again, right? Your only son. You would send him to the people who are going to mock him and spit him and eventually kill him? Or would you just wipe those people off the face of the earth and start all over? Just think about that, guys.
Well, if anyone's got a
Yeah, I don't.
topic, if anyone's got a topic or something to, because I think Eggshell said it in the text. He'll be right back, and I think Noah is not on the panel. He dropped out of the panel, so no, I'm getting a call. I'll be back in a bit.
Yeah, I don't know. Somebody's posting in the chat that the son is a mistranslation. So I guess it really doesn't say the Son of Man or the only begotten Son. Uh, I guess this person would have to, provide some evidence or say something.
Dead zone, or are you guys just not talking? Fuck.
Yeah, you went into a dead zone, bro.
Yeah, my shit got app. Like Gio went to respond to me about something, and then it was like I was getting hacked or something, bro. Like Decepticons were coming in my phone.
It seems to happen all the time now.
Is all glory to the Most High in here? The person that's typing in the text chat. Are you able to come in to the voice or no?
Right there. There. I mean, missile.
But yeah, I don't know what Gio responded with to that, but God definitely doesn't love everyone, because if he did, there would be no hell, and he wouldn't say things like "I hate them" like all the time in the Old Testament.
Did someone just say that God says he hates something in the Old Testament?
Yeah, I think someone's
Yeah, he
bring
hates
that
people.
in like that. Yeah, he does. He
Damns them
hates.
to hell. He damns them to hell. What do you mean he doesn't hate people? You hate, oh, I love you. Now you go to hell. No, he hates them.
I did say he hates. I said he most certainly hates.
Yeah, no, nowhere does it say he's all loving. It doesn't say that. He says he loves people and shit. Yeah, but it doesn't say he's all loving. Like it's just indiscriminate love for anyone. Just let a rapist and a
Well,
pedophile get love. Like, oh yeah, God loves you. You're a pedo. Like, definitely not the case.
he loves you enough to destroy those. So what's your problem? He's love and just. So I don't know what you mean. Maybe you need to expound on what do you mean by
No, I'm
he's an
just saying.
all-loving
I'm just
God.
saying.
He's an all-loving God. People say he's an all-loving God. What do you mean by that specifically?
Yeah, that was a specific response to what Eggshells was talking about.
Oh,
Because he
okay.
was like, well, if there was an all-loving God, there would be no plagues on the earth, and little kids wouldn't starve. And he said little kids wouldn't starve, and there would be. And he said all-loving, and I just said automatically, I was like, nowhere does it say he's an all-loving God. He actually hates people. And then Jace came in. He was like, I think that's kind of fucking weird because I can go on YouTube and find people saying that God's all-loving, and I was like, well, given the religion is supposed to be based off of scripture, and if I go in the scripture and it doesn't say that, make that person a heretic. So that was the context of why I was bringing. And I was
Oh,
trying to.
okay.
Gio came in. Wanted some explanation. Like, oh, I thought God was just loved everyone or whatever. I was trying to explain it to him, but then my fucking signal got like absolutely jammed.
Yeah, I got you. It's weird, man. It's kind of like I said. People complain so much about things that happen in the world, and they say, "How is he a loving God if these things take place?" I say, "How is he not? If those things didn't happen, he wouldn't be a loving God." So it just depends on the things you consider and how many angles you are willing to look at, and if you want to look at the entire picture or not. And most of these people have already made up their minds, so they're just saying things to fit the narrative, thinking they can trip people up in the text when they clearly have never read the text. So yeah, it's weird, man.
That's funny because you're saying it's weird right back at Jace now, essentially. Because he said it was like, that's funny, man. He was like, that's weird. I always hear people saying that. It's like, well, let me explain to you. It's not weird. People misquote things all the time. Like, it's not weird for someone to misquote something. It's actually very common and normal.
It's weird for him to go to different people who believe in the same book, right? Or who profess to believe in the same book and espouse the same book and to preach it, right? And to teach it. And he gets different answers from different ones, but he gets one answer that's kind of similar, and he's basing all of his evidence upon that, which he knows in every field and every practice we have people who are imposters, imitators, counterfeit. So yeah, I would study the text
That's
yourself and
exactly
not
what I
let
told him,
that.
bro. I told him if
Yeah.
he went to Jin CBR to learn the globe model, and then I came to him and I was like, yeah, the globe model is retarded because of Jin CBR's explanation of it. That would kind of be like, well, that's kind of like, the exact same scenario. Like, it's a straw man fallacy, actually. That's what it is. If someone else
Yeah.
presented a straw man, you started beating up on it, and then the third party came and you said, haha, I've defeated your position. It's like, I didn't put that position there. I don't know who the fuck did. And it's not weird that someone would have. It's very normal that someone would have done that.
Yeah. I get a kick out of the people who say he's malevolent, he's sadistic, he's terrible. He does. I get a kick out of those people, man.
Yeah, is your
They're
dad
just not
your
using
dad
their mind,
sadistic?
man.
Is your
That's why
dad
there's
sadistic for beating
none of those
for beating
people
up a
here.
kid trying to mac on his daughter? Is that sadistic or is it just called protection? Just called security?
It's called justice and love, man.
is it sadistic for a dad to beat up a kid for trying to mac on his daughter? Yeah, that would be sadistic.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that would not be
What are you talking
sadistic
about?
at all, dude. That would be defending your fucking kid from a fucking weirdo.
Well, I mean, you didn't give any parameters. It's definitely a little bit over the top. I mean, hopefully you would have, for lack of a better word, like taught your daughter to handle herself in a situation where it's not a threat to her.
But yeah, well, how's this? Your son's in an alley, and a bunch of fucking random thugs from Mexico came across the border and start beating your son up. Is it mean to go and defend your son, or is it what you're supposed to do?
No, do it.
Are you a meanie? Are you a mean bad guy if you beat up random fucking terrorists
No,
from
but like
another who are attacking your son?
if they like killed my son, and then I got one of those Mexican dudes or whatever, like home, I was able to get him home without killing him. I would just cut his fingers off. I would slowly mutilate him, yeah, for sure. I don't know if I'm sadistic for it, but I would absolutely torture him. No doubt about it.
What about like sensory deprivation?
What kind of gay shit is that?
No, you don't want to. You don't want to like kill him right at first. You want to hurt him pretty bad. Let him like scar up, like let the wounds like let it sit for like a day or two, and then mess with him again because it doesn't hurt. You're good right away. Like I can handle getting cut right away. Once it starts to like try to heal up, and then you get it again. Yeah. Then I'll make him put the lotion on his skin, and we'll start all over again.
Do you have any trauma that you experienced as a child?
Yeah, I got shot in the face 5 times right out the womb as I was being birthed. It was shotgun shells hit me square in the face as I was coming out.
Dude, that explains it.
Explains why I'm so fucking beautiful.
Can we get someone to name an object that wasn't created? I'll make it simple. I'm watching TV right now. Was that created? Because I'm really confused on how people think. Maybe there's another way of looking at it. Maybe I'm looking at it wrong because I think that TV was created. Does anyone not think that?
But the TV and everything that was formed together and put together. Those things, the components of it, everything that makes up a TV was created, but the TV
Yeah.
was actually formed by someone else out of the created material. So
I thought you were going to say discovered.
the,
Like the TV was discovered.
the material was created in the beginning for someone to put it together and form, manipulate with their hands, form into a television. So there's a
Still,
difference between creating something and forming something.
okay, but it's still created with the parts or whatever. Someone created those parts that formed the TV, right?
Well, they didn't create the man never creates anything. Man doesn't create not one thing. He takes created things. All the ingredients are here for everything that we put together, right? Whether it be a TV, a radio, a fan, whatever it is. So we can take those created things and we can put them together and make things that are. We can invent all kind of things, man. All kind of witty inventions, and that's what the scripture speaks about too. It speaks about those witty inventions, but there's a difference between something being created and something being made. Like if you make something, you didn't create something. You just made something. Like you make a baby, you didn't create a baby, bro.
I get it.
You didn't do that. Yeah, yeah.
But the TV, okay, let me rephrase it. Is the TV man-made?
Yes.
Yes, the television itself is man-made.
Okay, fair enough.
All of
Who made
yeah.
who made the tree?
Who created the tree?
No one made a tree.
No. Man made the TV. Who made the tree?
No one. Mother Nature.
Well, God
Okay.
created trees to be of their kind and to, produce seed and that's how another tree is made. So, but created, it had to be created in the first place to actually, seed up and grow another tree.
Okay, I've heard your version. Is there anyone else? I mean, that's what I believe.
Tree shaped though, just so you know, it's tree shaped.
Life evolved for trees to form.
Evolve simply means to unfold, just like develop means to unfold. So when people talk about, development of, your body as you grow, or they talk about something to evolve, if I fold up a piece of paper and unfold it, it's still a piece of paper. If you take a seed and you put it in the ground and you watch it unfold and continue to, you can actually watch the seed unfold into the tree it's going to be.
A seed growing isn't the same as evolution. Evolution is over a long period of time a specific organism or species adapting to its surroundings and specific genetic modifications occurring to better suit its environment that it's in.
To better suit the environment.
It's very easy to understand and it's very simple and you don't have to use so many words. When you just say what the word evolve means, to unfold.
But it
doesn't mean what you. It doesn't mean yes. That's
the
exactly
entirety of science disagrees with you, but okay.
Well, that's okay. The creator and language disagrees with you, so I'm safe.
Yeah, I liked his first proposition where he said life creates life. He said, well, that was his first proposition.
I mean, if you can show me a place where it says evolution means to unfold, then by all means. But
give me the right words. You said, evolution is created from life. So but the question was, what creates life? And you said life creates life. What was the? Give me a different language.
Life is theories of molecular organisms. It's just like if you want to
give me
get
something
really,
not alive. You can't start with life. That's the point. You said,
elements aren't alive.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Like rocks.
Yep.
Rocks. Is there anything else, or is it just rocks every time? Because everybody always says rocks.
Well, rocks aren't an element, but
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's different elements in rocks or minerals, not elements.
Anything that isn't a cell,
Can
like
we
isn't
make
an
rock?
organic
Yeah.
thing.
Can I make rocks? Like, can we make
You can,
rocks?
yeah, you can synthesize rocks.
What would I make a rock out of?
Carbon.
Like something that was once alive would become a rock, or?
Not specifically. You're basically just it depends what you define as a rock. If it's a series of carbon, sure, diamonds are technically rocks. Like, it's just a series of elements like silica. Silicon's a rock.
So yeah. So we can show like together we could show something that's alive becoming a rock. But can you show me a rock coming to life?
No, because rocks don't come to life.
Oh, okay.
And things that live don't turn into rocks. It's
They
very,
don't.
very misleading.
Oh, interesting. Like lava rocks.
Let's work backwards from a human. Did humans always exist, or did they evolve?
They evolved.
From what?
They evolved from hominids, which were your earliest ancestors of latest ancestors of apes, earliest ancestors of humans, where they started sharing genetic forms.
Okay, when did the transition end, or is it still happening?
I mean,
there's a big gap there, right? Like, there's a huge space.
Not really.
No, really, there is.
Transition's smooth over a long period of time. It's not going to be one day you wake up and you're on all fours. The next day you wake up and you're bipedal. It's not how it works.
I get it, but there would still be an in between of people kind of walking on all four, but sometimes walking on two, and then some. There would be a in between stage. Don't you agree?
Yeah, probably.
Where's that at?
Just look at fossil records. You're looking for a very specific.
No. Where is it right now? Tomorrow? Like, where can I go out into nature and see the transition period from a human to an ape? Like, there should be a transition right in that gap.
No.
Why not?
Because the evolution line happened. The split happened millions of years ago. So it doesn't need to be happening now.
The split already happened, and you said it was still happening.
So now the developing of one line is continuing, but the initial split, the two separate species formed. One developed into the monkeys and apes that we have today. The other turned into bipedal humans that we know.
Okay, fair enough. I don't think we need to go any further. Where did the apes come from?
I don't know the whole evolution of humanity.
Yeah, fuck. Okay, what's your best guess on where humans are headed? Let's say 1 billion years from now, when there's humans, right? What's next? Is there any proof of that, or what's your best guess?
There's some theories on the ideal human shape.
Yeah, let's hear one of them.
It's extinction, I think, is the mainstream
claim
that humanity is going to go extinct. Actually, that's. I don't know about this. I don't know about this guy particularly. I don't know about that guy particularly in the chat, but like when it comes to the mainstream science and what they like the fate of humanity, most likely, I think they think it's going to be extinction.
How could that be, Noah? How could, if evolution is real, which is as adaptation to, how could that be true? How could extinction even be a possibility?
Well, extinction happens. I don't know. Yeah, I understand your point on evolution. Why would extinction happen? But extinction definitely happens. I don't know if that disproves evolution, but can I get that guy? Like, I was almost done. That guy's opinion, like his best guess on where humans are headed, like in 1 billion years. What's going to come after a human?
I mean, if we didn't go extinct, honest to God, I couldn't tell you. 1 billion years is like the entirety of almost whole of evolution. Like it's gonna go a long fucking way if we
Oh,
don't
okay.
go
Well,
extinct. So there's no
so what
real
did you say?
point.
What was? Forgive me, I might have misheard you. What did you say the evolution was from an ape to a human? How many years?
Let me actually get the number up so I'm not just spouting bullshit.
No, you're spouting bullshit, but you're just reading it from somewhere and spouting it to me. But that's fine. I want to hear the bullshit.
I think it's. The earliest human fossils are actually 160,000 years ago. Recognized human fossils. I can send
Well,
you a.
that's not true, right?
Well,
the theory is that
Humans
they're
still
160
apes?
no,
years ago.
fossils have been found. I'll send you the link. You can interpret it however you want.
No, yeah. When a fossil is found, is not 160 million years ago. Like I said, you can say no louder and assert it harder, but it's not going to make it the case. It's just a theory. It's just a theory that a bone fell in the mud 160,000 years ago. That's it.
Carbon dating's a thing.
Yeah, a theory. It's a theory. There's
No,
theories
it's
of when
it's
these
a
bones fell
thing.
into a thing.
The
Yeah, I mean,
half-life
you're
of
saying
elements
saying
is
no,
a
it's
thing.
a thing. After I specifically say it's a theory, and you saying no, it's a thing is not a rebuttal. It's
No,
just
me telling
denying
you
what
how
I
it
say.
works is a rebuttal. You going, no, I don't like how that sounds, is not a response. Me telling you that the half-life of elements is a thing and we use it to
theorize how
date.
old the bone is. You theorize how old the bone is. It's a theory.
No, we use
It's not a
carbon
fact.
dating due to the radioactive decay of elements, which has been
Yeah, but
very
that's
closely
just a
studied.
theory. It's just a theory.
It's not a fucking theory. You just saying
Yeah,
it's a
it
theory
is.
doesn't
It
make it a
is.
theory.
You couldn't have possibly
Right.
held an atom. You couldn't have possibly held an atom for thousands of years to see what it does over thousands of years.
If that's
How
what
come
You've
makes you
looked at an
happy,
atom.
if that's what makes you happy,
You've looked at
go
an
for it.
atom. You've looked at an atom for like a couple years, and you said it does this over the span of 2 years. Let's
If your
expand it out for
misunderstanding of
millions.
physics
Let's
makes you
expand it out
happy,
for
go for it.
millions.
Okay.
It does this for 2 years. Let's expand it and pretend it goes for millions. Okay. Given that we pretend that, we can make a theory. Oh wait, what can you make? A theory. Interesting. So it's just a theory.
Cool story, bro.
How'd you
Anyway,
get the rock to
anyone else want to
decay?
respond?
How'd you get the
Full
rock to
fact,
decay if it's not
Guys,
alive?
Yeah, but guys, you gotta let him respond, man. We're all piling up on him. Let the guy respond, please.
What was the question?
The guy doesn't have a response. He just says cool story. Or
I
no,
mean, if
that's
you
not
stopped talking and let other people speak, then I could possibly hear them. Whoever was
I mean,
asking the
majority
question,
of the
please
time
go
I've been
on.
listening. Majority of the time I've been listening, so that's not true.
Well, no, you haven't been listening. You've just been talking. Sorry, go on.
I've literally been listening in for like 3 hours now and not saying a word really. So no, you're wrong. Maybe you just showed up to the show. Maybe you don't know what's going on. Because I've been sitting here listening, hardly talking. Talked a little bit to North, talked a little bit to Geo.
Does anyone who wants to contribute to the conversation want to speak?
Sounds like SC or wants to get in.
Yeah, go for it.
I just want to clear the air for for smooth conversation, guys. That's all. Just don't clip each other. We got all night. We're doing good. Keep it up.
Thanks, Essie. But yeah, all they have is a theory. They look at a bone, they theorize based on the contents of a rock that they said was a bone. They look at a rock, they say this rock was a bone. How do you know that? Oh, I theorized it. Okay, let's look at the content of this rock. Because the rock has this content, it's this old. I mean, okay, so how did you prove that? What rock do you have from back then that you knew the content back then and knew it changed to this much? Oh, we didn't. We weren't even around. There was no scientists back then. Oh, so you took something over a small span of time and essentially scaled it up. So the whole scaling thing is an assumption, right? If it's an assumption, it can't be a fact. It has to be a theory, right? Theories are based off of assumptions. Facts are facts, they're separate things.
Well, that's not true. Theories are definitionally based on facts and evidence.
You mean this rock I posted in chat?
By definition. But regardless,
so if I theorize you're talking to me over a potato, it's based on facts. That's ridiculous.
Regardless, Yeah, well, it's ridiculous what you're saying because I'm sure that you actually do know that radiometric dating is a sound science, and they don't
Are
just
you?
take they don't just
How
take
can it be?
they don't just take the isotopes of one material, but they'll take several different isotopes of several materials, and they'll have them corroborate one another before they actually express some sort of confident date.
Oh,
So it's pretty
someone
sound.
just shot someone. Holy shit.
No one shushed anyone. Also, are you referring to the rock that I posted in chat? The rock that looks quite a lot like a human skeleton. Are those the rocks that you're on about that we don't know what? That's just a theory on how we're dating them, or is it because you've done zero research into the matter and just strawmanned it because it supports your worldview?
So
What
getting
was your?
back
I
to
mean,
the
yeah, go
so
ahead.
getting back to the amount of years from apes to humans, how many years was it again when you looked it up?
100. I'm looking through the source. I think the
Wouldn't mind if
earliest skeleton. Do you want to take it, Choco?
Just give me a number, man. How
no,
many
go
years?
ahead. I'm
I
just letting you know humans are still apes. They're not
well,
apes.
yeah,
There's
yeah,
no time.
Can I
yeah.
respond to what Kosho said after when I get the chance about the sound science?
Yeah. I was just gonna say to address the thing. I think the earliest skeleton is 160,000 years.
Okay, yeah. So how can it be a sound science when no single scientist has had enough time to observe a rock over the course of thousands, let alone millions of years?
You not knowing
That's
how
not
it
how they.
works
Yeah,
doesn't.
it doesn't work by observing rocks for thousands of years.
Right, exactly. But that's the claim, is that we know
No,
this
it's
rock's
not.
gonna behave this way over 1,000 years. Yeah, I know you keep saying no and no, it's not, but those are not rebuttals. Those are called denying. It's like if I went into court and the judge said like you're a murderer, and I said no, I'm not, I would get still locked up. It doesn't actually change the argument. Doesn't actually add to it. So please be quiet to the end of my thing. Yeah. So you look at a rock, you see its property, you see that it changes this amount over the course of a year or so, and then you say, well, over the course of a year it did this. So if I just assume it does the same thing for 1,000,000 years, this is the case. Now, that word that I used, assumption, right? That thing called an assumption automatically makes whatever is after it a theory, right? Not a fact. So, it's not really sound science. It's more of an assumption and scaling an observation that you do over a couple years to millions and thousands of years, which is ridiculous.
Wait, are y'all saying that rocks turn into humans over so much time?
No.
Oh, okay. I might have missed that part. What are y'all saying rocks turn into?
Nothing. We're saying that we know how radioactive decay works, and we can use radioactive isotopes present in certain rocks to be able to date them.
Well, how were rocks created?
So, like an accumulation of carbon and other elements.
Right, and different rocks are different, right? Just like cats, there's different species of cats or whatever, or dogs or whatever, different types of dog sizes, different types of rock sizes and all that, right?
Yes.
So why wouldn't you think the same thing happens with cats and dogs and humans? You
What do you mean?
you so adamantly say how much you know about how a rock was created and how there's different rocks and why. Why do you say rocks aren't evolving into something else?
Because rocks aren't living organisms; they're just a collection of matter.
So only living organisms can evolve.
Yes.
Okay, what did the first living organism? What was that?
How the fuck am I supposed to know?
You
Bro,
don't
I'm
seem to
not.
know very much, man.
I'm
Yeah.
not a
So
I'm not
science
laughing
background.
at
basically,
you. I'm
basically,
not laughing at
basically,
you. This is just where
basically,
it goes every time.
yeah, basically, you're in a lab. They're in a lab, right? Scientists are in a lab, and under a certain set of conditions, certain materials behave a certain way, have a certain rate of change. They then assume these laboratory conditions are the conditions on Earth for millions of years. And yeah, they just kind of just base this as a random fucking assumption and just assert, yep, it was these conditions for millions of years with no actual evidence to support that, just random assumptions. And then with that random assumption, they can date things with this essentially incorrect false timeline. False chronology, yeah.
If that's what you want to go with, then sure. I'm sure in your truth that is absolutely the case. I do not argue with that one, but
not a rebuttal. Not a rebuttal.
There's no point rebutting because you're just going to go nutter.
There's not a. That's another more. This guy's only come with rhetoric. He's come strong with the rhetoric, but
No.
not with the actual arguments and logic.
I'm just going to say I'm not going to bother talking to you about it if you're just going to
More
straw man
rhetoric,
and use
yeah.
your ignorance on the topic to
I
be
know
a
it's all
ground
rhetoric.
for
I
debate.
understand. You have no content. All rhetoric. Got it.
Whatever you say. Cool.
Well, that's all you've shown. So what I'm saying is what everyone has experienced and watched.
Cool beans.
I mean, it's not really cool. It's cool for me, but not for you.
So in 160,000 years, what do you think
Hey, it's cool
humans
for
are going to
me.
be? Extinct? You think they're going to be extinct? I'm really asking.
To be fair, potentially with the way the world's fucking going at the moment, I see it as a high plausibility. I really don't think we're gonna make 100,000 years from now.
What are you basing that on? The population's growing.
I'm saying how much we're fucking the planet up and how much we like to kill ourselves for no reason.
What do you mean the population's growing?
It's slowing down the rate of. Well, I say it's
The
slowing down.
rate
There's
of
more.
growth is slowing down? That's ridiculous.
No, by that I mean there's more countries now that have a decreasing population birth, and I mean their population birth is less than their death rate, so their actual population is starting to decrease.
You mean the ones that are putting a limit on how many kids you can have? Shocker.
No.
But overall, the
no,
population is still growing,
not
right?
the case.
Well, yes, it is growing.
I think in Japan, it's actually decreasing, isn't it? They're
Yeah, it
at like
is.
a perpetual decrease in population. If we're gonna
Yeah.
believe what they say about their population, which I don't. I mean, do we have a reason to disbelieve? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, it's still going to grow, and the thing is, the more people you give birth to, the more people there are to give birth. So it is just going to continue grow, even though some countries' populations
Which has
are going
nothing to do with extinction, buddy. You're fighting my battle here. You're
You
proving my
realize
point.
there's a finite space for a seemingly endless population that's continuously
kidding me,
growing
right?
with finite resources.
You're kidding me, right?
Do you think the Earth's endless?
You deny science? I mean, you don't trust science to come up with a way to support the population? Come on, man.
Science can only do
Don't be a
so much.
science denier.
The physical researchers, the resources are going to be the limiting factor. Science can only tell us and do so much.
You must live in a city.
I do live in a city.
Yeah, I know. Good guess, right?
Most of the world's populations live in cities, so the odds are in your favor, but yeah.
No, just the way you think. You've been trained that way. Get out more, man.
Or being educated.
What do you mean?
Being educated? What do you mean?
I will say, man, when I lived in Canada amongst the great wilderness, I don't think there's any lack in listen, if we needed to spread out and all live in log cabins, we're good. Like the only problem is if we all need to have an iPhone or not. That's the thing that we're talking about limited resources. There's enough food and land and area for fucking probably like even 4 times the population we have right now, man. You know how much fucking empty, just sheer empty land there is with just trees, animals, and plants and shit? Like, that could all be populated by people. But those people would have to be like tough and hardworking and no iPhone, so it's not really that we're missing the resources to support a human population. We're missing the resources to support a population of iPhones, actually.
To be fair, to an extent, I do agree with you. if we were more primitive and more resourceful in the way we lived, we would be able to sustain a much greater population. But because our infrastructure and our technology requires so much natural resources to operate and run, therefore we're going to run out a lot sooner than really we need to, if we were a lot more efficient in the way we lived.
Yeah, if we keep being dumbasses, maybe. But then I don't even think that happens because the strong still survive. That's what evolution is all about, right?
I mean, in principle, yeah.
Well, then
Yeah,
how do you reach extinction? Because your first, I don't want to call it guess, but your first theory was we're going to go extinct because of population. There's not enough resources. So now that we've totally demolished that with the strong surviving, how do we go extinct again?
Well, no, because you still need a large population to run the infrastructure to be able to survive. I mean, it depends what you count as surviving.
No, you don't.
Do you mean surviving as one human being is still left on Earth? Does that still count, or do you mean like a large population? What are your terms for surviving as a species?
I think.
Well, what are yours? The apes made it.
I'm just gonna say something real quick because both of y'all are bouncing a question back off each other, and I'm just gonna make a statement. If we reverted all of humankind to living in an Amish standard of life, i.e., like living like Amish people, I think we could probably increase the population like 8 more times and still have plenty of resources to go. But like I said, if you want to live a life where you drive a combustion car down a highway, interstate, to another state to go party with bitches and not stay on your iPhone and watch Instagram, yeah, it's not going to work. You're only going to be able to hold like 1 billion people. But if everyone lives like an Amish person, man, we could probably have 20 billion people living and be all fine, man. You don't understand how much sheer natural just resource of life, edible food, sunlight, water, it's everywhere, man. There's fucking acres and acres and acres beyond your imagination. But yeah, if you want to have an iPhone and drive the interstate down to Texas to go party with bitches, like, it might be an issue. Like, that's where the resources are kind of constrained. But if we live like Amish, man, I'm telling you, we could have 10 billion easy. We could have 20 billion, probably 40.
I agree with you.
So then, yeah, it's not really a resource problem. It's more of a avarice, problem of avarice, essentially. Wanting to have everything, wanting to be the best.
Well, the way we've evolved in terms of like the Industrial Revolution and everything, all that crap, has made us so dependent on the architecture and infrastructure we build around us that we can't live life in any other way as kind of civilization as we know it. So because society is the way it is, we are going to run out of resources to be able to run those infrastructures, in which society will collapse due to them. But
well, that just means a civilization collapse. It doesn't mean an extinction event. Extinction is
yeah.
I mean,
City goes to shit.
I'm speaking from your paradigm, right? Civilization has collapsed like 6 times already in human history. From a mainstream narrative, civilization has already collapsed, but we've never went extinct. So, I mean, yeah, maybe the resources will run tight and this civilization will collapse, but like that really, I mean, that doesn't mean anything as far as survival, right? That's just, it's like a political view.
I mean, I'm not saying anything. Honestly, anything could fucking happen in an incredibly long period of time like that. So I'm not going to say any sentence or statement is wrong. Like, I don't fucking know. It's like anyone could be right. Not a clue. But yeah.
All right.
What do you think
believe in Bigfoot?
Bigfoot?
Do you believe in Bigfoot? Yeah.
It's a greater than 0 chance that it exists, but I've not seen any substantial evidence that it does.
Why? Too much time has passed? Why? Too much time has passed since the ape became man? There's no transition. Wouldn't that be a transition creature or ape?
No.
You know, an ape that looks a lot like an ape, but more and more like a man? No. The frick are you talking about? That's exactly what evolution is. What?
When there is a distinct split in the evolution path in terms of two species evolving from a like branch, that process doesn't continue, that little junction doesn't continue happening forever. It splits off and either branches then evolve independently. That little point where they do split is just a moment. It doesn't continue happening again and again and again.
Nice. So what's splitting right now? You know, there was a gap between ape and man. You say it split, so there's no transition that we can see right now. But there's got to be something splitting right now, right? Because it wouldn't just happen 160,000 years ago or some time period that humans can't see. It would be happening right now. A species right now would be splitting, and then tomorrow that species is going to be something else. No transition is what you're telling me. That's
no
theoretical nonsense, man.
No.
So it
again,
only happened in a time period that humans can't see. They can only theorize. It's not happening right now.
Thousands and thousands of years, depending on how much of
We're in one of those years. We're 1,000 years ago is now. So what's transitioning right now?
It's
160,000 years ago, right? To now is 160,000 years. If you say that's how long it takes, around give or take 100,000 years, it doesn't matter what time period you put in. There would be something right now transitioning, unless you're inferring that evolution has stopped happening.
No, it depends where you're comparing to. If you compare from yesterday, nothing has changed. If you compare it from 50,000 years ago, a lot has changed.
You said it was an abrupt division. You said it was an abrupt division. How long does that abrupt division last?
It's relatively speaking. I don't mean it's like a one day this, the next day that.
Okay, how many days?
2,000 years.
Oh, okay. How many thousand years did you say?
I don't know. A few. Look it up. It's not my job to be
let's
alive.
just say, let's give you 5,000. So what's doing that right now? From 5,000 years ago to now? Nothing.
You just look for it yourself. Why do I have to know all this? Why am I
your belief, man? You don't have to know it. You don't have to know your belief. You can just believe it. That's called faith.
Oh, God.
You don't have to have evidence. You just have to have theories and have faith on it. I'm fine with that. I'm not even questioning your belief, right? I'm just wanting to know why you believe it or how you believe it. What proof you have. You get what I'm saying, though, right?
Yes, I understand what you.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm not badgering you. I'm just saying it would be happening right now. There would be that change happening where apes, right, were evolving or devolving, depending on how you looked at it, into an ape-like man creature, I would say Bigfoot. And then all of a sudden there would be no more transition period. There would be a cutoff line within that 5,000 years where there would be no more Bigfoots. Maybe we're in that 5,000 years of apes to humans now, and that's why we see so few Bigfoots, right?
Potentially, but
so you do believe in Bigfoot? You have to, right?
No, I'm taking Bigfoot as a metaphor. I'm taking Bigfoot as a metaphor.
You believe, and Kosho believes, that humans are apes still, and there was a transition at a certain time period, but there is no transition animal from ape to man like a Bigfoot? Are you kidding me?
Yes, there's loads of transitions between an ape as we understand it, like, well, a monkey.
Right.
Even though they're not really our common ancestors to humans now. There's loads.
Right. An ape to a human would be a Bigfoot, right? Or something similar. Correct? I personally believe in Bigfoot. So I mean,
yeah, go for it.
I don't believe in evolution like that. I don't believe we came from apes. I believe it's a separate creation. Just like, everything else.
Oh yeah, doesn't it seem kind of rather obvious that, I mean, we're gonna sit here and say that there's a random, like a randomness or something that causes things to like change into different creatures or whatever, but then one creature is just going to be way different than the others, i.e. us. Like that doesn't make any sense. Why would there be wouldn't there be other creatures that walked on two legs and talked to each other and built civilizations? Wouldn't that have naturally occurred randomly? If it was a random chance, it was just random
Yes.
that humans came about. Wouldn't there be like a fucking velociraptor human? I mean, I hear about reptilians. I mean, that would be a thing, right? There would be a velociraptor human. There would be a praying mantis human. There wouldn't just be this one ape human. Like
Not
there'd be you know what I'm saying? There'd be a fish human. There'd
You
be
gotta think about these things more before you say them out loud, because that doesn't make
I
sense.
don't need the fucking rhetoric from you too, man.
The thing about chimps and humans
So much
is
rhetoric with you
we
guys.
have opposable thumbs, we have similar bodies. They're very capable. They're actually more capable than us in a lot of ways, in a lot of things. Our brains are very similar. The difference is they have a greater. They use part of their brain for short term memory, where they can memorize their entire scene of a picture instantly. They've tested this on chimps, and that same part of the brain that they use for that, we don't have that. We instead have a
I'm
part of
talking
the
about
brain that helps us
civilization. How is
use
that on
abstract
topic?
ideas. We can
How is that on
communicate abstract
topic?
ideas. We can use
How is
abstract
that on
ideas to
topic?
communicate with one another.
How is that on the
Listen,
topic of
listen.
another creature not being civilized or being civilized? Please,
there are
on
pretty
topic, civilization.
much every species is civilized, and colonies are
Kosho,
incredibly civilized.
Why don't fishes make civilizations? Why do only humans? Why don't reptiles make civilizations? Why do only humans? Why are we the special ones to make civilizations, but none of them do? Is my question.
He's not here anymore.
It was on about short-term memory. It's like I just stated. Why would there be one creature that makes civilizations and no other creature makes civilizations? If it was a random process, there'd be another creature that makes
That's not
civilization.
true. Loads of creatures create civilizations.
Really?
Ant colonies, for one.
Okay. I mean, that's at least a response. That's at
Shoals
least
of
a response.
fish.
Yeah.
Pretty
So
much
did
all
we?
insect life.
So did we evolve from ants, or did they evolve from us?
Wait, but why is humans so different than all the other animals? Like when I say civilization, I mean like, is it not pretty clear to you that what we do is drastically different from the other animals? Or does that
Yes.
seem similar? Right. So that drastic difference, I call it civilization. What do you want to call it? Technology? What do you want to call that factor that makes human beings so different from another animal? What do you want to call that?
There isn't an awful lot that makes us like define what animal. Like there's a lot of animals where we are like
Are
quite
human
similar.
beings a unique animal to you? Like, are we
Every
unique?
animal is a unique animal.
Okay. That is that a yes then?
Yes, humans are unique like every other animal, so does it mean we're unique though, if every animal is unique?
So you think that all the other you don't think there's something like different about humanity, something special that causes us to fucking do all this crazy shit that animals would never do? Something that makes us dominant, better than them, smarter.
Our brains evolved in a certain way, so we
Okay,
created
yeah. All right,
civilizations.
cool.
Yeah.
So big brains or whatever, having a certain brain, okay? So
Yep.
why wouldn't that certain type of brain structure not have evolved in the past, given it's a random chance that it would happen?
Because it probably did suit the environments they were living in. They didn't need to have large brains.
Wouldn't it suit a T-Rex to have a big brain to know how to predict what it's hunting and where it's going to go? Like, I don't get it. Wouldn't there
Probably
have been
needed.
like a dinosaur level, like this adaptation of how our brain works, where we can do this shit, like make cars, build roads, build cities, all that, right? Discover things, learn things. Like, why wouldn't that trait have occurred randomly, right? Because you're saying that trait randomly occurred. Why wouldn't that trait have randomly occurred before we existed? Why? Like, You're saying that it's the environment would have been different, but our environment's really not that different from what they say the dinosaurs lived in. Like, it really is not that different of a point. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I would
Because
say
the
all these animals should adapt to get that brain. Like, why are we the only ones? Why didn't everything adapt to get the obviously necessary brain?
let's say your T-Rex example, you know, a T-Rex's main thing is trying to find food to survive and make sure it doesn't get killed. So it's going to have very good eyesight. It's going to have very good hearing. It doesn't need to be able to build infrastructure. It's not a necessity. It doesn't need opposable thumbs. It doesn't. It evolved to have a massive fucking mouth, very powerful jaw, very sharp teeth to kill. Its brain didn't need to evolve to be able to have complex thought.
And the victim, wouldn't it work? Like, if the victim was like a human, right? At some point, like, humans were being hunted by shit, and then all of a sudden now humans had like spears and shields and tribes and houses and started running around hunting the thing that used to hunt them, right? Wouldn't that be essentially advantageous for any victim any predator, any prey species, essentially, to essentially, I guess, be naturally selected until they're as intelligent, if not more intelligent than a human being? Like, it just seems like such an upside to be a smart, conscious being as opposed to an animal. I don't know.
Well, different characteristics evolves for different animals. So you take like rabbits or hares, they got incredibly powerful legs, so they can run really fucking
Well,
fast.
but all animals have a brain. Like, why didn't all animals evolve their brain to be as consciously smart and able to manipulate the environment as us, given it would have benefited them in their natural selection hugely, massively?
Because just
Biggest brain survives.
what?
The biggest brain wins. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but the brain will have evolved in a certain way to highlight the characteristics that favored that animal. So when you have small rodent animals, stuff like that, like rabbits, hares, rats, whatever, it's going to evolve to be able to be faster, be able to be more agile rather than larger. Being small is a positive. They don't want to be over cumbersome and slow and smart and stuff. They just need to be fast and fit into small spaces. So they will evolve to highlight those features.
You could just say, I don't know. Actually, you know what? That's a good point you bring up. Why didn't the brain just evolve? That's obviously what's winning here.
Look, if you disagree with me, just do your own research.
Well, it's not about disagree. It's we all agree that we'd rather be humans than bunnies. I guess, right?
Well,
I mean,
yeah.
is there a disagreement?
Wait, no.
I
He's
could probably
asking you to do your own research. You mean read the same books of the people who theorized what you believe in? Because you can't go back 160,000 years and prove any of this. You can't research it. You can only read what other people have written down on what they think.
So I can add something to the whole why don't all animals evolve more complex brains like we do? Brains are expensive. The human brain consumes 25% of our metabolic energy that we have every day. The large skulls that we have make childbirth much more dangerous than many other animals. We have this as an advantage because we fill that niche. A lot of other animals, generally speaking, it would be more of a liability to put all the expensive resources into big brains than to put resources into, say, sharper claws or stronger muscles. It's not necessary for their kind of survival.
Well spoken. Could it also be creation?
That is a possibility. I personally don't believe in it.
We agree then. It's just beliefs. Just like I said, if you want to go read the book on this fella's belief, have him write it down like other people have that you've read and make your discernment based on that. That was my whole point. You can't go research how the human brain developed because we had more money to spend on it and the women's hips would separate perfectly to let the perfect size head come out. And if not, that head didn't come out and the baby died. That happened a lot, right?
So, if my question for you would be this, if we were designed, created, etc., then why is childbirth so dangerous for women? Why do we have to,
Oh, I know why.
cut them, literally make a slice in the vagina so that they can more safely give birth? Why is it that childbirth comes with lifelong complications that women will have for the rest of their lives because of it? Why is it that without modern technology, mother mortality was significantly higher?
Was that before sin or after sin? I mean, you want to get biblical, or you just want to be? You want me to
Well,
write down what I believe again, so you can either believe it or not believe it, or you just want to like speculate or come up with theories? I mean, you're smart enough to know this, man.
Why don't you prove to me that there was a fall in sin?
Prove to you
Wait, it's all
the
around you all
unprovable,
the
right?
time.
Why
It's
don't you
all the
prove to
time.
me there was a single point
It's on the
energy
TV.
source that we all came from? You can't prove that. You just believe it, probably.
I don't believe in a single point energy source that we all came from.
Okay, but most of science does.
No, it doesn't.
Oh my God.
Science says we don't know. It doesn't believe in anything. If science doesn't know
Oh,
something, it'll say we don't know.
Oh, you're talking about the Big Bang. Okay, I
Yeah.
see. I thought you were talking single point energy source like some what is it? Stargate franchise.
Hey,
So
while we're on this, what I don't mean to change it too much, but during childbirth, what starts the heart?
during childbirth, the heart starts before childbirth.
My God, man! If you want to be like this, I'm not going to talk to you. What starts the heart during the 10-month process of a child being incubated in the woman's womb, which doesn't seem random to me, but anyway, we can get past that. What starts the heart?
Okay. So I don't know the specific tissue that the heart muscles differentiate from, but if I remember correctly, there is a tube that is formed, and then that starts compressing and doing heart rhythmic muscle thingies, and then it eventually forms into a full heart.
You lost me at, well, but what about the
It,
energy? What about the electricity? What about, isn't that part of it too?
it's actually wrong to say that there's physical bolts of electricity that travel down the axons from your nerves and such. It's all about the gradient of ion gradients between the interior and exterior of the cell membranes of your neurons. To that end, as soon as neurons differentiate and they have working ion pumps, they're able to generate the ion differential that can start signaling and drive activity. Outside of that, it's all about metabolic energy. Are the heart muscles getting the ATP, the energy carrier molecule for our cells, that they can actually do the pumping motion? So there's no battery that produces energy or something. It's just ion pumps and cell membranes and mitochondria making ATP.
So you're saying there is no electrical energy in our bodies, like a pulse or things
There,
that, you would use the same.
there is actually some amount of electrical energy, but it's not the direct driver of nerve impulses. It's a byproduct of the exchange of ions across cell membranes.
It's change in movement, though. That's energy, right?
If you want to define if you want to include the movement of fluids and ions as energy, then yes, that is. Usually, when people are talking about the heart pumping and impulses traveling down axons, they think it's an actual like lightning bolt that travels down them. That's not true.
Yeah, I never mentioned any light bulb. I'm just mentioning electricity, energy, all the things that, you have an aura. You definitely can, static electricity is produced. There's multiple types of energy sources that they say the body either obtains or produces or releases, or, there's a cycle of it or whatever, however you want to put it, right? There's definitely energy there. I mean, you just agreed to that. But just think about just what we've just talked about. One element, the heart. Now go study the heart and the valves and how it starts and how it functions and how long it lasts, how it decays even, right? How it develops, how it functions, and then how it decays. And come back to me with some random idea of how that over how many years now? 160,000 developed in a human and was able to be birthed. By the way, the birthing process is what I was. You can't be this smart and take the birthing process as just going to the doctor and having a baby. So anyway, thanks, man.
So
Well, I wanted to respond to
came
that
out like a lightning
cesarean
bolt.
section. I wanted to respond to that cesarean section point like I made earlier.
Well, I wasn't actually talking cesarean section. Part of modern.
Okay.
Yeah, part of
Go
the
ahead.
modern process for childbirth is they will actually put a incision inside along the vagina so that it can get larger and more safely past the head of the baby.
What? Wait, so they're gonna put a scalpel into your wife's
Yeah,
part?
it's so it doesn't
matter-
tear or rip. It's easier. Like you can sew it up. It's more manageable. It doesn't. It's not very common. All women rip and tear during childbirth. So if they can sometimes they just make an incision and it makes it easy. Depends on, whatever.
Yeah,
you can go
Yeah,
first.
it is pretty amazing though. Like what's amazing is like you can cut the skin on your nose, right? And it'll grow back and form perfectly to your nose, or you can cut the skin, cut something off of your hand and it grows back perfectly to form your hand. It's not like just like it's made for any part of the body. You can get a skin graft and move it. It is an amazing process.
Yeah, I know a little bit about body planing on a cellular level. I don't know enough to really specify why it is that when you cut your finger, how it is that your fingerprint comes back. I know that your cells generate different kinds of hormones and chemicals, and the gradient of those chemicals kind of gives a rough idea for the way things are supposed to grow. But I don't know how that gets to the precision of like regenerating damaged tissue. That's pretty cool stuff.
No, it's amazing,
Especially
but yeah, I would just use that to counter like what you said. Like, well, then why was it made to tear? I'd say, well, why was it made to grow right back exactly how it was? It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I didn't even know about this whole incision into the vagina thing, but it just wasn't the case for a lot of people's births. Like I've
Been
never
around the bush for a while now. Just ask me where the
you
babies come
you
from.
guys say it's common or whatever, but
yeah,
I don't think it was involved in anyone I know who was born. To be honest with you, so
do you think
then
they
they probably
talk about
ripped
it?
or tore. Yeah, they're not going to tell you usually, but they'll either rip or tear, and they'll stay like that's I hate to say this, but they stay larger like that. If they do an incision and sew it back up, they're the same size they were before childbirth.
right, but
Just a little
there's a lot of
stretched
people
out.
who are born through midwives. What are you talking about? Like, is the midwife
Stork
sat there
chops
with
the
a
baby
scalpel
off, Noah.
too?
No, they just tear.
No,
Your
listen.
insides.
I don't need people telling me the stork drops the baby off. I've seen a fucking baby born by a midwife directly.
No,
So I'm
but
not
the
some
woman just
fucking random
cared.
retard who's never seen a fucking birth. It's
Are you
just I
listening?
haven't seen people cutting people with fucking scalpels and shit. And I'm just wondering, it seems uncommon to me. So I don't, the whole argument is that it needs to be done. Whereas most of the time, at least in my anecdotal experience, it's not done whatsoever. So why would
It
it
doesn't need to be
done?
done every time. On smaller women with larger babies, it needs to be done, or they'll tear or rip. So they have a larger chance of having infection and also bleeding out. So if they do it in a doctor's office, which is why midwives are sometimes dangerous, but you have to get checked out, before to make sure you're going to be okay. Like if the baby's 12 pounds and your girl, your wife is 100 pounds and she's small, she's going to have trouble with a midwife. I can promise you. If the baby's 6 or 8 pounds and your woman can handle it, then with the right process and training, but she still might rip or tear, right?
They
Like this
can't even get
is
the baby out
pretty
sometimes.
common knowledge.
This
Yeah.
isn't
They
anesthesia.
gotta grab forceps and pull it out. Like if the woman's too small. Like yeah, it's
Well, that's usually if the baby's turned, they'll reach in there with forceps and straighten it out.
Yeah, and we're not saying that this is a procedure that's necessary in humans. It's not necessary, but it reduces mother mortality. When they do something like this, the mom is more likely to live.
Base argument then is it doesn't human life doesn't seem designed to you because of the death of the mother during birth or the likelihood of.
That isn't really part of it. But
That's what you
it is
cited.
Well,
That
no,
was
I
your
said,
original argument, man.
no, that is an argument I made against the idea of creation. It's not necessarily for the idea of evolution. You have to understand how I think. I don't really think that things can be proven easily. It's more about what most likely fits the information available to us. When it comes to evolution, evolution could have more safe childbirths as a product or not as a product. So the fact that childbirth in humans is a difficult thing does not prove evolution. But if there was design, I would expect that the designer would take precautions to, not have women die when giving birth. And so for me, that is evidence against creation, but not for evolution.
Yeah. You. I mean, I can't really argue with that, given if there was a design and it was designed to do that, and then it was failing. It'd be like if you had a car, right, and the car fucking stalled out or whatever all the time, right? Yeah. I guess you could make an argument that's against design, but um, I think at least with like certain religions, there is an explanation to why women have trouble in childbirth. And it's actually that they were cursed
Yeah.
to have a trouble with childbirth, right? So it wouldn't even be the design that's at fault in a sense at that point. It would be something that happened post design, right? I don't know.
Well, the problem with citing religious explanations for some of the issues with the human body and, humans in general is it's kind of a chicken and egg game. If the religion is true, then that would be an explanation for those issues. But is it also possible that the reason that people came up with those explanations in the religion is to explain things that had already existed? So for you to say that religion, that a given, let's stop beating around the bush. In Christianity and the idea that God cursed
Around the
woman.
bush. None of us are Hindus. None of us are Buddhists. I think one person in here might be Muslim, but I don't think he's talking right now. I don't think anyone in here is Jewish. So yeah, let's just stop beating around the bush. Christian versus atheism, or Christian
Yeah.
versus fucking evolutionism.
Yeah. So, when we're talking about the curse upon women by God for giving Adam the apple and all that stuff, um, is that an explanation because religion is true, or is it that we say that in religion to explain the nature of the human bodies and the human condition?
Well,
Um,
let's ask
go
the
ahead.
question first. I wanted to ask you first. When you say that someone having trouble in childbirth or tearing um, is a point like against creation or design,
Hmm.
would you say the same for someone with fair skin or soft skin being burned in the sun or being cut with a sharp thorn, thorn or a thistle or a blade? Is that uh, some kind of failure when it comes to design, or is that just part of the part of the design? And you
No,
know, and being that
I
it can
wouldn't.
heal, being that it could heal, and you can't explain how it heals, right? Being that you can't explain those things, and when you talk about the body regenerating or being regenerative,
Well, let me.
and
You're.
those things,
Hold on. Hold
those
on.
things,
Hold on. You're
well,
going
those
across
things,
a couple different points there, so I just
well,
wanna.
it's only 2 points, right? So just to finish it up,
Okay.
those things that you can explain, maybe that's the wonder of it all, and maybe you should just consider that more often. But yeah, go ahead if you wanted to speak on it.
All right. So I wanted to touch on different skin colors, and that as evident as proof for or against creation. And I would say that it's neither. Um, so if you there are definite benefits to having different amounts of melanin in skin. And it's pretty much competing needs. The melanin protects the skin from burning, etc., 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 but it also reduces the efficiency of the production of vitamin D. So the higher up and the farther from equator a given ethnicity has spent the most time growing and developing, the lighter their skin is to improve the production of vitamin D. The
Well,
closer to the equator, the darker their skin because they need the more protection. So
wouldn't
I
you?
don't. Go ahead.
But, yeah, but wouldn't you say that's kind of like a gentleman said earlier? It's all in the code, right? So there are things your body can do when you put it in different environments, and some people call it adapting to the environment with the existing code already built into the system that is your body, which you can't explain how it regenerates and the things it does. And talking about skin color, or you can talk about the size of your ears, right? Like if you have animals who are in colder climates have smaller ears, such as, for example, goats, right? So goats in colder climates have very, very tiny ears, almost no ears at all.
Mm-hmm.
And the goats in the warmer climate, like Africa and so on and so forth, have very large ears, so that their blood can actually cool down and run through that cartilage. So all of these things you're mentioning, the body is designed to live in the realm we live on, whether it be in winter, whether it be in ice, whether it be in a tropical place, whether it be a desert. We are designed to overcome anything that comes our way, even harm, like a cut to the arm or a woman's womb being tore. All of these things can heal, right? Regenerate, and that shows that life, that spirit, that connection you have that we can't explain, like when we get into the mind and those things. You can't explain it, man. Nobody can do it. We can't create life, and that's just the way it is, man. So of course you had a chicken before you had an egg.
Well, so in terms of being able to repair and regenerate, healing scrapes and cuts and such, I would not call that evidence for creation, because honestly, the ability to repair cuts, scrapes, and even pretty decent sized gashes and such has a fitness advantage. If I cut myself and I don't heal that cut, then obviously I'm going to be less able to survive than somebody who does heal that cut. So, I mean,
Yeah,
that right there. Go ahead.
we could say who designed this automobile better. The guy who can, crash it into a wall at 90 miles an hour, or the guy who and it survives, or the other guy who crashes it at 90 miles an hour and it doesn't make it, right? It's irreparable. So I would say the car didn't have its purpose is not to be driven into a wall. If something is designed, right, we design something. It's for a purpose. If you misuse it and you go against its purpose, that may be detrimental to both it and the thing you're using it for. So it's all about the purpose things are intended for, and we can talk about pain receptors, pleasure receptors, all of these different things, but we're still not going to explain entirely how the body regenerates, or how we use our mind, and all of these things, even the messages being sent in our brain, which we can touch. We still can't fully explain that.
So, in terms of me not knowing about regeneration, that how we would heal a fingerprint or something, that's not something I know. But I'm not saying that all of humanity doesn't know it. That's such a basic thing. I would not be surprised if somebody somewhere does know it. It's just not something sufficiently interesting to me to go and look up.
Regardless of the thing that is designed, whether it be an automobile, a person, a rabbit, no matter what it is, the designer designed it having an intention with his mind for that thing to have a purpose. If a
So let me.
man designs something, there is purpose behind it, or else he
So
wouldn't design it, right? So if there's intention behind a design of something or someone, then there's a purpose for it. And if you misuse it out of its purpose, then wouldn't it be feasible to say that it may harm that thing?
okay,
Well,
so
isn't it feasible, right? You
hold on.
misuse a.
Can I speak?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you. Because I wanted to touch on your statement of things being designed for a purpose. So let me ask you this. A kid is born, they get in their adult teeth, and they have adult teeth that are nice, sharp, and pointy. Do they, and given that, they like eating meat. It makes them more carnivorous because it's easier on their teeth than chewing corn or something. Did they figure out that their teeth work better for, chomping down meat rather than leafy vegetables? Or did they have an inherent instinct that they prefer to eat meat? So did they learn, or did they know from birth?
Well, you do have taste buds, right?
Yeah, I know, but we're talking specifically about this kid, and I'm just gonna say it, evolving sharper teeth. Did that child evolve alongside those teeth an instinct to use those teeth specifically as a preference for meat? Or did they figure out that their teeth are better for meat than vegetables and so prefer the meat?
I don't know what this is an example for, but I don't think it's a very good one. Try to use another example.
Okay, wait. First off, next time,
Well,
next time, can you just make a statement instead of asking like this long, convoluted like question? Because then it gets to the point. And also,
okay,
I
so
want to know,
let me
like,
get to
how
the
does this
point then.
relate to how do? Yeah, let me just before you get to the point. I asked like why not design, right? And you said childbirth, and there's pain in childbirth, and I'll give you that. That's a pretty good one, right? Do you have any But you can go back to giving your point, but maybe after you give your point, maybe you could give another design flaw, I guess. Like, yeah, could you give us another design flaw, like a second one?
Okay. So the point I was trying to make with the teeth is, with evolution, we aren't the changes that come from the parent to the child that are a product of adaptation or blah blah blah. They don't necessarily come with an intent or purpose, but the individual that ends up with those changes either finds them to be of benefit to them in some way or a detriment, and that is what determines the fitness of that change. So a kid with sharper teeth would have a preference for eating meat. If meat is more available than other things, then they might have a fitness advantage. But if meat is a rare thing and they have to subsist on a lot of vegetables, then the sharper teeth are going to be a detriment. And that is what's going to determine whether that kid reproduces and passes down that trait. It's not.
Or you can eat meat without sharp teeth, bro.
Yeah, I
Everyone can
know.
eat meat without sharp. So what this example is, bro, what are you
Okay,
doing?
fucking
And
screw
to
the
say that
example. Screw
someone
the
with
example,
sharper,
Okay,
man.
to say
I'm
that
Give me a
sorry.
someone,
I
design
guess it.
flaw. Give me a design flaw. Give me a design flaw that's not child.
Okay,
Just personally,
laryngeal nerve.
excuse me.
The laryngeal nerve.
Don't
So
know what that is.
there's a what now?
Please expound.
Okay. So the laryngeal nerve is a nerve, and I'm trying to remember it,
Isn't that in the vocal
but it
cord?
flows. What now?
Isn't that in the vocal tube?
Yeah, but it runs down the neck, around an artery, and then goes back up to where it's supposed to go. And this is something we see in pretty much all mammals. Like in giraffes, it runs all the way down their neck and then all the way back up. In humans, it runs down and then comes right back up through the throat. Why? Wouldn't it just have been easier to have that nerve and just go straight to where it needs to go?
So there's a nerve that starts where, and okay, so I understand it goes down the neck, but where does it start and end
Well,
exactly?
first off, you would have to assume all the functions of the body are known, and sciences and medicine are still discovering new things. So, I mean, you're kind of making like a presumption that there's no
All right, but
functionality or
slow.
purpose behind it.
The context of what he's saying is, I asked him, right? Why not design? Like, what makes you think it's not designed, right? What makes you think it's randomly generated or whatever? He said there's design flaws, right? So he's just giving his second design flaw, I guess, which I've never heard of. I'd like for him to expound.
Yeah, so the laryngeal nerve is actually a pretty common example given to questions like this. You asked where it starts off. Was it the laryngeal nerve or was it the vagus nerve? Oh no, yeah, it is the
Does it go to the
laryngeal
brain?
nerve. So the laryngeal nerve runs down from. Why do I?
we've heard it all before, man. The appendix
Yeah.
has no use. We've heard it all before. You don't need the appendix. You know, there is no use to it. But however, and then we find out years later, oh yes, there's a use for it. You know, and it's very beneficial, and you need it. So yeah, we've heard all these things before, man. You can't explain fully the brain. What makes you can think you can, you know, explain all the nerves and all the messages being sent to them and what they're actually doing?
So should
I
I
really don't
just
get it.
assume a use, or should we go looking for one?
No, what we're talking
Because
about, is it random? Is it that nerve random, or is it designed? You're saying you could do it better if you were the designer, but that's still design. You're stating that it's random, right?
not so much random. If we look at it from an evolutionary standpoint, then
Yeah,
there's
but
a
the
couple
argument it's not
reasons.
designed.
Then
It's
you're
not
saying
designed.
evolution doesn't work because
No,
the
he's
nervous
saying
are off play.
he said it was not. We're not designed creatures. Creatures aren't designed because it has flaws or something. That was your reason, right?
Yeah,
That's
y'all are
your reason.
both asking me to argue two different things at the same time. So,
I just want to know your
um,
position. If
yeah,
you don't
I
think it's
believe
designed,
in
why
evolution.
not?
That so my position is evolution, not creation.
Well,
Are you a theist or an atheist?
I'm atheist.
he's atheist.
I'm atheist. Atheist. I don't believe in God. Let's put it that way.
Or, but you don't think like these organisms that are all around us are designed. You think that they. I'm just trying to see like why. Where is the difference? When I look at like say a dog or a plant, a flower, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where would it be different if it was designed as opposed to evolve? Like how can you look at a plant and be like, "Yup, that definitely evolved. It wasn't designed." Because when I look at a plant, I definitely am like, that shit had to be designed. It fucking does the same thing every time, like a fucking robot. You know what I mean? Like it. Now you look at a plant and you say, "Nah, that definitely wasn't designed." Right? So I'm just trying to figure out why do you think that? Why do you, when you look at something that's ordered and structured, why do you think immediately that wasn't a design? It was something else. Like what? Where's the difference? Like where? I guess where does the rubber meet the road?
Well, I don't think that beauty and such is evidence for either evolution or design. If you use beauty as an argument for design, then, you know, the creator made these things aesthetic. If we use beauty as in terms of evolution, we find them pretty because that particular item has advantage to us, and so we're attracted to it.
Yeah, but
So
when you're looking at something, a living creature, right? A living species, plant, animal, right? And you look at it. When you're observing it, what about it that you observe tells you that it's definitely not designed and it definitely came from, I guess, random chaos, random chance. And it's like, how did you kind of get what I'm asking? Like, how did you get to that
not
conclusion?
really. I don't fully understand what you're asking, but I'll try and take another stab at answering it. I don't really look at a single animal and think about evolution or design, because evolution is more of an abstract thing that takes place over thousands of generations. So just looking at a dog really doesn't tell me that much about evolution. It would be looking at dogs over a period of time, maybe, or looking at a dog in relationship to other indicators that might have much longer time periods available to them. But just looking at a dog, it doesn't really tell me
So can
much
I
except
steel
for that
man?
they, if you
Can I
want
try to
to.
steel man you? Yeah. So essentially, what you're saying is that when you look at the living creatures around you, nothing about them indicates that they're designed to you, but there's other evidence that you've essentially come to know that outside of just observing the plant itself, right? There's other evidence outside that supports its evolution. But say you never learned about evolution, never knew that outside evidence, and you just looked at a plant. You're saying that when you look at a plant, right, you'd say, yeah, I don't see how that's a design, right? That is that kind of like when you look at an animal, you don't see the design, and is what you're saying.
When I look at an animal, I don't see evolution or design. I just see the animal.
Right. Okay.
Because, I mean, you have to think from my perspective as an atheist. The concept of evolution, our idea of it, was developed in relation to the animals that are here, and our concept of creation that we have in religion was developed using the animals that we have here. So just looking at animals and just, petting a dog and, checking its teeth, that's not going to tell us anything either way, because both ideas developed with the idea of a dog in mind. Does that make sense?
I mean, you look at the animal and you don't see it as you just see it as like the animal. Right? You just
But what proved that for you? When have you ever seen a dog not be a dog?
Well, so for one thing, we know that significant body plan changes can be made to animals by looking at the diverse number of breeds we have these days. We started off with, and I don't remember where the dog originally came from, but over the course of selective breeding, we've produced God knows how many different breeds of dogs. So we know that there is the potential for dramatic body plan change in animals.
But they're all still dogs.
Well, that's just category. I mean, are you going to be able to take a German Shepherd and breed it with a modern toy Chihuahua?
That's not what I asked you. I asked you how you can look back and prove to yourself that at one point a dog wasn't a dog.
Okay. Now, and then you interrupted me and asked another question. Would you like me to continue answering your first question?
Sure.
Now, great. Okay. So, we know by the dispersion of breeds that significant body plan changes can be done over a short period of time. Evolution is pretty much just saying that even bigger changes can be done over a longer period of time. So there's no reason to think that there's a limit.
You answered it. So over a short period, a dog breeds other dogs, but over a longer period, a dog would breed something other than a dog.
Over a very long number of generations, then you might go from a Chihuahua to something more rat-like than a Chihuahua, in which case it would no longer be a Chihuahua. It wouldn't even be a dog.
Where do we see that at? It's just a theory then, right?
So
just say yes, man. Don't go through some. Just say yes, it's a theory, because it is just a theory, right?
Just a theory is a loaded statement in these kinds of discussions. What do you
don't
define
have a
theory
Chihuahua turning into a rat. Any proof of that? You just have a theory that over time that we haven't been around, right? So it has to be a theory. The time period that you need is longer than man has been around studying Chihuahuas and whatever you else want to say. Giraffes mating with a Chihuahua. Yeah. Oh, really? Then you have proof?
Proof? Yeah, we got dogs themselves. Where do you think dogs came from, dude?
No, I said species turning, a dog turning into a rat.
A dog turning into a rat? I don't think he said a dog turning into a rat.
What I said is that hold on. What I said is that because we have like German Shepherds and Chihuahuas, over many additional generations, a Chihuahua might turn into something more rat-like, and then it would no longer be a dog. I didn't say it would turn into a rat, but it would no longer have the structure that we associate with the dog. And I chose
so
rat
it'd be
for that.
more rat-like. It would be more rat-like.
Yeah.
And then over a longer period of time, it would be a rat.
No, it wouldn't be. It would be something else, but it would be something very similar to a rat. But I
so
will
a
say
dog
this.
and a rat. Okay, so a dog and a rat were created separately.
I know a lot of people who would say that Chihuahuas are already rats.
I say that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you call them rat dogs.
Bro,
Yeah.
I've been setting up for that joke for a while now.
Yeah, that was a good one. I've owned one. We call them a rat dog. That's fine. But that's not proof of anything. It's not proof that a dog turned into a rat. It's just a theory.
Okay,
we all agree on that, don't we?
I was just, again, theory in this context is a loaded term. Yes, evolution is a theory, But, however, so is germ theory.
Now you want to switch it to germ theory?
Exactly.
No, we're talking about species to species.
Exactly. It
The
is just a
dog
theory.
over time that we can study it has
Exactly. It
always
is just a
produced
theory.
dogs.
Hold
Wait,
on.
he said, yeah,
I
he
was
agrees with you. He said it's just
Yeah,
a
I know.
theory.
I know.
But the word justa is a loaded term. So
yeah.
instead of saying just a theory, let's just call it a theory. It is a theory, right?
Yeah,
That's one of
so
many theories.
That's what they call it, the theory of evolution.
So
Germ
when
theory. Yes, we all agree, actually.
when I use the term theory, what I mean is a explanation for a given observation that has strong evidential and predictive backing. So just a theory doesn't mean that it's just a brain fart somebody came up with to explain
Define
something.
proof then. Define proof. Because my question was, do you have proof of a dog over time becoming anything other than a dog? And you said, well, over the short term, it becomes dog and we get different species and it's still a dog and these species are all dogs. But that's when it starts the theory part, right? Don't you agree? But over more time, that dog could become something other than a dog. You brought up rat.
Yeah, I did. So my question for you in that case would be, what defines the limit of how far over thousands of generations a given animal can change?
Well, you got to prove thousands of generations. All I know is dogs. I know
Right,
cats,
I know.
dogs, humans, monkeys, giraffes, fish. There's all types of different species of fish. I catch a lot of them. I don't say they came from each other or came from something else, especially. I don't even
So-
say all fish came from each other. Just because they swim doesn't
So-
mean they all weren't created, to swim.
Hold on.
It's like if you had a designing cars, right? I mean, there's a bunch of different types of sedans. There's a bunch of different types of minivans. Minivans look similar. It doesn't mean minivans came from other minivans. It just means
So if I may,
similar purpose in mind. Yeah, sorry. I'll go ahead.
so I said over 1,000 generations, and you said you don't believe in 1,000 generations. We can both agree that when a pair of dogs do the dirty and then their children on down the line, that can go for 1,000 generations, right? Can we agree that?
I'll agree that you can mate any dog and it's going to be a dog. And if one dog is too big and they can't mate, or the birth is too big and it's not gonna birth, so it's not going to become a dog. It's going to become a dead dog.
Okay.
Still going to be a dog.
And we can also agree that from the original dog, and I'm just going to throw out in primeval Africa, wherever dogs came from, I don't know. We now have everything from German Shepherds to Chihuahuas and anything in between. So we now have several very drastically different kinds of dogs that all came from this base original stock. Can we agree on that?
No doubt. You can have long hair, short hair, different colored dogs. You can have different sizes, no doubt. Guess what? They're all dogs.
Okay. So is it possible that if we can go from dogs that have short ears to dogs that have crazy long ears, that eventually we might have dogs with no ears?
Never seen a dog give birth to another dog with no ears. That would become a birth defect, I would say.
Okay. But is it possible?
Still a dog.
Okay.
It's
And
called
then-
a dog with no ears. I've never seen one of you.
So my question for you is, what is the limit of changes that can happen before a dog no longer becomes a dog? Or what puts the limit on the changes that means that it has to stay a dog?
It's always a dog.
Okay.
Unless you want to say a giraffe or a rat starts mating with a dog and then they inbreed. Like, is that what you're saying? Maybe. I mean, I would maybe give you that. Like if a dog and a cat mate, you would get some screwed up type of dog cat, right?
So what if we have a Chihuahua and over thousands of generations, its tail loses its hair, its body elongates, it turns dark brown, its nose gets longer?
Yeah.
Where's the
Tailless
limitation there?
Chihuahua, Bobcat. I mean, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah. What's the limit that could keep, and this isn't something that would actually happen in evolution, but let's just pretend
Let's
that
pretend that. Let's
Hold on.
pretend on the theory. Come on, man. Don't
Well,
take me
that's
to pretend land. We're still talking about dogs, right? Long nose, no tail, long hair, short hair. Still a dog,
so
right?
what is the limit of changes where it just has to stop to go from what we have with the Chihuahua to something that looks like a rat exactly?
Species.
Where does it end?
Doesn't it ends
Okay.
at species? Each species is created. A dog is created.
What's the
You do
mechanical
realize
limitation?
how you do realize that like
Species.
So species is just stating a category. It's not defining the mechanical limitation between two different body plans.
How do you want me to say it? Can a dog become a giraffe? No. A dog is going to be a dog from its beginning of life till it gives birth to the end of that bird's life to the end of that birth. It's for generations and generations. They're going to have many dogs. They have litters, which are
Well,
different than humans.
we've already seen that dogs can have big ears, small ears. They can have big paws.
No one doubts that. So can humans.
We've seen that
So
they
can
can
humans. Yep.
We can see that dogs that are of probably an average size can become very big and very small.
So can humans.
I mean, what is the change that could keep a dog from becoming something like a giraffe?
A dog can't become a human, but humans and dogs can have similar traits. So can apes. Different hair lengths, different colors, different eye shapes. It's amazing, isn't it? Isn't creation amazing? How it takes something that's good, right, and replicates
You're dodging the question.
No, I'm
Where
not.
is the limitation?
I said about 10 times.
No,
A
all
human
you've said.
You cut me off when I was trying to answer you for the 11th. Do you want to hear the answer? This is my answer, right? This isn't the textbook of geology or theist or atheist or the textbook that came from my school, probably. This is what I believe, right? What I'm telling you the answer is that a human that mates with a human or can mate with a horse, actually it can't, right? It will always be a human. A dog that mates with a rat, which I don't know if you can even do that, but if you inseminate, like if you take the semen of a dog and put it in a rat, will it turn into something else? I don't know.
You'll turn into a Democrat.
Yeah. Turn into an atheist. No offense, that was just a joke. But it's still a dog, man.
So you can continue, but I'm going to say that nothing you just said is anything about my point, but continue.
What causes the limit?
Yeah,
there's obviously limits. Why do you have to ask that question? Can you mate with a camel?
I never said that evolution requires.
So there's a limit, right? So there's a limit, right?
Everything I said depends on dogs mating with dogs.
So they give birth to something else besides dogs in your world, in your mind?
What I'm saying is that small changes will add up. So, for instance, a Chihuahua, it may get a longer body, it may get a bald tail, it may get a longer nose.
Dude, you're just
restating
what you've already said.
Yes, I have, because you seem to not have
we've
gotten
already agreed. No, we've already agreed with you. Why are you repeating that? Small changes don't mean it can turn into something else. It just has changes with it, just like humans.
What happens if we get a whole lot of small changes over time?
That's the point I'm trying to make, but I keep getting interrupted. With you
Yeah,
have
guys,
a whole bunch of small.
Let's not have any interruptions. Let's just one at a time. Try to be patient when each other speak, but we can also all try not to monologue or go on too long as well. If we can try to keep it concise, I think that's fair to everyone. But yeah, let's just go one at a time.
Okay. So that is the point of evolution. Evolution is the collection of small changes over many generations. It's not a Chihuahua is suddenly going to birth a rat. It's that over many Chihuahuas, you'll get something that looks like a rat.
So many chihuahuas have to mate with rats.
No, now you're just straw manning me.
So many chihuahuas mate with many chihuahuas and you get a rat eventually because of small changes? Is that what you're
Yes.
saying? Wow. A dog mates with a dog and you get a rat.
Again, you're straw manning me now.
That's
you were
what
right
you
before,
just
but not
agreed
this
to.
time.
No,
a
that's
chihuahua,
not.
a dog, mates with another chihuahua, a dog. And this happens many times. And over those times that the dog, both chihuahuas, mate together, they're now a rat.
Yeah, pretty much. Because if you look at it, that's
Yep.
what happened to get us to a chihuahua.
Look at what though.
That's
There's
what happened to get us to a chihuahua?
All right,
Yeah,
all right.
wolf?
Nah, break it up.
Come on, man.
That's not what happened to get a chihuahua. We just had a chihuahua, and there it was. You don't know what it is. How the fuck do you know? You weren't in ancient Egypt. What is it, like Aztec? Fuck. This is the problem. Is so much
Chihuahuas are
fucking
pretty
random.
recent breeds, dude. What the fuck are you talking about?
What?
Yeah, Chihuahuas?
Recent?
Yeah.
I thought Aztec fuckers had it before these guys pulled up on boats.
No.
You're saying You're saying Chihuahuas are post-colonial breed of dog that
I'm
didn't
pretty
exist
sure.
before
Like, I
them.
mean, I'd love to be corrected if I'm wrong.
I'm not looking it up, but I don't know. Someone else will look it up. I thought they were. I thought that the royal fuckers. What are they called? Like the Incans or whatever, Aztecs or whatever. I thought that was the royal dog or some shit. Or the royalty had them. Well, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you're right. Maybe Columbus sailed across the ocean to breed some chihuahua.
It'd be the first thing you said, right, that I would believe. Still doesn't prove that that chihuahua came from something other than a chihuahua or a dog.
Yeah, because you don't see that.
You can't even crossbreed species.
Yeah, you don't see that
Even
as
like,
the case.
yeah, you don't see it.
They don't point to it actually happening. They point to it having happened over a long period of time. So they never actually have to bring forth the actual thing happening. They can just say, "This is what happened," and look at these things. These show us that this is what happened, right?
That was my point earlier, right?
Well,
If it happens over 5,000 years, then we're in the transition period of something right now within that 5,000 year period. Just show me that. I'm fine with it.
Yeah, we are. But I mean, how are you? If it's a collection of small changes, how are you going to identify what something is going to become later? We don't know what those future changes are going to be.
If you can't prove it right now, how can you prove it happened 100 and something thousand years ago before men even?
What domestic animal did humans have, or not even domestic? What animal did humans know about and write about 5,000 years ago? That
Let's address
today,
the chihuahua.
Hold on.
that today is a different kind of creature. Which, because that is a long enough period to actually have human beings writing about it. Say, hey, look, there's the alligator. And then now today, it's been 5,000 years, right? Which population of animals was around when they had a cuneiform that they were writing about that is now currently a different population of animals?
So,
Yeah, let's not go on presumptions. Let's go back to his claim about the Chihuahua being a recent, breed. So they think that the Chihuahua is a recent breed. That's a presumption, right? They think it. They don't know it. There's a difference between thinking and knowing where the breed actually comes from, and who bred these animals to get this outcome, right? And have any of you bred dogs? I mean, you can almost breed anything in or out, and things can always pop up later on. I've bred many animals.
They're all dogs,
And
though. I've had Chihuahuas and Yorkies, and
it comes out later. Yeah, it can come out. I mean, it can come out later. But this is the whole point. For the majority of the time, we can breed things in or out of the animal. Now, it depends on how long of a time you're doing it. It doesn't take you 2 or 3 or 4 lifetimes to do these things. Some of them can be done in a short amount of time.
Can I read something from botanica.com?
Yeah,
says
but it's
Chihuahua
all
dog
presumption.
description. Yeah, let me just. Can I just? I just like to put a like a citation down for the record.
Sure.
This is Britannica.com. Chihuahua dog description, temperament, images, facts. And here, let me just get to the fucking meat. Chihuahua dog, smallest recognizable dog breed name for the Mexican state of Chihuahua. I guess it's named after a place. First noted in the mid 19th century, the Chihuahua is thought to have been derived from the Techichi, a small mute dog kept by the Toltec peoples of Mexico as long ago as the 9th century. So I believe there was someone in the chat asking to be. There's someone in the chat asking to be corrected about something. I mean,
Sure.
That's exactly what I was.
Britannica.com seems to disagree with you on the origin of a Chihuahua dog. Please and thank
That's
you.
exactly.
Sure.
That's exactly what I was quoting from.
So
So
something
that's
that's only
exactly what I
about
was.
like less than 2,000 years old. Then thank you.
It's a mute. A Chihuahua is a mute dog, bro. Have you ever seen a Chihuahua? Have you ever had a Chihuahua? A mute dog? Mute. Doesn't bark. So I would just say, man, to think, right? Just as I said, and I was reading the Encyclopedia Britannica also when I stated what I stated, is that they think, they presume, right? So these are all presumptions. Anytime we go back in time and we're not actually seeing these things happen, we're not breeding these animals ourselves to see what kind of outcome we get, we're going to presume. And that's all this is, man, is presumptions.
So I wanted to address that point, if I may. A lot of people think about science the wrong way. With science, what you do is you come up with an explanation for an observation. So in this case, we observe there's a lot of different species, and there's a lot of different species that are dead that we no longer have. That is the observation. Evolution is an attempt to explain that. But
Dude, that's paganism.
the only way that you can actually test a theory, like the theory of evolution, is by making a prediction with it, something that you currently do not know, and then see if that prediction comes true. For that, with evolution.
So how is that? How's that different from like zodiac signs and Hercules and fucking all these Greek myths and shit? Like, how is that different? Exactly, my question. Because they looked at shit and they were like, "Yeah, like that's definitely fucking, I don't know, Poseidon whipping up the waves over there." Like, how is their way of going around and explaining the world different from yours outside of? Yeah, how is it different?
So, for one thing, when you have a scientific theory, you make a prediction from it, and you test that prediction to see if that prediction is true or false. If you have zodiac or spells or something like that, I mean, in my opinion, it's going to fail predictive tests. You make a prediction from it, and if it's sufficiently accurate to actually be a reasonable test, it's not going to succeed. With evolution, we have put it to such predictive tests. Based on our knowledge of evolution, we knew that within a certain strata of rock, we should find an animal, the skeleton of an animal showing very specific traits. Before we actually knew such an animal existed, we made that prediction, and we found it.
Yeah, okay, so
It's
that is
called
the same thing.
Tiktaalik.
Yeah, no, hold up. That is the same thing. Because the Greek people called it Zeus, and you call it fucking strata layers or whatever. They had an explanation, and it did have predictive power. Yeah, just saying no doesn't fucking do anything in an argument. You might as well just stay on mute if your response is no. That's just retarded. Essentially, if you
Well, you're just straw manning.
No, it's not a straw man. It's just you saying no is not a response, not a rebuttal. It's just wasting everyone's time and interrupting.
Zeus
And it's interrupting me in the middle of my point, distracting from it, making it take longer when I was supposed to be in and out. No, just don't fucking interrupt.
Just don't straw man.
No, just don't interrupt.
Bullshit you straw man?
Yeah,
God forbid.
Why is Chief Squatting Dog able to interrupt? Why is Chief Squatting Dog Interrupting.
Why are you? Well, I don't know. Someone mute him instead of fucking continuing in it. Let me just make my point and get out while this fucking so I can give a fucking statement for once.
What I'm gonna do is give you the last word because I do need to jet. So you have the final word.
God damn it, dude! I don't want the final word. I want to tell you specifically. I'm trying to talk to you, Fel McKee. I'm not trying to talk to Chief Swatting Dog. So I'm trying to tell you that these Greek people had their gods, and their gods did have predictive ability. Their priests and priesthood could predict what would happen. They would say like, "Oh, it's gonna fucking blow up," and then the volcano would actually blow up, and people would be like, "Wow, it's volcan," and people would be like, "It's gonna storm, lightning's gonna strike because of Zeus," and the lightning struck, and the fucking thunderstorm came in. It did have predictive power. So I'm just trying to see how this ancient paganism is really that different from modern science. You say it's predictability, but they did predict things, bro. They weren't stupid. They could predict things in the past. They could recognize patterns and attribute it to not its cause, like you are doing today. But you think you're different.
Now, uninterrupted. Nobody interrupt him, please. Go on, bro.
Okay, then I'll take the last word before I jet because I do have to go. The difference is, first off, the predictions that would be made using, say, tea leaves or such are very well known to be highly generic. When I will agree that if somebody makes an extremely specific prediction based on their model of how something works, and that prediction comes to fruition, that would be evidence that they might have something. But my experience with predictions based on magic and rituals and religion and such are that they are either very, very broad to such an extent that just about anything could be true, could prove them, or they as often are false as true if they're sufficiently precise. The thing with science is that in the papers and journals that we have, the methods, the predictions, all of that stuff is written down for somebody to go and review, and they can actually make a determination based on what is written there. And there is criticism that will be given for a given paper if the predictions that are made and tested are not up to snuff.
Dude, if you really
I have
There's
a
no
question
difference.
for this guy.
There's no difference, man.
Can I ask him?
Yeah, go ahead. But that's not different.
Is there any current species that's kind of in a halfway point? Because you kind of, claim that something changes into something, but is there like what you would categorize a species that is currently going through a change that's somehow like half rat, half dog, but not exactly a rat dog or a chihuahua rat, but more of like some animal we see, like some squid octopus, or it could be anything. Do you have one example of an animal going through an evolutionary change that we could actually see the before and after of what it was, what it is now, and what it's potentially going to be?
Okay, so I'll answer that, and then I'm getting out of here because, like I said, I've got to go. All species are in the process of changing. That's kind of evolution in a nutshell. So.
No, but we're talking about different species. We have many species, right? A lot of categories of different animals, right? We categorize them. Just saying they all change. Do you have any proof of one changing from one to another without fossils, or even with the use of fossils? Go ahead. I'll give you that. Just show us some sort of change from one animal, one that changed in one of what it's gonna be.
So, like I said,
hold on, and not from mating with another species, but changing
have a
due to its
perfect one.
environment. Because This is the reason for change, right? Is adjusting to the environment.
We have a
It-
perfect
it's
one.
not
We have a
all.
perfect
Hold on.
example of that.
I'm gonna take off, but Chief Squatting Dog, if you want to say whatever it is you were gonna do, but also remind them about Tick to Lick because apparently they forgot. Y'all take care.
Cheers, Fel
Yeah.
Kami or
I'm
whatever.
glad you brought that up with those exact wordings because we can take a look at anoles that we put on islands that have hurricanes or super hurricanes, they'll call them. And over the course of like less than 100 years, they've almost tripled the size of their paw pads to match the species that are already there. I'm glad you brought that up.
I'm sorry. What animal
Did
is
they
that?
turn into that species?
Why would they turn into that species?
That's what evolution is doing.
No.
From species to species, not adaptation, not like, getting bigger ears or longer hair so they're warmer. None of that shit. That's not what we're talking about.
Then you're just not talking about evolution then.
That's what evolution is?
Yeah, why would one species turn into an
Rakia,
already existing
They
species?
claim that just because we're 99% similar to with the DNA of a chimp, that's why we evolved from a chimp, but we're still an evolved chimp. But taking that logic, we're also like 90% similar to what fucking like a sea creature. I think it's like some crustacean. We're like 99% DNA
Not 99.
similar.
No,
Have you
but
guys
like
heard that? That funny one?
Where's the human that's 80% or 60% or 50%? Evolution.
60% evolute. What are you even asking?
You would have. Oh my God.
Can you like word
You
your
would-
questions in a coherent way, maybe?
You just said that within 100 years, this animal grew a cat because of the hurricane, blah, blah, blah. Okay.
No, I
so
said they
it's
got
now.
much larger paw pads to match the species that are already there.
Right, because of the hurricanes, right?
Yeah. So pretty much just
Okay.
answered everything that was asked.
So
It
it's
fits perfectly well
now.
into your question that you posited earlier, whoever posited that question.
So now that animal that was 0% like that other animal, when it moved to that island, now it's 20% like it.
Yeah, well, again, we have things called converging evolution, where it's traits.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, hold on. Got a phone call.
Yeah, I did too. You there?
Yeah, hold on.
What was this animal called again? I'm sorry. What was the island called?
I'll have to look it up. Just look up. If I remember the keywords, just I think it was a type of anole that they put on these islands. Just look up
What is
anoles
that?
grow like
Bird?
what?
What is that? A bird?
No, it's a lizard. Like those little green
What
anoles
the
that you
fuck is
see.
an anole?
It's a type of lizard, like the ones at your house that turn green and brown.
Okay, cool.
He's probably talking about the ones who have like a little hump on their head, as opposed to the ones who don't. Is that correct?
Dude, all I know is that like they're like it's an anole, like those lizards that crawl over your house.
So is the top
So
of
it's
his head
still a
flat,
lizard, though,
or is there?
I don't remember.
So
I don't know the
two.
whole anatomy of
You
the
don't. Wait a minute.
lizards.
Wait just a
Two
minute. He
lizards
doesn't
made
know.
it. He
Wait a
doesn't
minute.
know.
I don't know
He
the
doesn't
exact like
know.
anatomy of an anole and what makes it different from a normal lizard. All I know is that they have the little paw
Pretty
pads which
sure
they
I was
measured, and they
speaking.
said, "Oh, hey, over the course of the 100 to 200 years that we put these things on this island, their paw pads are much larger than their
They're
kids."
both
Did they
lizards,
track
sir.
him? Hey
Yeah,
guys,
they're
can I
both
just
lizards.
real
I
quick?
agree, right?
Guys, real quick. I don't know
So
if you
there was
asked
no
the
evolutionary change.
guys real quick,
Sorry,
right?
North.
I don't know if he asked the lizard if the lizard did this because of the hurricane. I don't know if they tracked these lizards. I don't know if
They
they put
did.
I don't know if they put chips in them. I don't know any of these things. I don't know if the design of this lizard could mate with the other lizard that's on the island and have these same
Why
features,
would they have
right?
to?
which he's not going into detail about what the feature is. I'm asking
explain what the
him,
feature is, but you don't listen.
bro. I asked you if there a hump on the head or is it flat. You disregarded my
The
answer and
feature
commenced
that
to
was brought
screaming
up
and
was their
speaking.
paw pads, but that just
I
shows that
guess
you're
you're
not
just gonna
listening.
speak over me, bro.
Yeah.
Just like you were speaking over me earlier.
Yeah,
Maybe you're doing it
yeah,
again.
dude, don't straw
So,
man me. Pay attention to the words I say.
Why is this guy allowed to
I did
speak
pay
over? Is
attention to
there a
the words you
monitor?
said. You said you
Yeah,
didn't
there is.
know. You
Steve,
said
take
you
it easy, or
didn't
I'm
know.
gonna mute.
Should I play
Oh,
it
there
back?
it is. Somebody already did it. Go ahead.
Should I play it back where you said you didn't know? When you said you didn't know, when I asked, is there a hump on the lizard's head as opposed to a flat head like the lizards that run around most people's house? Some people don't always see these other lizards running around their house, but they're there too,
What
and they
is
have
the
these
hump
little
on the
humps.
what does
Well,
the
what did
hump
you
on the
say they?
head
What
have
did
to
you
do
say
with
they
the
grew?
paw pads? Paw pads, I'll say it for like the 9th time. Please listen. So I don't have to repeat myself. You don't straw man me. The paw pads. You know what the paw pads are? They're not
Tell
on
me
the
what
fucking forehead.
the paw pads? Is that what you're
Paw, like your
saying?
little paw, like a little puppy dog paws. The pads
Okay,
that are on their paws that let them like scale up surfaces.
and so they did this because of the hurricane, and you know this
Yeah.
how? And how do you know this? Is this a presumption again, just like when you're saying where the
Presumption?
Chihuahua was? Guy, is this a presumption like when
No.
you were saying the Chihuahua came from this place and it was recent, right? And we showed you that the Encyclopedia Britannica says they presume, they think that it comes from a mute dog, right? In Mexico. Okay? So I'm asking you, how do you know that the lizard's paw pads, if you want to call it a paw, it's a paw pad. How do you know the pads are there because of the hurricane? Did you ask the lizard?
You have to ask the lizard if it's there because no, you don't have to ask the lizard. You just take a look at the environment that they're in and you see their activities and you see how larger paw pads would benefit them in the activities that they're doing.
Or they just had
But,
sex.
yeah, there you go. Or they just grow from the time you put them there. So
I
these
have
these
literature
chip lizards were
that
100 to
age and
200
this is
years old. Bro, chip lizards 100 to 200 years old, bro. They went back and seen the same lizards they chipped
They didn't chip
100
them.
to 200 years ago. They chipped lizards, bro.
They didn't. When did I say they chipped them?
You said they kept track of these lizards, right? They chipped
Yeah.
them. I asked if
No,
they
I
were
never said
tracking
that
the
they chipped
lizard.
them. Please don't straw man me.
Well, please listen to my question. Maybe you weren't listening. I said that they tracked the lizards 100 years ago all the way up to now. And how did they track the individual lizards on the island when there were other lizards on the island? How
Why
did they
would
do
they need
that?
to track individual lizards? You just take a
To
species on
see
an
if,
island and you
to see
check
if
on them
the
100
pads
years later.
to see if the pads grow
Yeah,
at an
they had
exponential
measurements.
amount over a shorter period of time than they would normally grow. That's why you would do it.
Well, what
To
makes
put
you
them in a
think?
different
Hold on.
environment, you would see if those pads would grow faster than in another environment. That's why you would do it.
You have yeah. Well,
That's
that's
science.
so. What they did was they took a known species of lizard. They put them on an island where other species of lizards existed with certain known
Right?
traits that helped them survive those superstorms. And
Okay.
they kept the natives. Well, of course, there's always going to be the native species. I mean, sorry, the species that they put on the island. They just take a look at the ones that existed off the island and compare to the
And
ones
this.
that were put on the island. And lo and behold,
Oh.
look, they adapted, they evolved to match their environment.
Did they have
So
sex with
similar.
each other?
So.
Did they mate with each other, sir?
Did they mate
Exactly.
with each other? Yeah, I'm sure the
Mate,
lizards fucked each other.
have sex, fuck.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the lizards fucked each other.
So they traded traits between lizards?
No, converging evolution occurred.
Oh my god,
So
bro!
they had sex, convergent evolution occurred, or they traded traits between lizards?
What are you saying?
Lizard to lizard.
This guy
Small
just wants to hear
changes.
himself talk, man.
Well, I'm just
Yeah,
trying to be able to understand what the fuck you're talking about. It's
I'm
very
talking
incoherent.
about taking a lizard, putting him on an island with other lizards. They have sex, and certain traits get transformed into the other lizards. It's
I'm
amazing.
pretty sure that's what I described. They put a bunch of lizards on an
Yep.
island.
Sure
And-
did. They still had lizards, didn't they?
Yeah, they still
Rakia,
had lizards
he-
on the island.
Yep, still
Oh.
had lizards.
You're not this
So what
ignorant,
are you-
bro. Rakia,
No,
he's
I'm
not
just
this
trying to
ignorant, bro.
understand what the fuck he's
playing
trying
a
to
game,
ask.
bro.
I'm truly
No,
trying to understand what he's trying to ask. It's
You know,
very
if I go
incoherent.
have sex with a Mexican, it's going to come out different than when I had sex with my American wife. The children are going to look different. You know, sex. You know, between human and human. You know,
I think
between
this is where the
lizard
disconnect is
and lizard.
happening.
Yeah, lizard and lizard.
You think that I'm trying to say that the lizards fuck the native species, which is where I'm saying that they're just fucking the other lizards of the same species.
They're the same species. They're lizards, sir.
You're fucking retarded, dude. Honest to God.
I'm retarded. You're saying those
Yes.
two lizards didn't have sex? Can you
Yeah,
prove
dude. A
that?
Komodo dragon is the same species as a fucking anole, right?
You hear what I said, Chief?
What?
No name calling, please.
Well, tell him not to straw man me.
You stop interrupting people, man, and stop.
You
just
called him
stop.
Chief. Don't call him Chief, Dusty.
Yeah,
Oh, wait.
I
Dusty.
sit back as they straw man me, right?
You quit picking on my ancestors, Chief.
Yeah, unfortunately, they're my ancestors too, dude.
Unfortunately, why would you say
Yeah.
that? Are
Why
you
would
a
I
fool?
say that?
Yeah, why would you say that?
Well, that'll be a conversation for another day.
Would it?
Stop speaking.
Yeah.
You need to stop
If
speaking, bro.
two human Indians have sex with another human Indian, what's going to come out at birth?
Well, that depends, dude.
It does?
Hey, I think
You think a Komodo dragon's going to come out or an Indian?
Well, let's posit this question that's actually similar to the one that I brought
No,
up.
let's really
Where if
just
you
answer
take,
mine.
Like, if you
No,
take
just
like
answer
two
mine
Indians
first.
and you stick them on an island and you check back in like many generations later and that you see that there's differences from the population you took them from.
Yeah,
what would
we've
you
done
posit
that.
to be?
Well, we've done that.
He's
We've
talking about
taken
differences
yeah,
in the
we've
same
done that. We've
species.
taken Indians. We've taken
Yeah.
Indians
Hey,
in
but-
America and made them with Canadians and Britons and French. And guess what we got? Humans.
No, I think, hey, Rakia, what we should be asking this guy is instead of species, there's other categories. There's species, genus,
classes.
family, order, class, phylum, kingdom, and domain. So we would be looking for different animals, so that would be a different order. Like versus carnivore versus like an omnivore. Right?
What?
I'm saying when we're talking about change in species, right? There's still a lizard. So you just get, different traits, like you said, bigger paw pad. But we want to see a different animal.
I would posit that having a bigger paw pads is a different animal.
No, it's just a change in their species.
This is a
That's
troll
it.
now. This has become
Changing
a
their
troll.
species, what does that make it, dude?
He would propose that changing their top hat is changing species. From a lizard with a top hat to a lizard with a non-top hat is a change of species. That's what he just said.
No,
it's
it's
just
still
showing.
the
It's
same
just showing
species,
change over
dude.
time of a creature due to
Yes, yeah, changes
environmental
like
pressures.
making an Indian with an American. Yeah, you have changes. Still human.
Still human.
Still
Like
human.
Like a canine is
Still-
the same thing as a wolf, right? But we consider them two different species. Even
They're
though one
both
came from the other?
dogs. Yeah,
No,
you've
they're
named them
not.
two different. Yeah, they are from the dog
Wolf is
family.
not a dog.
That's what the scientists have named them to try and prove evolution. I'm not saying it's true or not. I'm just saying that's what they've done. Wolves are wolves to me.
So
but
a
your
wolf's a wolf, but
scientists
not a
have
dog,
done that.
right?
So you can come here and tell us that wolves are dogs.
Wolves are not classified as dogs.
No shit.
So what are we arguing about?
I'm arguing that humans are classified as humans because they're humans. Lizards are classified as lizards because they're lizards.
Cool. So we show
What
a
are
change.
you
so the
talking
question,
about?
So the
The
question
changes
was,
in a
show me a
human's hair
species
color.
Hey, but
that was
tell you what,
put
Changes.
the
somewhere
difference
else,
between a
and it
lizard,
showed
the
changes
difference
that
between a
matched the
lizard,
other species that
dude,
were
I'm
there.
talking,
And
bro.
I'm talking. So
Yeah,
let me
but I
take a
was
look at
talking
the.
first.
I'm pretty sure I was talking
Yeah, and
first.
you're not addressing what Rakia said. So the
I'm not even
difference
able to
between a
understand what the
lizard
fuck
and
he's
a
asking.
human, no, you're not, dude. It's a difference in, I would say, a difference in class. So that's a fifth or five orders, not even orders, five categories up from species, genus, family, order, class.
Talking about
Because their
geckos
class
and
is
lizards.
different, because a human is a mammal and a lizard is a reptile. That's where they change.
Sure.
Well, he's speaking about like the pads, right? So geckos and these anoles he's speaking of have the pads. Do all lizards have pads?
No. No, maybe. I don't
Okay,
know.
okay,
I don't know about all lizards.
okay. So here's the thing. All right, we have lizards, we have geckos, we have anoles, we have all types of these animals, right? And they all have, they all may have different features. Some may stand out more than others. Just like a person, just like a bird, just like a dog. It doesn't matter. Some features will stand out more than others. I don't think you have went into all the detail and why you're saying this, but just so folks are aware.
The question
Just,
was
you know,
simply,
oh boy.
show me where they took one species, put it somewhere else, and it changed its traits to match the native species. And I
What,
gave a
over
perfect
100 to
example of
200
that.
years? Over
Yeah.
100 to 200 years, like you
Yeah.
gave? You
Yeah.
gave an example for, I don't know if it was 100 or is it 200? Which is it?
I'm pretty sure. Let me take a look. I'm pretty sure it may have been 200. Let me take a look.
Yeah,
Let me
you
see.
might. Yeah, you might want to
Well,
take a look
dude,
before you
hold
start
on.
making
To be
claims
fair,
about
your
things.
example doesn't even qualify, because I asked for a different animal, and you just gave us a change in the same species. So it
Bro,
didn't
he has
even
a
change
problem.
a category of animal.
No.
It would have
You.
to
Bro,
change. It would have to make a actual kingdom change. That's
bro,
animalia.
200 years, bro. Someone put some lizards on an island. 200 years, right?
Due north, we're
I
not even
want to see.
arguing
I
that.
want to
We want to
see.
see a
Give me some
different animal.
citations for this stuff, man. Give me some citations for this stuff. Where's it at?
Let me take a look.
Dude, why are you arguing about his point? His point isn't even valid. It's just a
That's
change in
why I'm
species,
sticking
dude.
on that. That's why I'm sticking on that, because it's not valid at all.
Yeah, well, he
The
needs
whole
another
concept is
example. We
based
want to
on.
see a different animal. I don't care if
Why
they
do we
got,
want to speak about
bigger
different
schlong.
things with the man who is being dishonest about the first thing he says? Why do we want
You're
to?
studying.
Why do we want to encourage him to speak about more things when the thing he says in the first place is not valid? He doesn't know. He thinks. He presumes. Just like we read earlier from the Encyclopedia Britannica, they think. They presume. I think so. Could be. Maybe. I don't know. Bro,
Well, if
just
it's
stick on
not
where they're
valid, he's going
wrong,
to need
and then
another
just.
explanation or another example, because this one ain't valid.
Well, it's so invalid. I say stick on it until he just stops speaking, because I think he just wants to hear himself speak. I think this is all this is. I think it's a troll. I think Rakia is right, man. I'm done. Go ahead, man.
Did
The
we make
other
him
guy
run
left
away?
him. The other guy left him with this topic that he knows nothing about.
There we go.
Oh, you found it?
Yep.
Is it still a lizard?
Oh yeah, still a lizard.
Wow, how off topic can you get? How many
So we're
billions of
asking
years
you
will
for
it
a
become
different
a?
animal, dude.
Well,
Yeah, how many billions of years does it take for that lizard getting the top hat by mating with other lizards or having hurricanes on an island they put it on? Will it become a non-lizard?
well, we just showed over the course of Oh, this one says 70 years. Look at that. So over the course of 70 years, there's already rapid differences between the
I can
paws.
show you 10 months, bruh.
Mm-hmm.
I can mate with a Chinese lady and show you the difference in between my kids with an American woman in 10 months. Just bring the Chinese woman here. You know, the human.
Mm-hmm. So if
Right.
you get two white people together and you like
the
have them
small
breed for
changes
like,
in the children, in
so
the
if you get like
offspring
two,
of those humans,
so if you get
which
like
will
two
be,
hillbilly
which
rednecks
the
and like,
offspring will be a human, by the way.
so if you get like two hillbilly rednecks and you put them on an island for like 200 years, well, actually,
Yeah, they're
so
gonna
it's
fish.
equivalent to like the lizards that mate every year and like have a
They're
new
gonna fish and
generation
hunt.
every year. So
They're
what would be
gonna
the
fish and
equivalent?
hunt.
What would be the
Yeah.
equivalent for like hillbilly rednecks? Like what, 15
Yeah.
years it
Since
take
I
for them to
personally know,
like
I can
be born
answer
and then
this.
reproduce?
Yeah,
So
I
let's
can
do
personally
15
answer
times
this.
70. That would
All
be
right, well,
what?
can you guys go one at a time?
Well, I'm trying
Yeah,
to.
when he
Let's do
calls me a
15
hillbilly
times
redneck.
70. That'd be
Yeah,
1,000 years.
Is
you gonna
that what
let me
he's
answer?
Is that what he's doing?
Yeah, that's what he's doing, but that's okay because when these hillbilly
No.
rednecks like me go to this island and reproduce, guess what?
Mm-hmm.
Those hillbilly rednecks that were humans before you put them on the island are going to reproduce. Oh, wait for it, humans.
So let's take
Yeah, I
70
mean, dude,
generations.
if this chief guy came in throwing, is that what he did? He's coming in throwing insults. I just got back here, so I just want to see.
He's just being himself, man. No problem. We can handle him. This is
So-
really low level, like
Let's take
embarrassing almost.
No, I know, but
take
he's one of these guys that comes in insulting everyone, and then he creates complete dumpster fires. If it's not modded, so
It's been modded pretty well.
Can he
He's just
bless
overtalked
you?
a little bit. No big deal.
all right.
Do you
I just
disagree with
wanted to
that?
prove-
Wait,
I just wanted to
let's get his
establish
answer.
that his point wasn't valid, Rakia. And I mean,
Well, that's what I'm going to
he
ask
can give
him.
us another example of an animal changing an actual kingdom change.
Why would I need to show that?
Well, that would show evolution.
That would show evolution?
Well, that would prove it. Well, we're talking about different animals, right?
Or I could just show
Changing?
one order change.
Then it'd just be a change in species and a species change. And big
What
deal.
would that be? What would that be?
It's still the same species.
If it's
No
a
big
species
deal.
change, then it's a change in species. Therefore, that fits perfectly along with what evolution says. The species is changing to another thing.
You think
No, it's
hair
not.
color is
Just
evolution?
Hold on. Let me handle this. Rakia just proved he could have a baby with a Chinese lady and totally change the characteristics of that baby versus with a white or black lady.
Sure, but was that what was posited about the lizard? Or is that just a straw man? No.
No.
What we
It's
do
a
with the
change.
lizards is essentially the same as taking two white people and somehow later down the line after multiple generations getting like, well, I don't know, like
Different hair
Tyrell
color or feet
Williams.
size or heights?
Yeah, or getting like
different heights.
LeBron
Yeah,
James
that
or
happens,
something.
buddy. Yeah,
And
that
we take, like-
happens. Guess what? Yeah, guess what? They're all humans. Right? You
They're all
know,
humans?
after 10 generations of the American woman having sex with the American man, and they have children that come out differently and grandchildren that have different hair, different heights, different feet size, different hand sizes, different shapes, different bone structure. Guess what? They're all humans. Do you disagree?
So taking a bunch of white people, suddenly we
Do
get
you
Mexicans.
disagree?
So somehow we get white people, and then we
I'm
turn them into
asking you
Mexicans.
if you disagree. Are they
I don't
still
understand
human?
your question, so I'm just going to ask
Are
you
they
again.
human?
Are they
There's two different ways it's postulated that you can have change: genetic change and environmental change. And their position is with evolution, there's going to be an environmental change, and eventually will reveal itself in genetic change, because that change in species, like the bigger paw pad,
Yeah.
is going to be copied in the genetics, and then they'll pass it down from there.
Doesn't matter.
Do we have any evidence of that?
Yeah, I just posted it with the paw pads. You just said it
my
yourself.
God. Yeah,
It's
they're still
passed on to
lizards.
all
Are
the
both of
offspring.
those? Are both
Still
of those
Yeah,
lizards, though.
dude, they can
We're
change
looking for a different
dramatically,
animal.
and they can still be considered fucking lizards.
No, we're looking for a totally different animal. We're looking for a dog to turn into a butterfly.
Why
Do
would
you have
need
that?
All I got to do is show a
Well,
change. And
according
then
to
one
what I'm
change can
looking
lead
at,
to a bigger change, and then that change can lead to a different change, and then lo and behold, you turn your dog into a
You
giraffe.
still have a lizard. No, not lo and behold, not presto, not magically.
Mm-hmm.
No, if I mate
So
with an Eskimo,
if
my
I start
offspring is going to have thicker skin and probably dark hair and withstand the cold more.
if I start off with a lizard
Doesn't
and I
make them
stick it on an island with a
non-human,
bunch of
sir.
hurricanes, and then they get bigger paw pads, and then I stick it in an environment that has like a lot of radiation, and so it gets darker, much like the frogs that we put in Chernobyl, or the frogs that were in Chernobyl, and then we take that creature and then we put it in another environment, and then it adapts to that, so it just keeps on changing, and then it's not recognizable from its beginning.
But it's still a dog or a cat or a lizard or whatever you're proposing that you're moving around and changing its environment and making it grow longer hair or thicker skin. That thicker skin human that lives in Alaska is called an Eskimo. Still a human, bro.
Sure.
Yeah,
If we keep
sure.
on putting
No
humans
matter
in
how,
like more and more extreme,
no,
more
that's just your
isolated
theory.
areas.
That's just your theory now. You're just putting in the magic part. I'm talking about reality.
Yeah, so
Did they bring the
look
lizards
at
back?
what's
Did
up?
they bring the
Nothing?
lizards back to see if they shrank? Did they bring the lizards back to see if these pads shrank?
No.
Oh, that's sad.
Yeah.
That's sad, isn't it?
Yeah.
Put them
Still
back
shows a
in the
change.
environment they were originally. Put them back in the environment they were originally in, and see what happens then. Maybe it's just the environment.
Bring the other lizard into the other lizard's environment and see if they lose their top hat.
Yeah, there you go.
Would they still
Let's
be a
cover all
lizard?
angles.
Still be a lizard though,
Yeah,
right?
it'd be a type of lizard.
Oh wow,
Yeah.
type of lizard into
Yeah.
another type of lizard, into another type of lizard.
Yeah.
Lizard, 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 lizard.
Yeah. Lizard.
Still lizard.
Maybe snake one day.
So maybe if we just presto, right, use some magic sauce, maybe they would become a snake one day. Maybe even a giraffe if we really, really get down to the nitty billions of years that we just postulate and theorize. Then we can teach the kids this and make them really think whatever we want to think. Once we got them thinking that, we can have them go on Discord and interrupt everyone and try and prove that a lizard mating with another lizard or moving different environments would change color or top hat size or whatever. I know lizards that crawl on a green piece of siding turn green, crawl on a brown piece of wood and they turn brown.
Yeah, those are the
Doesn't make them a
anoles.
non-lizard. Makes them a lizard.
Yeah,
lizard.
It makes them a Texas anole.
Yeah, lizard.
Yeah.
Congratulations,
So
you got
can
yourself
change a
another
Texas
lizard.
anole into a different type of lizard.
Yeah, you haven't done it. You can only think about that.
Yeah.
I need billions of years to do that, though, right?
No.
No.
Probably just a few thousand.
Can I take a dog and go?
Probably just a few thousand. You have no idea.
Yeah,
That's
I
what
do.
science says. Evolution
Well,
is
given that
okay.
we showed one major change between the two just over 70 years, and I was wrong on the 100. It was only 70 years that we showed this change. So that's like
talking
even
about-
more of an uh-oh.
It's a good troll, man. You did good.
But I guess like the
You
memes are
actually
right?
didn't.
You really think that about like, oh, we can turn a lizard into a butterfly. Like we need to show that rather than just showing from one species to another.
Yeah, you
in a
can't
short
show
term.
us, and we can't see it. We can't see it. We'll never see it. It's not possible to see in our lifetime. So that's how we know it's true, right? I'm gonna say to you, man, you didn't do good at all.
I mean,
If
I
you're
don't really
trying to
care to
make
convince
yourself
you.
look good, or yeah,
It's impossible
I
to
mean,
convince somebody with like preconceived notions.
it's impossible to having a conversation with someone who presumes everything that's coming out of their mouth, and that would be you.
Well, I
You're
do
very
presume
presumptuous.
what is coming out of my mouth
Very,
is what's coming
very,
out of my
very
mouth.
presumptuous.
let him
Very,
have the
very presumptuous.
opportunity to give us another example.
Oh boy.
Yeah, we could just take a
Another
look
one.
at redundant traits of species and wonder how those came about. Maybe it was
Did you see
Oh
that?
my god.
Yeah.
No, please
Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
Someone
Maybe
else.
our creator
Someone
was
else.
just drunk or high or something.
Oh, see, now we
Yeah,
got
he's
the
gonna
insult.
pass the creator. We don't know where he's going now. Is this where you have to
When
go?
you don't want to, bro, when you don't want to speak to him, it's only going to be provocation. It's only going to be mockery. Just don't encourage him, man. Don't ask him anything else. He's already shown that he's presuming things that he's not aware of. He doesn't know.
Who's presuming
He's
anything?
not being
I gave you
intellectually honest, man.
I
He's not a
gave you the
very
example of a
intelligent person.
lizard, which
He's not
answered
very
everything
intelligent.
that the
You
question
can
was
tell
posed
because he's
about.
speaking while I'm speaking, right? You can tell how he's not intelligent, right? I hope so.
Do you hear
Please,
yourself?
please just stop talking to the gentleman.
Do you hear
Or
yourself?
not a gentleman.
I answer
I
your
can hear
question.
myself. Yeah, I can
In
hear
fact, the
myself, and I
question
can
that
hear
was
you also.
posed
Yeah.
answered every part of the question, which the original question, for those I don't remember, was show me an example of a species being put into another environment and having and showing like the traits of the species that is there. And I gave you the example about the anoles.
No one asked you that.
Yeah, they did.
No one asked you
You know
that.
what?
Your
Damn sure they
buddy
did.
said something about the
did.
anoles.
No.
No one asked that.
Yes, they did.
No, I did, but I was actually wrong about the question because there could be species changes, but what I wanted was a different animal. Show us proof of evolution with the change of a different animal and not just a change in species, because his example did show a change in species, but they're still lizards. And I wanted to see from a lizard to a butterfly.
A lizard to a
Or
butterfly. You're asking far too much, dude.
Yeah, I agree.
oh,
You're asking far too much.
now it's not possible, right?
At that point, probably not. It'd be very difficult.
I agree with you. Not possible.
We can just show going from species to species, though, but that's okay.
No one denies that, man. Dogs turn into different dogs. Yeah, they're always dogs, and then there's dogs. If you made them with another dog, guess what? You're going to have a dog. I don't think anyone's ever denied that. Ever. You know, lizards to lizards, dogs to dogs, humans to humans. We've even given more evidence of that than you have.
Humans to humans, all you brought up was like Chinese lady, but we're looking at like traits that were not there
Dogs
before.
to dogs, humans to humans, traits that are not there. What are you talking about? You think my kids' eyes won't start slanting if they keep having
if the wife's eyes
sex
were already
with
slanted,
Asian people?
if
No,
the
I'm
eyes were already
saying
slanted.
no. That's not what I said. You take an American man and put him in a cold environment. You don't think he's going to grow more hair? His body's going to adapt?
No.
He's going to overcome the cold?
No.
Shit. You don't believe in adaptation? I do.
Adaptation? Well, no, like an individual like suddenly growing hair where he previously didn't. No,
I didn't say suddenly growing hair. I said adaptation.
You said put him into a cold environment, he'll start growing hair. That's
Yeah,
literally what
when
you
you
just
put
said.
men into a cold environment and then they have kids in that environment, you don't think they're going to adapt?
They're gonna adapt.
Can you not follow? Are they going to become non-human at some point? Maybe a billion years from now after having sex with other humans in that environment? Or you think they're just going to adapt to the environment?
Well, first of all, they need the traits to begin with, or have a mutation. So unless like everybody was already rocking like chest hair, your offspring going to be pretty screwed for a while unless they get lucky.
That's not true.
Yeah,
That's not true.
that is true.
You know that's not. No, that's not true.
Yeah, that is 100%
That's how hair
true.
color. No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
You think a man and a woman with black hair are going to have kids with black hair?
If all they got is black hair genes in them, yeah.
Then that's what I just said, right?
No.
They can have different genes. They can pass on generation to generation or skip a generation or whatever.
Hold on, genes don't skip generations.
Oh my goodness. When does a human become a non-human? How many generations does that take again? Just spout out a number because you can't prove it anyway. It doesn't matter what number you spout out. You can't prove it. Very simple point. You can speculate, you can theorize, and man, are we good at that. Humans are great at that because we were created to be so, right?
No.
But you're also given discernment to say, damn, that's a stretch.
I don't think we were like created like by anything.
Yeah, I know you don't. You think we were just, I don't know. I mean, where do you think all this information came from?
Where do I think all this information came from?
Yeah.
I don't know. From the minds of men?
Before men, sir.
Do what?
Rocks? You think it came from rocks?
Information? Probably
Yeah,
came
you
from
know,
like
before men, you know, maybe think a billion years ago.
a billion years ago. They were like fish and shit.
Fish and shit? How can you prove that?
Fish and shit. We can just take a look at fossil records, dog.
What about dog? Hey, what about dog 2 million years ago? 2 billion. How
2
about
billion?
30 trillion years ago? How about that? Is that a better
No, there
number
probably
for you?
wasn't anything 30 trillion years ago.
Okay, then where did all of it come from 30 trillion years ago?
Where did all of it come from? Probably always here in some
Are
way.
you deaf? It
Yeah,
was
well, I'm just
always
trying to
here
make sure
where?
because you ask like really badly worded questions. I'm just trying
Right,
to make sure we're on the
exactly.
same page.
I'm sure you are. Maybe repeat every question I have just to make sure. So 30
Yeah.
trillion years ago, where did all the information come? What did you say?
Dude, maybe it was just always here.
The information was always here?
Yeah.
Your genes were always here? I thought we evolved.
Information? Well, what is information, dude? Because
You
one might
tell
say that
me.
like, well, one might posit like with the use of like quantum physics that information is like the existence of things, right? Like matter or mass or like heat or weight, energy.
How
When
was
they
that
talk about-
created?
how was that created? Maybe it was just
Yeah.
always here.
So you think all of it was always here, never created?
Yeah.
Well, maybe why weren't humans always here, not
Do what?
created? What would be the difference between a human not being created and just always being here?
Well, we don't really have any fossil records of like super old humans like a million years ago. So obviously we weren't always here. I mean, I
So
don't
you're
think
not
we
really,
ever- I don't
but you're
think we
not
ever
really
find,
sure about
like-
the.
I don't think we ever find like starfish above human corpses. It's usually the other way around.
So we evolved from starfish, basically.
From something, dude.
Something, dude.
Yeah, something with like 4 legs and like 5 digits. Some common ancestor. That's why whales have fingers.
Why would that
no
have to
purpose
be?
for 'em.
Why would that have to be?
Why would that happen?
Yeah, in
The
evolution.
whales
Why
having
would that
fingers?
just? Yeah, 4 legs, 5 digits. You know, dude.
Maybe it was just
You know,
beneficial
above
for the species at the
above
time to have that.
starfish. Yeah, because we're above starfish, like in the record of the soil, I guess is what you're saying. That we came after starfish. So whatever evolved from a starfish eventually evolved into a human. That's what you're trying to say, right? I mean, be bold, man. Be proud. No?
I'm
So
not saying
maybe
that
humans
came
were
from
here before starfish. Well, if starfish were here before humans.
Yeah, starfish were clearly here before humans.
Were apes?
Were apes? Yeah, apes were obviously here before humans.
What was right after starfish or with the starfish? Were apes with the starfish? You find any apes below starfish?
Jellyfish?
Jellyfish were above or below starfish or on the same level?
I gotta double check. They might be around the same area. Coming around the
All
same
right, what's
time.
above it? What's right above it? Let's say a million years above starfish. What's there?
A
I
million?
don't think you know.
Let's do like 100 million.
Do whatever you want, man.
Boneless fish.
Boneless fish, and then what did you get?
A boned or like boned fish.
So now bonefish,
Yeah,
fish with bones,
That's where
starfish,
the
the
relicanth
fish with
comes
bones,
from.
right? And then what?
And then we get whatchamacallit? We get similar or creatures similar to like the the mud skipper. Much later down
All
the
right.
line.
Awesome. Maybe even millions of years from the bonefish. We're getting there. And then what? You see where I'm going, right? So then you
No.
got to get, no matter how many years, you have to get to a human. So if you go from starfish to bonefish to whatever else you want to say is above the
Amphibians
starfish,
probably
and then
came
came
next.
out of the water, and amphibians, and then monkeys, and then humans. So
Yeah,
everything had to come from the
and then
starfish from that point.
reptiles.
Yeah.
And we take a
So
look
then
at
you can
how
go
dinosaurs had like feathers, which are just really adjusted scales. And we take a look at animals that have just feathers, and then animals that have hair and feathers, and then animals that just have hair, and then boom.
And then presto, magically, we have humans.
So where do you
And
fit
what's
in?
next? What's next? Do I grow? I don't have much hair. Do I grow feathers next or scales?
Probably neither.
So you think from skin I go to where? What's after skin?
What's after
Wouldn't the
skin?
world
Well,
have to be evolving too, along with it, in order for you to need ears to hear things and noses to smell things? I mean, think about it.
Nah.
no.
Evolution is
be
just
all the
living
same.
things. Well, you got to use presto somewhere in there. Don't forget about that.
Well, I would
word.
argue that evolution is baloney, but that's just my opinion.
Well, I mean, unless you're able to posit to me why whales have finger bones, I mean, like, that's just another story.
What does that have to do with anything?
I think it's
Because
just
you
perfect
postulate
sense of humor,
that proves that we came from whales now?
No.
But they have 5 fingers, man.
It just postulates that whales came from something not in the ocean.
What?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No, wait a minute. I thought you said everything started out as a single cell and it was water. That didn't make any sense.
No. Goes from water back on land, then goes back in the water.
Oh, I see. It just whenever it decides it wants to get wet again, it just jumps on in.
Mm-hmm.
It evolved from not having lungs to breathe in water to having fingers on shore to going back into water and still having fingers but developing lungs.
It still doesn't explain how you evolved, and still doesn't explain how you evolved the stuff that you needed before you needed it.
How did the first whale that was on land get into the water and develop lungs that didn't? I mean, how do you breathe water for the first time and not die?
How do you breathe
That's a
water
special
for the
whale.
first time?
Maybe the 5 fingers helped him. Maybe he
Well,
snapped his
technically,
fingers.
we all breathe
whales
water.
don't breathe water.
Dude.
Oh, that's right. Shit, they just live in water.
Yeah.
They can just hold their breath
Water
a long
above,
time.
water below.
Yeah.
Come on, think about it.
Did they hold their breath on land?
Can they hold their breath on land? It's a little hard for them, dude.
Could they throw a why? They evolved. Could they throw a football with their fingers?
No. They're actually quite
But
useless.
that means that their gills would have had to de-evolve at the same time. So why are there things that still have gills? That doesn't make sense either.
Because different animals have different environmental factors, environmental pressures. Much like, you wouldn't teach 2 kids the same way, you wouldn't expect 2 species to like evolve the same way if they're not the same.
Keep talking, man. I don't think you're Indian either.
Unfortunately, I am.
What part?
So you're saying that somehow 2 separate
gonna say
single
I'm
cell
from the-
organisms evolved into the same kind of creature and then had sex and then turned into something else? Are you kidding? That's funny.
Yeah, we even have examples of things that can reproduce asexually and sexually.
Yeah, maybe in a worm.
No, we have plenty of examples of different species that can do that. We even have species that reproduce solely off of parthenogenesis. They don't even need like a male anymore. They just have virgin births. Interesting.
Wow, you believe in the virgin birth? Amazing.
For lizards, yeah.
Oh, for lizards, not
Oh
for
wait,
humans.
if you're both sexes, if you're asexual, then how does that work? Then you could get yourself pregnant, couldn't you?
Oh, that's not what's being posited about them, dude. So, like parthenogenesis, we even have examples of women that give birth, like virgin births, but only to females. That's the only time like parthenogenesis like shows itself. We don't have any example of a male being born from virgin birth. Odd.
Interesting.
Yeah, very interesting.
Are you proposing that Jesus is a woman?
No, I ponder the non-existence of Jesus.
Why? He was born of a virgin. You just agreed that there can be virgin births, but only women.
I don't believe that he was born from a virgin birth.
Believe? Oh man, don't just trust your beliefs.
Yeah. In fact, there's like biblical holes that show that like quite the contrary.
You can have a male child without having intercourse, right?
Yeah, if you have like artificial insemination, maybe.
Well, there you go, bro. There you go. So to say you never have a male child,
Yeah,
that's
so
just
in the case of parthenogenesis,
just
please listen to the words I
ridiculous,
say
man.
rather than spouting your mouth.
I'm not
There's
trying to
reasons to the
listen to
words I
every word
say.
you say, man.
I
I'm
know,
really not trying to listen
that's
to every
why
word
like I
you
don't
say.
like really
I
communicate with
know,
you.
I know. Well, stop, right? While I'm speaking, at least stop trying to communicate with me and speak over me, right?
And don't straw man.
Well, don't
Yes.
just build a case like it's always the case, right?
But
And
when
then
I say
and then speak
parthenogenesis,
upon that and say, "Oh boy."
when I bring up
No.
parthenogenesis and you bring up an example that is not in fact parthenogenesis, like the fuck are you on about? Why would I even sit
Like,
here and let you finish?
like I don't know, man. Like I think could be, maybe. We can never see it happen, but we know it happens. No male
Parthenogenesis?
child, no
We
male
have
child from a virgin birth. That's what I heard. That's all I needed to hear to know
I
how
know you
stupid it
listen to like
was.
every third word. Like, I think that's all you can really handle, but I'll say it again, right? When we take a look at parthenogenesis, which we have plenty of species
I
that
can't
engage in
stand
it.
your voice, bro. It's just, I just can't stand it, man. I
Oh
really
well.
can't stand your voice. I'm sorry. Maybe it's doing something to me. I really don't know. Maybe it's
It's getting
just
you all
because you're
aroused and you can't
disingenuous.
concentrate because of it.
And maybe
Don't
it's
worry.
because you're just very disingenuous and you speak over people all the time.
I don't
You
strawman
know,
people, dude.
and
What
you
the fuck
just
are you
want to hear
smoking?
and you just want to hear yourself speak, and you just want to waste time for other people and kind of mock people.
I think the only one
And
wasting time
you
is the
just
one that's
want to carry the
strawmanning points.
conversation on to the wee hours of the night, right? How long have you been speaking?
Not too long.
Not too long?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Enjoy, everyone. I think comedy hour is about over, isn't it?
No, actually it goes on for another like 2 hours.
Oh
Then I
man.
get
Well, I'm
bored
out
and
of
then
I'm
I
out of here.
go.
Yeah, I'm out
And
of
then
here,
I'll come
man.
back to listen to whatever the fuck y'all are talking about.
Yeah, I'm out of here. If you're going to be in here speaking for, much longer, I'm out, man. I really can't take it. You're very annoying.
That's fine. Anyways. Yeah, parthenogenesis.
You do seem to like agitate a little bit.
I'm not
Just
agitated,
realize.
dude.
No,
I just don't
from the
tolerate
outside
people
looking at.
strawmanning me.
Yeah, but you talk over a lot. Like you do try and agitate.
Yeah, I'm energetic, and I don't like it when people strawman me, and they pretend like they're not strawmanning, even though they perfectly say right there that they didn't really listen to what I was saying.
Well, you admit that you admitted that you interrupt, and that's not allowed
Yeah.
here. So maybe work
God
on that.
forbid. My bad, dude.
Yeah, no problem, dude. So it's not energy. It's not. It's just you did it on purpose, right? That you admitted to it. So you're agitating on purpose is my point, and I'm just asking you not to do that.
Okay, so let's talk about parthenogenesis and whales having like fingers. Really shows intelligent design, like the little thumbs on dogs, whose only real purpose is to get like caught on shit and then like break and cause infections.
Go
Really
ahead.
intelligent design.
So you don't think you don't think dogs are intelligently designed?
No.
You think they're from some type of single cell into what did you say, starfish? Well, things before the starfish, but we didn't talk about those. Like, whatever. Into bonefish, into unintelligible dogs with paws and fingers that get caught on things and get infected. That adds up, right? As not intelligent.
Yeah, clearly so.
Yeah. So this is the simple everybody's heard, but just in case there's young guys and girls in the audience that want to hear, you're walking through a forest and notice a car key on the ground. Is that intelligently designed?
The car key? Yeah, somebody intelligent made a key.
Who made the ground?
Who made the ground? Probably no one.
Probably.
Yeah.
Wait, the ground is more complex, more diverse, has more things involved, right, than the car key. Would you agree with that?
Define complex.
Define non-complex, like car key, right?
Well, car keys are
Ground.
pretty complex. It's usually like
Right,
a
but
unit.
I
Like
didn't
a,
say it wasn't. I said the ground is more complex. Do you agree with that or not agree?
well, that depends on how we're like categorizing complex.
You define it however you want and then tell the audience how the ground is not as complex as the key.
Like, well, as far as refinement, it's just fucking dirt, dude. It's just ground up rocks and minerals.
Yeah, but you could broad stroke the key, right? You're kind of broad stroking the ground. But you're thinking of the ground as just the dirt, aren't you?
Yeah.
Why?
Why? That's typically
Yeah,
what I think
why?
of when I think of the ground. I don't really. Well, I do kind of ponder the little microorganisms that are there.
Wow, what else?
I already said like the whatchamacallit, the minerals and the rocks that are in there.
Yeah, but you'd have to agree that that's just a broad. There's just so many things you probably can't even list. I know I can't list them. So we're now agreeing that the ground that the key you found on is more complex, but less intelligently designed. Yeah, less intelligently designed than the key. Like you were quick to say the key, oh, intelligently designed.
Yeah.
You would probably even say by a machine that was designed by a man, right?
Yeah.
So a man took something more complex
No, usually
and
less
turned
complex.
no, it's more the stuff the key is actually made out of, and the complexity of how they made it is even more
Raw
complex than just
materials?
the key, finding the key.
Raw materials isn't very complex.
What?
Like a brain dead monkey can mix up like a pile of sand and dirt.
Yeah, but you, Indian, can make a key, but you can't make the elements that the key comes from, right? You can't
Maybe they were
create
never
them.
made.
What? Something created wasn't created? The key is created, right? But what the key is made out of wasn't created?
Yeah. Maybe it's just
That's a
always
stretch,
here, dude.
bro. That's a tough sell.
Well, hold on. Let's keep.
You
Let's
gotta
keep
admit.
okay, so let's put this to its logical conclusion then. What created it?
Why do you have to know what created? You don't have to know who created.
Okay.
You don't even know what
Sure.
created the
Did
key.
something create it?
Yeah, because it's created.
So what created that thing?
Who knows? That's the amazing part. An intelligent designer, obviously.
So let's just keep pushing it back. So hold on. What created the intelligent designer?
Who knows?
What created that thing that created the
Hey,
intelligent
dude.
designer?
Hey, dude. Maybe it was just always there.
Oh, maybe the elements were just always there, dude.
So are you going to argue with your point?
Yeah, so maybe the elements were just always there, much like the creator in your worldview was always there.
Yep, can't disprove it. Keep going. You know for a fact the key was created, right?
Sure.
Don't doubt that one iota. Why don't you doubt that? Why couldn't the key have always been there?
Well, we never found like a wild key, dude. Like we never found a key out in the wild. It's usually always made by a man. Usually
But you
master
think
lock.
you think the wild itself, where the man goes and where he finds the key wasn't created, but the key had to definitely be created. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, because we never see any examples of like the key out in the wild.
You didn't see the key being made. You didn't see that key being made. You just found it. You don't know where the hell it came from.
Maybe it is a wild key. Maybe you're right. Maybe like keys are just spawning in the wild, dude.
How stupid does that sound, though, right?
Almost as stupid as like an eternal creator.
Almost as stupid as saying the wild is just found because it's just existed there of all times, just like the key did. Yeah, both of them sound
Almost
just as
stupid
equally
saying
as
that,
stupid.
like the creator was just always here.
Yeah, almost. But we know creation, right, has to be, there has to be levels, right? Like You're more intelligent than me, right? Elon Musk is more intelligent than you. Something that created Elon Musk is more intelligent than him. Something that created that is more intelligent. And then you always have to go up, and up.
Yeah, that's the problem
So
with
maybe
you.
you're
It just
right.
keeps going
Maybe,
up, and up,
yeah,
right?
that's
Whereas
not, no,
mine,
that
it just
always
stops.
proves
Mine,
creation.
it just
No.
stops at the ground.
Yeah, which is stupid, right? Why
No.
would you stop it yourself? Isn't there an Elon Musk?
I don't think Elon Musk created the ground, dude.
No, but do you think Elon Musk is a more intelligently designed person than you, or more intelligent than you?
I think Elon Musk is more intelligent than me. I don't think he was like more intelligently designed. I don't think fucking NASA created him.
You would think NASA, something that doesn't exist, it's just a corporation, not a living thing, is more intelligent than Elon Musk? I don't. But if there's something that created Elon Musk, if he wasn't just like poof already here, I would say a more intelligent designer created Elon Musk, who also creates and designs things because he's intelligent, right?
Wait, Elon Musk is very intelligent.
Wow, but his creator isn't?
His creator, that's still, again, implying a creator of Elon Musk. I'm pretty sure
No,
his parents weren't quite as smart as Elon Musk.
You don't know that, but that's not creation. They didn't create Elon
They
Musk.
did create him, dude. They fucked
No, they
him
did
and then,
not.
like, they made him.
No, they didn't make him. That's where y'all fall
He's
short.
the fruit. He's the fruit of their. Of
I
her,
didn't
his
say he
mother's
wasn't the
womb,
fruit
dude.
of their. I didn't say he wasn't the fruit of the sperm and egg, but someone had to create the sperm and egg.
Yeah, the man created the sperm and the woman created the egg.
Who created the man? Since you believe in creation
His
now.
parents.
Who created their parents? Since you believe in
Their
creation
parents.
now so vividly.
I don't
See
believe
where
in
you're going
creation.
now? Yes, you do. You believe
No,
the
I
parents created Elon Musk?
Well, I'll say
You
this.
just
I don't
said
believe in intelligent creation. I'll just say that. How about that?
You don't think that the egg and sperm is intelligently designed to come together and have the birth of a child after 10 months?
No.
What?
No.
That's the most amazing,
Yeah, that's
intelligently
why.
designed creation ever.
Yeah, that's why so many things go wrong with it, right?
That's why things go wrong with it, because it was not intelligent. So it was less
Where'd you
intelligently
get your
designed.
degree?
Where'd I get my degree? Texas A&M, Mays Business School.
Go Aggies. We're going to stomp y'all's butt in a couple of weeks. Come down to Baton
I
Rouge.
hope
We'll
so.
show you what
I
gumbo
hope
tastes
so.
like.
Oh, dude, I love y'all's gumbo. I ain't gonna lie. That shit's like the best food I've ever had in my life.
Believes in
And
creation, but draws the line at where?
draws a line at like intelligent creation. That's why there's so many issues with like the human body.
So it wasn't intelligent design; it was unintelligently designed.
I mean, like, I wouldn't posit that that it was intelligently designed. If anything, I would say it was unintelligently designed. If I have to concede any kind of creator, which is why we got like fingers on dog paws that like rip off, and like finger bones on whales, and like genes in humans that cause us to grow tails and shit. Y'all seen that? Like where a dormant gene for tails comes out?
Maybe you just put them in the wrong environment after they were intelligently designed. Maybe some unintelligently designed humans, like you think there are, put these animals in the wrong position.
Crawl
Maybe.
through spaces, and their paws got ripped off over billions of years. Still design, still intelligence, still
Well, I don't know if
creator.
it's very intelligent if there's like a major flaw to them.
Well, something in here isn't very intelligent. That's for sure.
Yeah. Me and Point, dude. Like, you think an intelligent designer made my dumb ass? No. But hey, dude, with Trisomy 21, maybe the intelligent designer is just like real. Like maybe he's just a really bad joker. Okay.
According to you, it's just your dumbass parents. That's
Yeah.
worse.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you think
Yeah,
your
my parents
parents
are
are
pretty
dumb?
dumb, dude.
That's why you had to go to Texas A&M?
Yeah.
That don't seem very dumb to me. It seems intelligent.
Oh no, see, dude, I was hoping to go to Baylor, but I fucked around way too much in high school.
So it's the screwing around, not the intelligent part. You were intelligently designed.
Yeah, that's why
You
I just
just
wanted to
screwed
get
it
a
up.
CPA. Yeah.
Yeah, you just screwed it up.
Yeah, pretty dumb, right?
But still designed intelligently. You
I don't know
could have
about that,
done that.
dude. I got ADHD. That was like a huge hindrance on my life.
Maybe that's part of the design, though. The design is if you drink too much alcohol as a young child, or your parents drop you down the steps, you develop these broken arms, or they give you drugs and you get ADHD, or you breathe the air too much, or whatever, right?
Breathe the air too much. Am I supposed to
Yeah,
not
right.
breathe the air?
Well, you breathe too much bad air, polluted air.
What?
Polluted air,
Oh,
air
polluted.
made
I
by
didn't hear you
dumb
right.
people. Yeah.
Oh, you said colluded air. I was like, what the fuck is that?
All those designs of water bottles.
Oh yeah, and the
By
microplastics.
the people who created that.
Yeah, pretty bad designs, not gonna lie. Should have stuck with glass.
So glass was designed, created
Well, glass
by
wasn't
more
designed. Glass was
by
just a
more.
naturally occurring thing that we recreated.
So glass was created and then recreated.
Yeah, volcanoes created glass. Meteors created glass. We just recreated the process.
Who created the meteor? It was just always there. Let me guess.
Maybe a star
When
or
you get
something?
stuck, you just go to that. Everything else that has to be created, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because you can feel, touch, and know that man created it.
Oh, because at the end of the day,
you're cool with creation.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, we're still posited with like the never-ending conundrum of who created the creator, and that's just like a logical rabbit hole nobody wants to get down into.
No, I'll go down into it. It still proves creator.
Yeah, but who created that creator?
Infinity creator.
Infinity creator.
The still creator. Yeah. Creator
So
to
it just
creator
goes
to
creator.
creator.
Yeah,
Yeah,
all
there's
the way into
never not
eternity?
a creator. You have to go to a single creator that created the creation below him.
So
Less
you don't see
intelligent.
how like
You don't see how that points towards a creator, even in your theory.
I just think the absurdity of the infinite creators.
So you go to the other absurdity to I don't know. What do you go to? No creator, right?
Yeah.
No creator of the creation
Mm-hmm.
is not absurd to you.
Nope. Because I just posit like, oh hey, there was always a creator. I could just posit that hey, maybe the shit was just always here. And then I have to prove even less than you because you would have to like prove the creator.
No. Then you have to go to evolution.
No. I could just simply take a look at. Oh hey, like my assertion is much simpler.
Oh
If I
hey,
was
the
Occam's razor,
starfish was
far
just
easier than
always
you.
here, and the oceans that were always here.
Yeah,
You're gonna
much
deny all of science.
Well, no, like the oceans weren't always here.
So where do you start at?
Where do I start at?
Yeah, you personally, since you're making this shit up as you go.
I believe that like some sort of black hole collapsed in on itself, and we're just the result of that.
Black hole collapsing.
Yeah, I'm under the belief that we're on the inside of a black hole. This whole universe that we see.
Inside of a bubble?
Yeah, inside of a black hole. Yeah.
Which would be a bubble.
Yeah.
Huh. We're along the same lines then. Who created the black hole? Was it just always here?
Yeah, it's just always like an in and out kind of thing. Expand, contract,
Damn.
expand, contract.
So that's a lot of energy you're talking about there. That was just always here, right?
Yeah.
That somehow life came from.
Mm-hmm.
So you believe in the single cell bullshit to the starfish, to the bonefish, to the fish that moved out of water and then moved back in the water, and then humans.
Mm-hmm.
What's after humans again?
Homo Deus.
What's that?
Like how can I put this? How can I describe it?
When do we go back in the water? That's what I want to know. That would really sum it up.
We got water people, dude. I forgot where I think they're off the coast of Mexico. That one tribe of natives said that's able to hold their breath for like 10 minutes. Yeah, some of them 30 minutes. Fucking bizarre humans, dude.
Bizarre humans that hold their breath for 30 minutes?
Yeah. Let me see if I can find them.
What would be so bizarre about living in water? Don't we live in water in the womb? That'd be weird, huh? What if we're actually fish?
We do have fish-like traits whenever we're being developed in the womb.
That must be fish.
Yeah, that's why we have like little gill flaps, and then like we grow like a prehensile tail, and then those go away. Very
Goes
weird.
away.
Yeah.
What's weird about that?
What's weird about that? That's
It's amazing design.
I don't know why
Was
they
that
show
always
traits
here?
of gills in the womb.
Was the gills always here, or was that design?
That does no, I think they just came up randomly.
Random? Gills are random?
Yeah.
Shit, man, you're really getting deep now. What else is random? The eyeball?
Yeah, eyeball's pretty random.
Not designed.
No.
Wasn't always here.
No. We have
Random.
evidence that they weren't always here.
What about the exact process, right? The birthing process, the egg, sperm, you know the whole deal. That's random too? Not designed?
No, not designed.
Wasn't always here. Random.
Yeah, that's why there's like so many problems with it.
Why do you draw the line that some points are like was always here, had to be because there's no creator, but then from that point forward it's just all random, no creator, until you get to a point where there's definitely a creator because the man made the key creator.
Well, we have
You
evidence
seem to
of
be
humans
back and
creating
forth.
keys. We don't have evidence
Which
for
would
like God's creating like the universe. That's the difference.
forget God, man. I mean, you're nowhere
beings.
near being able to open up to a God theory. Just open up to a creator theory, which you already agree to. You just draw a line to for man-made stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the actual creator of man would have to be what? Just always here or coming from a fish?
Yeah. Coming
The
from a fish.
random act of gills
from, like-
developing into lungs.
Mm-hmm. We have animals that go
Right.
from gills to lungs. It's really interesting.
Right, exactly, into humans. I know that's your theory. Yeah, I've heard it. That's what I'm trying to point out.
Yeah, we got
Yeah.
evidence of like multiple creatures that have both gills and lungs.
Right, exactly. Which turn into humans after billions of years.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Makes sense.
Say it again. Say yes. Say
Yeah, it makes
fish
sense.
some fish have gills and lungs, and after billions of years will turn into humans. Say yes.
Well, to more accurately, they'll turn into one thing, which will turn into another thing, which turn into
Right,
another
over
thing, which turn
billions of
into
years,
another
which
thing,
will
which then-
eventually turn into a human.
Yeah.
Just say yes.
Yeah.
Not always here. Not random.
Well,
Or
no,
is
it
that
definitely
random?
was random.
Which part is always here? The gills or the lungs? Or both?
Oh no, the lungs weren't always here, the gills weren't always here, but what always was here was just matter.
Which one can you prove?
The what? Well, I
You
can
know,
prove
you
that
can
gills weren't
prove-
always here.
You can't even prove that the key you found in the forest was made by man. How the frick are you gonna prove that the man actually wasn't created?
Just looking at fossil records, dude. Like taking a look.
Yeah,
Well, I
fossil
should say-
records now prove.
Yeah.
Which one of those do they prove? Humans
Oh, they
made the
just show
key,
that,
or
like,
the
things-
key didn't exist?
Well, they just show that like man came after animals.
Really? If you
Yeah.
find a man under a key, does that prove that the man didn't create the key?
If I find a man under a key, that
Yeah.
prove that the man was there first.
Yeah, but does it prove that he didn't create the key?
Does that prove that he didn't create the key?
Right.
I don't know how that logically follows. I don't even know how
Well,
that
was the
makes
key
that
just here? I mean, was the key just? I mean, obviously, you can just say poof. Poof. The key just was there the whole time.
Sure.
Right.
Maybe the key was
Sure.
there the whole time.
Maybe it was on an asteroid.
Yeah, maybe like the collision of
And
stars
then-
just created a key.
Exactly. That's how ridiculous you have to say. Because you don't want to believe in the creator thing, which I get, right, man?
Well, why would I believe in the creator thing? I just
Yeah,
believe
why
it's the
would
same
you when you
parallax
can believe
issue.
in this fantasy of a key coming from a
Yeah,
star?
Instead, I just believe in like a creator that was always here, or was created by another creator who.
So
was
you do
created by
believe in a
another
creator that was always
Or
here? Yeah, you.
No.
So you don't.
No.
So you were just mouthing off. You wasn't saying
When did I
something that
ever
was
say that there
true.
was a creator?
You just said maybe I believe in a creator that was always here, right? Or I
I
misheard
said,
you.
I said, or maybe I could believe in a creator that was just
Yeah,
always here,
that's what
or
I just
believe in a
said.
creator that created a creator, or that created a creator, right? Of which I still run into the logical like conundrum.
Of there being a creator? What's
Yeah.
illogical about that?
Well, you
Even the
either run
way
into
you
the
put it, it's more.
so
Even
you
the
run
way
into
you
the
put it,
issue.
it's like
You
20
run into
times
the
more.
issue where everything needs a creator. So either a
Yep.
creator was always here and nothing created him, which doesn't logically follow, versus all the shit that's here just always has been here. Or I say like here, I mean like all the shit out in the universe.
Well, all the shit would have to be here everywhere if you believe in that theory.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, so like
bonk evolution.
either I believe that like all the shit was just always here, or that a creator was just always here. Either way, I just run into like the same logical conundrum.
There's no logical conundrum when you say that I know there's a creator in this instance,
Yeah,
but
so
I
who
choose
created that
not to believe.
creator?
Yeah, creator. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it does.
That would be your conundrum, not that
Did
there
a creator
is a
create a
creator.
creator?
Oh my God. You don't let me finish for one, and you just want to say that over and over again, which is the whole
Well,
point.
either I get an answer or I just keep asking it.
I was in the process of answering whatnot, Mr. ADD.
So creator creates a creator.
Right.
That was created by the creator. That was created by the creator like ad infinitum, which doesn't really logically follow because you still run into the same issue. Or the shit was just always here, much like some people would argue that the creator was just always here.
So men are the first creators if everything was here before man.
Oh no, there's plenty of creatures that made shit before man. Like ants were building like whole super cities far before man existed.
Wow. So lots of creation before man, just not
Yeah.
before that. Keep
like
talking.
intelligent creation, dude. I should say that intelligent creation.
So the ants created intelligently designed castles and what'd you call them? Huge what?
Super cities.
Huge super cities were intelligently designed by ants.
Mm-hmm.
But there can't be an intelligent designer of the ant.
Yeah, it just doesn't logically follow.
Yeah, yes it does. You just choose not to believe it.
Yeah, so again, what created the ant?
Yeah, you tell me, buddy. You said the ant created the dome, the super city. They're so intelligent. They're so intelligent. They created a super city.
Mm-hmm.
So they had to have something more intelligent than them create them, right?
No.
If not, they wouldn't have been able to intelligently design the super city.
Why would something more intelligent need to create create ants?
If you can't answer that for yourself, you're never going to figure it out. Maybe you should start there.
Well, I think that things could just get naturally smarter over time. I don't think that
You think ants get naturally smarter over time, right?
Mm-hmm. Like, do you think that like some AI are more intelligent than people?
You think you're more intelligently designed than Elon Musk?
Do you think that humans could ever create an AI that's smarter than man?
You think over time you're going to be smarter than Elon? I don't.
No. Elon will always be smarter than me. But Elon didn't make me, though.
I can't wait to ask him that in 30 years.
Yeah. So,
do you think ants are smarter than you? I mean, you didn't design some super city.
Yeah.
Are ants more intelligently designed?
Well, I don't think they're intelligently designed. I think they're just a byproduct of like just random happenstance.
Maybe dinosaur shit made ants.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe they came from asteroids.
Maybe.
Yep.
So
more logical.
Again, I'll
right?
ask you again. Do you think that humans could ever create an AI more intelligent than humans?
Than a human? Yeah. The collective of humans? No, because that intelligence comes from humans. Man created AI.
Sure.
Can it be more intelligent than the man that created it? Yeah, sure.
Yeah, AI can be more intelligent than the man that created him. I agree.
Are you a computer?
Who, me? No.
Who
I'm pretty
created
sure that like
the
God
computer?
wasn't an ant, dude.
Do you know that God's not a computer? Because I don't.
Oh, God might be a computer.
So you believe in God? That's great. You think He's the intelligent designer of everything? Like wrote the program?
No.
Your program, your DNA, your design?
Well, first of all, I don't really believe in a God.
You don't? You
No.
believe in programming?
I believe in programming.
What about code?
I believe in code.
What do you think DNA is? You think
DNA,
that's a
that's
random act? Or you think that was always here then? Because this is where
DNA.
you get stuck, so you got to say it was always here.
No, DNA wasn't always here.
It wasn't, so it was
No.
intelligently designed?
No.
Maybe it evolved from dinosaur poop like ants did.
Oh no, it was just a.
Maybe it came from an asteroid.
It was just a random chemical reaction that took place, and then it just changed
Random
itself.
random chemical reaction that made things bond so perfectly that it created intelligence, design.
Well, I wouldn't even call it perfectly. There's plenty of issues with it.
So non-perfect intelligent design.
Yeah, I wouldn't even say intelligent design.
You wouldn't? You would say unintelligent?
I would just say it was just a
Just a
random,
design a random design.
Yeah, just a random happening that occurred.
Holy shit! You think DNA is a random happenstance?
Yeah.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah.
I like that.
That's what
Maybe say that one more time.
believes.
Maybe be proud and just say it out loud in a statement.
Yeah.
I
Creation of
believe.
DNA. Yeah.
Did you graduate from Texas A&M?
Yeah. Alma mater.
I'm an Aggie. From Texas A&M, and I believe that DNA is a random chemical process.
I'm an Aggie, and I believe that DNA was a random chemical process.
And I believe ants came from dinosaur poop as a possibility.
And I believe that ants came from dinosaur poop as a possibility, dude. Yeah.
I believe that ants intelligently designed a super castle, but weren't intelligently designed.
Yeah,
and I'm an Aggie from Texas A&M. Yeah, this fits, man. I'm gonna tell you, everything I know, this adds up.
Mm-hmm. Because at the end of the day, right, Occam's razor, it just doesn't make sense to believe in an infinite creator that had no creator. That
Occam's razor proves that ants intelligently design where they live, but aren't intelligently designed. I don't think that's what Occam razors does.
No, Occam razor, it's not really proof. It's just saying that I have less assumptions that I would have to make.
You're assuming that an ant can intelligently design where he lives, but the ant itself isn't intelligently designed.
So I'll say it again.
That's your statement.
Occam's razor says that I have less assumptions that I would have to make because we both believe. Well, I don't really know what you believe. You don't really say what you believe, but
I believe God created all things. Now
what created God?
There was no creation of God. God's always existed. So we have very similar beliefs. The only thing that I have to posit, I think that the Creator always existed. You think that certain things always existed, and then certain things evolve. You assume everything you do. You have different stages
in our worldview. I have exactly one less assumption than you do.
No, you don't.
Occam's razor would favor me.
I'll bet that. I'll take that bet.
Okay, so we both believe in an infinite something. I believe in just infinite things that are already here. You believe in an infinite creator that created the things that we have here.
You're misrepresenting me already. Okay. The only thing I assume is that there is an intelligent designer I call Creator God.
See,
that's the only thing I assume. Right, you have to assume everything else.
I have less assumptions than you.
You've already said how many assumptions you have.
Yeah,
most of which disagree with mainstream science, that some things were just always here. Some things are intelligently designed, like ant farms, but the ant itself aren't intelligently designed.
Yeah,
and
where does mainstream science say that ants are intelligently designed?
No, you're the only person.
I'm the only one that says that ants aren't intelligently designed.
No, you said their super city was.
Yeah, they're designed by the ants.
So an ant can design something intelligently, but something can't design intelligently the ant? That makes no sense.
Sure, something could.
Okay, so that's assumption number one. It could. No. Could it have always been here?
Dude, that's not even an assumption.
Assumption number. Yes, it is. You're assuming. No. You can't prove that.
Prove it? No, again, that's not part of my worldview, so I don't know why you're counting it as an assumption of mine.
You've said 19 assumptions that you think some things were already here, right?
My assumption all boils down to the things that are here have always been here. Whereas you have to go a step further and say that a God was here that created everything we see here, but he was always here. So you have to go one step further than I do.
No, I just have to do one step. You have to do several steps.
No. I
Some
do one
things are
step.
always here. Yeah.
I do one step, which is
First of
all
all,
the
you assume
matter
there's
and
no
energy that's
creator.
here has always been here. Whereas you
Right.
have to
That's
assume that
assumption number
all the
one.
matter and energy here was created by like God, who was always
No,
here.
God is all matter and energy.
No, he created all matter and energy.
God is the creator, but he is energy, space, light.
So
He
he
is
created
that.
himself?
He is creation.
He created himself?
God is creation.
So he created himself.
That's my only assumption.
That God created himself.
God is the creation. God is everything.
See how much like less I have to like
Not
assume,
really.
or I just
No,
assume that everything
you've
is just
assumed
here?
that certain things are. No, you didn't assume just everything was always here. You assumed
Mm-hmm.
some things were just always here. Some things could have been brought from asteroids. Some things are
Well, the
intelligently
asteroids would have just
designed.
always been
Hang
here.
on, I'm almost done. Something, yeah, that was always here. That's your assumption.
Yeah, all the stuff that
Some
is here
things
is
are
just always
yeah,
have
I'm
been here.
almost done. You see, ADD, you're cutting me off again.
Mm-hmm.
When I'm proving
Well,
you
don't straw
wrong on
man
your
me.
assumption. No, I'm not. I'm proving you
You
wrong on
are?
your assumption.
You're just straw
Yeah,
manning
okay.
me.
Well,
But
give me
keep
a
going.
chance. Okay, after I straw man you
Mm-hmm.
as your
Oh yeah,
excuse,
let you
you can
straw
talk.
man me, right? Okay.
Right, let me do that. That's because that's the rule. If I'm straw manning, just wait till I'm done. Right. So you
I
have
don't
to
think that's how
assume
it
that
works.
Jeez, dude. So now you're gonna go, right?
No, I'll
That's
just
what you've
like
been doing.
so I'll
You'll just shut up.
I'll just make sure that you don't straw man me by
You'll
making
just
sure that
shut
we're
up.
both aware of my claim, which
How
is
can you?
all
Which
the stuff
is
that is here has
Well, you
always
guys, if
been
you
here
guys
because
both
of
say you're
matter.
straw manning each other, then let each other straw man each other, and then respond one at a time, or just don't straw man at all, or let each other interrupt to correct straw mans or something. But figure out somehow to move forward with it, however you want to do it.
Yeah, so I posited that all the matter
why are
that was
you
here
going?
in the universe and energy had just always been here.
All right,
Right?
why
That's
don't
all I have to assume.
all right, let's just let Rakia say his full thing uninterrupted. And then when he mutes his mic and when there's like 2 or 3 seconds of silence, you'll know he's done. And then you can have your time. Let's just at least start there. So go ahead, Rakia.
So earlier, that's not what he said. He said he's assumed that some things have always been here. Some things are intelligently designed. Some things have been evolved from others, like starfish into bonefish into walking fish into lungs into gills and lungs into humans. That's assumptions because he can't prove any of that. Then there's many more, but I'll let him go ahead and say whatever he wants to say.
So in terms of like the universe existing, which is what I'm trying to posit here, right? I would just have to say that the universe has just always been here, whereas you have to posit that God created the universe, but God was always here. So there's the difference between you and I. I have one less assumption in the creation story. The
No, we're
universe is
both
just
just
always
assuming.
here, and there is no creator. Right? That's one assumption. Whereas you have to assume that the universe is created by God, but God was always here, not the universe always being here. God was the one that was always here.
Well, it sounds like two assumptions to me, but
Yeah, that's
God
two
being it.
assumptions for you. One assumption for me. The universe is
No,
just always here versus, oh
let's
no,
go
God
ahead,
created
man.
the universe, but God was always here.
All right, well, let him respond without having to like instantly clip him and feel like you're correcting. Can he respond his full thing, please?
Sure.
My only assumption is that God is always here. God is everything. That's it.
And that somehow logically follows better than all the matter here was just always here.
Well, it somehow follows a logical deduction that things that are created, like all the matter, have a creator. My assumption is that creator of all matter is God.
But does God have a creator?
That's not what I said, and that's not the assumption. We're talking about the assumptions we have to make. You have to make the assumption that all other things are created except for what you think aren't created, like matter.
Well, we see here that everything that, like the key example you wanted to bring up, well, man had to create the key, but something created man. And if you want to say God, then if we follow the logic about the key and the man, then something had to create God.
Not if you make the
Something
assumption.
can't come from nothing.
If you're God, you can. That's the assumption.
So you see where
So
that, that
what?
logically is doesn't
Yeah,
follow?
to one assumption, yes, I do.
So
To a
you see how, like,
creator of all creation. Yeah, there's
creator of
the
all
only assumption.
creation.
Right. There's a
So
creator for all creation. That makes sense, right? Logically.
no, something would have had to create that creator. It doesn't really logically follow to say like, oh, hey, this guy was always here, but this like universe, no, that thing has definitely never always been here.
Well, if it exists eternally, then it exists outside of time. So there really isn't a start or an end because time it would be transcending time entirely. So
that still doesn't logically follow. Outside
You're
of time,
agreeing with that. You're saying it always existed. What if that always something that existed is God?
yeah, but you see, like,
you say the same thing, but then say that my assumption isn't possible. When you make the same assumption, you just put
no,
matter
because
in
you're
place of God.
saying,
Yeah.
because you're saying that like, oh, it had to be created. Well, then I posit, oh, hey, if it had to be created, then God has to have a creator.
why?
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 Because it just logically follows. Oh, the universe needs a creator. Well, God's its creator. Well, then God needs a creator. Well,
It doesn't logically follow.
It does logically follow.
Why would a
No, it
creator
doesn't.
need to be created? If it's a creator, that doesn't mean it had to be created. It's a creator. It's not a. It's a creator, not a creator T. That's not really the right word.
Created.
But createe. I was trying to joke.
So a creator that's just always here, right? That just definitely doesn't like that. Definitely logically follows, but like the universe just always being here, that doesn't logically follow, right?
A creator always being here doesn't make logical sense, but everything always being here makes logical sense until creation starts.
Yeah,
Like you're
again,
saying, everything was here and then creation started
that's
with
just
man.
the conundrum that we run into, where both of us run into the
It's
same
not a
issue.
conundrum.
It is.
No,
The
it's
universe. You saying universe is a straw man. No such thing as the universe.
I mean, sure, if you believe in like the fucking dome, that like, yeah, we can get into that conversation later tonight, but like all the firmament, flat Earth, right? That's just besides the point.
Let's
This
get into
realm that
all
we
matter
exist in.
just being here without a
the realm that
creator.
we exist in, right? It's just what? It needs a creator, but like, what's his creator? What's his creator? Because we've never seen here on Earth something like that's been created that hasn't been created, right? According to your little key and human example, right?
Or we can just say all matter existed and then life came from that matter and then evolved into humans.
We could just say that.
Right, which is way like 100 times different than saying everything created has a creator. The only thing that doesn't make a little sense is that the creator wasn't created. But why would a creator have to be created?
Because everything needs a creator, including
Like
a
matter?
creator.
Like matter?
Well, following your logic, yeah.
Yeah, no, you're following your own logic. You just said because everything has to have a creator.
No, when I'm following your logic of, oh, hey, something had to make the key. Something had to make the man that made the key. Something had to make the man that made the man.
Isn't that your logic?
No, that's your logic.
So you say things can exist and be created without a creator. Just poof. Like, use that word again.
Yeah, just random.
That's where that watch came from.
Yeah, things can just randomly happen, and then things can compound on that thing randomly happening.
Where did random come from? Where did that even thought of randomness come from? What created that?
The thought of randomness?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's just a concept that we talk
ability
about.
to even come up with this nonsense?
Well, it's just a concept that we think about when we come into terms of factors that we can't really fathom.
What created that?
Human thought?
Yeah, that thought process. Is that random? Humans created their own thought?
Yeah. I can create my own thoughts.
You can create them?
Yeah.
You created thought?
Yeah, I'm creating thoughts right now.
No, you created thought and the process of thinking.
Yeah, I'm thinking right now.
So you think you're God?
Do I think
If
I'm
he's
God?
saying he believes in he's a creator, then he's talking all about creation. Things are created. You're saying before that it's by the antecedent to something being created, it has to have a creator. So so from his logic, everything that's created
No.
has a creator. Therefore, he's not an atheist. He does
No,
think there's a
I'm just
creator.
following along with his path of logic. I'm fully aware. I mean, I'm fully in belief that everything just came from random happenstance with stuff that was always here.
But isn't by definition the thing that was here that like your body was created that you're in right now? The skin, the hair, your eyeballs, your
Yeah.
brain, everything
All
had to
came
be
from,
created by the definition that it's here.
Yeah, like it created itself.
Well, if you're saying itself is the creator, then fine, there's still a creator.
Yeah, I'm the creator. I created myself. And my parents created me.
You created yourself, is what you just said.
Yeah, I eat and my body turns that food into like more cells. My
Who
body
created
creates
that
itself.
process? You
Who
created that process? Yeah, you did.
Who created that process? I don't think anybody needed to create that process.
Well, how was that process created then? By creator?
Randomness.
Just a random creator?
Yeah. No, just
Who
randomness.
who created randomness?
Who created randomness? Nobody needs to create randomness.
It just happenstance?
Yeah, it just happens.
It just randomly came up to be random?
Yeah.
I love it, man. Just keep talking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At the
Maybe in
end
a
of the
high
day.
pitched voice you can say, yeah.
Yeah.
Go Aggies. Do you do the little hand signals too?
Oh yeah, all the
Did you-
time.
I bet you do.
Well, I mean, if that's his belief, that's I mean,
Yeah. No, I like him talking about it, saying it with conviction, saying how everything was just here and happened by happenstance, but he created things as a creator.
Yeah, I'm also a destroyer. I create and I destroy. Jeez, I must be God.
You fucking donkey. Anyway, sorry. The law of biogenesis, he says here, was created
Donkey!
by Louis Pasteur. Really? I didn't know that.
Oh, Louis.
I might have to yoink that. Truth prevails. That's really good.
You should grab that entire PDF. Just
Yeah,
it's
I
got
like
some
that.
really interesting things, and I think it touches on everything that he mentioned or that I heard him mention. I've not been listening the entire time.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to save that.
Anyways, it is late. I must get going. This was fun.
Oh no.
Hey, I win. See you later. He just ran
Oh,
away.
no. Oh no! Like, who's going anywhere? I thought the conversation was dead. You just kind of stopped.
No, the other two people. See, I wasn't over talking the other two people. Maybe they didn't teach that at Aggieland. Get fired up. Y'all coming to Tiger Stadium, by the way. Good luck.
Oh yeah, we're gonna get our asses whooped, dude. Jimbo Fisher, he's
Post
dog
about
shit.
her report for everything.
But isn't believing in random chance also actually just a philosophy? And it even involves an origin story, and it actually is an explanation, even in and of itself. Even if it's using different wording, it's still like an entire philosophy. It could believes that there's still something that would even allow for random chance to happen. So there's still like an impetus there behind it, however they describe it.
He said randomness allowed random chance to happen. Yeah, can you argue that?
His God is randomness. Then
How can you argue that? You can't argue that.
That's their God. It's just a different word.
I actually like it, man, because you get cross every time you talk to someone. You get that. Oh no, evolution is not humans coming from a starfish. But when you really can take the time and break it down, it's starfish, bonefish, you know, how he took it. It's basically that turning into a human. Like it's nuttiness, man. When you, I mean, you know, when you can take the time and do it. I'm not very good at it, but that was pretty fun. Some of the things he has to say. I mean, I give it, right. I have to say I believe in a creator. I call that creator God, but that makes way. I mean, logical. Just Occam's razor. Everything he was trying to use. That's just a 1 point deal, right? From then on, it's easy. I mean, it's easy. He created that process. This process was created by the creator. Man created this. You know, he created man. Man created this. AI is going to be able to create this. But that's man's creation. I mean, you know, it's, I don't know. Creation having a creator is pretty simple to me. Why take it away from Occam's razor?
Well, how about this
So
conundrum? How about this conundrum? The creator created atheism. How about that? What do you think of that?
I actually think that's true. It's free will. It's choice. Your significant other, you know, loves you because you chose that person. It's choice that proves love, I think.
just
But are
saying,
those entities making that free will choice? Are they the creator making that choice then in your mind? Therefore, they are also the creator. Just, you know, whether they're tricking themselves or fooling themselves, thinking that they don't exist, but that they're still.
That's a possibility. I just don't think we're smart enough to figure all that out, or we'll ever know. Maybe that's a secret. You know, if you think that way, right? That could be a secret that the creator would always keep, so you could never hold it against them, right? Like, you know, that's a weird way to think about it, but I don't believe that's part of it, right? There's no reason for me to believe there's part of it. Is it possible? Sure. How can I limit the creator of the universe, right? Like I can't put a limit on that. So I believe there's people more intelligent than me that can design things, you know, faster and quicker and easier than I can. There'll always be someone more intelligent than that person, someone more intelligent than that person. You have to reach an apex of a creator, someone intelligently enough to create the most intelligent human ever, right? That's how I put it. I don't deny that. I've witnessed it firsthand. There's people I've went to school with. There's people in my family that are crazy smart or fast, like just a huge, really fast, high IQ, but can't do simple tasks. Like it's weird. It's strange to be around them, right?
I ask you and Geo. Could I ask you and Geo a question, man? When people say, you know, belief or they believe something, would you associate that with faith?
Well, I was just say briefly. I mean, I would say the thing is about that word belief. It does have slightly different. There's a couple different contexts for it because somebody might say something like, "Oh, I believe I had a sandwich for lunch yesterday." Well, they're not saying that they have faith that they had a sandwich. They're saying that they're just using belief almost like as a knowledge claim, like, "Oh yeah, I believe this or I believe that," and it might be a little bit of a looser knowledge claim, you know, like kind of like, "Oh, I believe I had a sandwich" or something like that. So that's like a very kind of like a very light usage of it, I would say. And then there's but then there's the part of the belief where it might be something, you know, the idea that you don't have like direct evidence for it, but you think it to be true for whatever reason. And then that is sort of in the middle. And then that would sort of, you know, blend to, like, for example, let's say there's a bunch of quote unquote professionals who say things that you then end up believing in. Well, you don't have actual physical proof yourself. It's not, well, it could be described as a blind faith, but maybe there might be like some intermediaries where instead of being complete faith, you know, they might think that there's like logical reasons because they're professionals and they have, you know, their professions or whatever it may be. They might think that that's like a, you know, instead of just a total faith belief, there might be an argument to, you know, that they're kind of going with that for whatever reason, that their logic, you know, that seems to be the most, you know, in their minds a logical thing to kind of go with or whatever. And then there's like the part of belief that's like faith, where you like the idea of, you know, kind of going with something that is based maybe on some other faculties that you're going off of as to why you would come to that, even though you might not have like physical, tangible proof for it.
Rakia, did you have an answer for it, or you just want me to go into what I have to say?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm texting people.
Well, let me just say real quick. So just real quick, like just the definition, like one of them is an opinion or conviction. So a belief. So that's what I was saying. There's a more general sense. Oh my God, it says the earth is flat. Oh my God, I'm on dictionary.com. It's the word belief. The word belief, it says noun, number one, something believed, an opinion or conviction. A belief that the earth is flat as the example. Oh, and then it says a Christian belief here too. It says a religious tenet or tenets, religious creed or faith, the Christian belief. It says Christian as well. It's funny.
That's awesome.
Post
Okay.
that, Gio. That's hilarious. Post it.
Yeah, that's cool,
Yeah,
man.
check it out. It's just on dictionary.com. It's a belief that the earth is flat. That is so funny because it's the opposite of that. It's so funny. I should say the belief the earth is a globe. But anyway, but yeah, an opinion or conviction. And then here's the other one: confidence in the truth or existence of something, not immediately susceptible to rigorous proof. So that was kind of what I was saying, like kind of having confidence that, you know, there's reason to believe because of these professionals or whatever. And then the third one is confidence, faith, or trust. And then the last one is a religious tenet or tenets, religious creed or faith, which is where it says the Christian belief in this little example thing on it. But yeah, so it's sort of, in my mind, it's sort of like the word belief seems to be used as a range of just like an opinion, a conviction on the one side, but then the other side, like, you know, a full, you know, maybe towards more the side of faith.
Okay, so I'm going to go into it just like this. Okay, so most people, when they, you know, say, oh, you have a faith, or you believe this, right? They think it's blind faith, as if you have no evidence whatsoever. And they'll actually have Christians quote their own book, and they'll read, faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of not being seen, right? So I just want to compare a couple words like faith, substance, and hope. I want to replace those words with faith would be persuaded, persuasion. Substance would be confidence. I have confidence, and you just said confidence associated with faith. But the substance is the confidence or the guarantee. And the hope is expected. So now I want to compare it to something. I have blind faith that Susie can have a child or has had a child, but I have seen many other women have children, right? And so when I see Susie get married and her womb starts to grow, her belly starts to grow, and she's about 8 months in, I expect, and I've been persuaded, and I'm thoroughly convinced, and I'm guaranteed to see that baby that I have never seen before, right? I don't have the evidence of that baby as of yet, but I expect it's going to happen, right? So a lot of people look at faith and they say, oh, it's just blind. No, there's previous evidence that has already persuaded you, guaranteed you, convinced you in such a way that you expect it to happen. You know, so that's all I have to say for that. I think it's simple to say, man, if people are believing something without being thoroughly convinced, without any previous evidence or guarantee or anything like that, then that's moronic to me. So when people quote this and they say faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence not yet seen. The one thing you haven't seen yet hasn't come, but all the other things that led up to it, you've seen those, you've experienced them. So you expect the child to be born if she's 8 months in, and you've seen all these other women have children. So that's the context of that. That would be the proper context.
I'll jump in. I'm done with my text, but I put faith above belief, right? Like faith is a higher confidence or power than my belief. Does that make sense? Is that what you were? Do you agree with that?
Well, I would say they go hand in hand, because if you believe something, you can't separate it from your actions. If a man truly believes something, he's going to act upon it, right? And that's what it means to believe on Messiah. When the Christians say believe on him, it doesn't just mean lip service, like, oh yeah, he exists, I believe, in my mind, I believe. No, you act upon it. You act upon all your beliefs, right? Everything you believe, you act upon it. So faith is, kind of the same, almost the same thing. So it's that you have proof and you've been persuaded, and therefore you would act upon it, just like Abraham acted upon his faith. And it's not just because God came to him one day and there was no previous information about God, right? It was not like there was no previous evidence of God, and God just came to him one day and Abraham was just all alone. He's like, hey, take your son up here, and this is what you're going to do, right? And Abraham had faith, and he acted upon it. And it's from the previous evidence that he had. So he was persuaded before he went to the mountain. It's not like he had blind faith. Before he went there, he was persuaded. So, and thoroughly convinced and guaranteed what to expect. And I don't think a lot of people catch those things, but yeah.
What if you're an atheist? Like, this is what I always thought about, because I have people that I care about that are atheists. I'm worried. Like, what if? I ask them. If you die and there is a God, right? Everything that you've been told throughout your life about God is true, and you're standing there. You're next in line, and you're going to be judged. Are you then going to say you're sorry? Like, why would you? Because you've denied him for so long, with everything, creation proven creator, right? Like, it's all around you. You've had kids, you've been, you've seen everything to come true, and now you're going to say you're sorry. And almost to a T, all of them say, yeah, like, I think I would feel like I was sorry, because I'm sorry about things here on right now. So, well, why put yourself through that, right? Like, why take that chance? And
Yeah,
then,
what's the big deal? If all you're doing is loving someone who wants good things for you, right? If he's not asking you to do something to hurt someone, what's the problem with loving that, that mind or that person, and having a relationship with them, and going by their ways and adjusting your ways to go by their ways?
yeah, I don't get that part. The
It's
God
selfish.
yeah, I think so. I mean, the God that I believe in doesn't allow me to go to war, right? Has made me be a person that is against war and doesn't want to go to war. And when people say, "Oh, your God will send you to kill in His name," I'm like, not mine. I mean, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, He will, but I guess on the other hand, someone said, bullet to gun to your head, deny your God. I wouldn't. Just kill me now. I'm ready.
Well, you know how, and I talk about this often. There's a time for everything, and I'm sure you know the scripture. There's a time to plant. There's a time to heal. There's a time to kill. A time to reap. There's a time for everything under the sun, right? So I would say that read Psalms 149, 6 through 9, and it'll say something like this. It'll say, let the two-edged sword be in their hand and praises in their mouth to execute vengeance upon the heathen and judgment upon their nobles, to bind their kings with fetters of iron, and so on and so forth. I can't think of it right now. Let the high praises of God be in their mouth, two-edged sword in their hand to execute vengeance upon the heathen and judgment upon the people. To just read that, Psalms 149, 6 through 9. And this glory have all the saints. And who are they? Who are the saints? That's the glory they have. That's what they're going to do. So and keep in mind also that, you know, there is prophecy about a remnant of people who will be amongst the men, as a lion is amongst sheep, and whoever comes to be against them, they'll simply tear them in pieces. There are prophecies like that, man, and war is inevitable. And some people will be hidden from war. Some people will be martyred before war. But he's coming with his army, man.
I get it.
I
It's a
mean,
strange thing, though. It's an individual thing. Like, I think I would, well, I know for a fact that if someone came in and tried to harm my family, I would take a life, right? But if someone asked me to go to war right now, I wouldn't. It's weird. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I battle that. I'm just not convicted to, you know. We talked about that today with lunch. Took my 3 kids to lunch today, and I was like, you know, this is getting pretty fierce. You know, my kids are older; they're 21 and up. But you know, what if they, you know, let's say they drafted you, like they made you go to war? Would you go? You know,
yeah, what they say.
well, 2 of them said yeah. You know, one of them really didn't answer, but I think it's pretty much a no. He's the oldest one.
I'm with you, man.
I
I wouldn't go to war for none of these men and what they're doing, especially now, man. Um, yeah, just consider, if you're a believer, consider the times we're living in and what's going on. I definitely wouldn't be involved unless the creator's involved, you know. So, yeah, I
Yeah,
get it,
I'd have
man.
to really be convicted, you know. But I respect, you know, like I've raised my kids to do what they think is best. Now, you know, this was a huge what if sitting around you know, luncheon, you know what I'm saying, eating a hamburger steak. So, you know, it's easily to say yeah, but they're not going to
It's very,
volunteer and sign up, you know.
it's very possible they could be called in, man. It's very possible there could be a draft with all the
I've
things that's going
heard
on.
some rumors. Yeah, I've heard the draft like rumor bug floating around, and that's usually how it starts. Like these are some, you know, some people in the know.
Yeah.
I have one family member that sends me things through someone else that's freaking like throughout the years have been some scary stuff, and they've all come true. Like this is getting weird. And I don't get into politics too much, but if Trump gets reelected, Jesus, bro. I mean, you know, I don't know.
I'm just
How much
looking,
you think he's going to deny war with anyone? Dude's nuts, man. When it comes to that,
bro, and we're looking at the Middle East right now. I mean, that's just my eyes fixed on it, man. This and the whole world is too. And I know a lot of people have stopped talking about it really, but I know it's on everyone's mind. I know it is because this is gonna play a big role into where our economy and everything's headed over here or wherever you
yeah,
are.
it's
So,
definitely the water cooler talk now.
yep.
Yeah,
I think,
it's gotten way out of proportion. You know, they kind of smudged it in there, this, that, and the other, and the boogeyman raided, you know, invaded this country, and now, but now it's gotten into politics and religion, which I think is unstoppable now. I don't think. How do you resolve it now? It's affected
bro,
everyone, right?
I'm not like 100% sure on this, and this is a little bit of speculation, but I'm almost convinced that Jerusalem, the city, will be taken. And if that happens, we got a lot of things to look forward to there. It's going to be rough, man. And I'm not saying because I'm on one side or the other. I'm just saying that this is what I see happening.
Israel itself, like, is a huge intelligence, facility. Like, they teach us, right? I don't know. It could get weird, like, real quick. Within 24, 48 hours, you're talking about blacking out cities, people without fuel, and then just the internal combustion that it caused. Like, just in the U.S., people would fight each other for whatever, right? Much less go over, fight a war. I don't know. I see all kind of weird stuff. Like,
Bro, and we're gonna have natural disasters on top of that. Didn't Acapulco just have like a one of the worst? Was it like a tropical storm turned into a hurricane and within
yeah,
like
like a
40 hours?
tropical storm turned into a Cat 5, like in 12 hours. Unheard of
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah, first time in history that's happened in that big metropolitan place. So
It's weird. Like, that alone is weird, but no one talked about it.
so the
Everybody seemed to
disease,
know about it. Nobody talked about it.
the war, the diseases, right? Diseases. The oh man, it's about to get crazy, bro. The natural disasters with it, what you want to call natural. I mean, okay.
I
Yeah,
personally,
you,
this is conspiracy side of me, but they control the economy, they control the money, the banking, right? And then they control religion. They can control the weather. They're just starting to gain control over everything, I think.
years ago when they found the fault line over there in Jerusalem, and you know how it's going to be split in two, right? I'm sure you're
Yeah,
aware of that. Yeah,
yeah, and
they
they just
found a
had
fault line.
Africa or somewhere. They were saying was splitting into. I forget. It was like a small deal, but it was a huge whatever. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say that years ago they found a fault line there, and we all know that his foot's going to step on the Mount of Olives and split it in two. And they wanted to do some building there, but of course they didn't. They didn't do that years ago because of the fault line. But yeah, a lot of people think that people write the script and they knew about it previously and all of these other things, But that's like I posted a video a while back, and I think Wisset brought it up the other day, the anisotropic and the isotropic stones, and those being in the scripture. And when you shine the light through them, you get all the colors of light, right? So yeah, man, we just found that out recently within the last generation about the anisotropic and the isotropic, but the scripture knew about it over 2,000 years ago, right?
The dumb goat herders.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I don't know. You better look into it again.
Yeah, I still think the wacky ideas. I really do. I mean, there's something to be said though for believing in a conviction of some kind. I was thinking about that. I heard some guy talking about Arnold Schwarzenegger. Sorry for comparing the two, but he was talking about how he was, he was friends with him back in his Mr. Universe days, and he's like, he's saying, Arnold, this is all good, and you know, it's all good, but you know, bodybuilding is just it's not going to last. I mean, you look great and everything, but you know, what are you going to do after? And he said, well, I'm going to be the biggest star hot actor in the world. And he basically told him exactly what he was going to do. He was going to be governor of preferably California, he said, and marry into Kennedy family or whatever it was. And we've all heard Jim Carrey's statement of he wrote himself a check for $10 million when he didn't have a pot to piss in. So I do wonder if, you know, we have these ideas and write them down, and there's some kind of inside out thing that happens. And I know you want to think that the creator of this place penned those words himself, or at least divinely inspired them, but I'm not so sure. This looks like man's will to me, and I'm gonna stick with that. I don't know. I see people playing games, and then I wish people would just snap out of it, because I do see truth in this book that you hold so dear, but I see other people, they're playing games, and they fully expect to. Well, they've already enslaved the world. But there's these prophecies where they say, well, we're going to have 2,000, whatever it is, 100 something goy for each, you know, for each Jew. And it's like, I just can't stand this supremacist attitude that they've got. You know, they start talking about the sons of Ishmael and the sons of Edom, and I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? We're the sons of Jacob. What? It's fucking insane. I'm so sorry, but please, it's just ridiculous. Spirituality to me is supposed to set you free. You know, you latched
No,
onto these ideas.
there are people in every people group who want to lord over people groups. Just about in
That's
every
true.
people group that you have, bro. Their intention is to lord over other people, and that's the plight of man. That's what they do. That's the selfish desire they have. That's nothing associated with love, nothing associated with a creator or a family type setting or being family oriented. There's nothing about that with it. It's just destruction.
Yeah, I mean, if it's got one thing going for it that I really like, is that it's a bit hippy dippy-ish. I know, I get that, but I love this, just the idea that only love can conquer hate. I love that, and it has got that going for it in spades. But this you know, prophecy stuff, I don't know. It just seems wacky to me. And you know, I know how you feel about SE, but yeah, it sounds like Notre Dame or whatever that guy's name was. It's just wild. But I don't know. They seem to be making it happen. They're guiding it towards that thing. And they're like, thank you very much, America, but you're going to be destroyed anyway because you're just Babylon, basically. You know, I was talking about that phrase that they had in Kelly Pot. You know, this is. I've heard a rabbi talking about how this is basically Christianity. It's basically a husk to protect the Jewish people, the chosen people, which will be discarded when necessary. You know, when it's served its purpose. You know, and I've seen some. Like I said, there is beauty in this philosophy you hold so dear. I've seen it for myself, but there's also a lot of gravel there as well.
Bro,
Right.
Netanyahu couldn't even quote scripture right. He didn't even know what the script was. And I've heard the guys, I've heard the priests tell Netanyahu, you got to do everything in your power to make the Messiah come. This is just asinine. This is just pure ignorance. If you're looking at the text, this is pure ignorance in the ways he said to make him come. So yeah, it's weird, man, to say these people are going off the text and it's a written script and they don't even know the script. They don't even know the text. It's kind of like when we have our leaders try to quote the scripture, right? Bro, we know they don't read scripture. Give me a break. Give me a break, man. They can't meditate on it. They can't retain it. They can't quote it. So all the leaders are corrupt, and there's people in every people group that are terrible people, and there are great people in every people group.
Yeah,
And
I agree with that.
yeah, I'm just
I
waiting for the day. I'm just waiting for the day that the only ones left will be the great people.
yeah, I don't know. What was I going to say now? I can't remember. Can't have been good. I'm caught up in the bloody prophecy now because all I'm thinking is is this Antichrist? Is this the first bit then? So they build the temple, I'm guessing, and then the Antichrist comes. Is that the first bit of it? And he'll be like human, and does he get a head injury of some kind, and then he's brought back from the dead or something like that? Is that the story, or I don't even know why I'm bothered.
If you're looking for anything right now, and you're looking for like a son of perdition, antichrist, pseudo Christ, as one man, I would look for the man who plants his palatial palace between the Great Sea and the Holy Mountain, and that's just north of Gaza. It's in the land called Ashdod. So that's what I would look for, because I have a pretty reliable source that when that happens, all hell is going to break loose. All hell is going to break loose. Now
I just spell that now.
It might be for quite some time. We might have a little bit of time, but I don't think we're far away from that.
Just like it sounds, Ashdod, ASH, like that.
Yeah, DOD. Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. Oh, it looks beautiful.
Yeah, it's right between the Holy Mountain and the Mediterranean Sea. So just watch that place, and we know what's happening there right now, right? We know what's happening there right now. We know the leaflets were dropped in north of Gaza. So we know what's happening. Everyone was told to move south of Gaza. And there's a lot of things going on in Ashkelon and Ashdod, which are north of Gaza, of course. But yeah, just keep your eye on that place and keep your eye on Jerusalem, the city, what's happening in it right now and what's going to happen. And then you can kind of get an idea of how it's going to play out.
Yeah, it just seems inevitable. I like what you said earlier. I can't remember exactly how you put it, but I agree. Couldn't agree more. It's like moths to a flame. They just can't wait to annihilate each other. And I hate to sound cold with these things, but I don't know. It's just like, so be it. Don't get me wrong. I wish they wouldn't, but where's that going to get me?
You remember Trump? He moved the embassy to Jerusalem, right? So I'm wondering what's going to happen, if Trump gets back in, and these things are still going on, or the city's been taken. I wonder what's going to happen then.
You mean besides World War III?
Yeah, man. Keep an eye on that, bro. Just to give you a heads up, Rakia, because I know you read the scripture. You know that chapters and verses, those were put later, but Daniel chapter 12 specifically starts out saying at that time. And if you want to know what time he's speaking of, just look at the previous verse, which would be the last verse of the last chapter, chapter 11, verse 45. The one that's to come is going to plant his palatial palace between the Great Sea and the Holy Mountain, and at that time, there will be a time of trouble. That's the time that Michael stands up. And there will be a time of trouble such as never was since there was a nation, even until that time, and never will be again. And
Yeah, I looked it up earlier. You said it earlier today, and I had looked it up, and yeah, so I'm gonna be kind of paying attention to that.
yeah, man.
I haven't heard of
And
that before. Like I've never read. Like I might have read it, but I've never knew where it was. Or sometimes you think these places don't exist, right?
yeah, yeah. And Ashdod is mentioned specifically in the scripture, also among the prophets. And there's a lot of truth to a lot of things, guys. That's just like I remember when a Muslim friend of mine, he was speaking about there was a prophecy, and it might not have been in the Quran, maybe it was in the Hadith or what, however they say it. But it was some kind of prophet among them who said that there would be a mountain of gold found when the great river Euphrates dries up. And we know the Christians have their prophecy about the great river Euphrates. But as it's drying up, Turkey found like above anyone's GDP a mountain of gold, bro. And there's truth is out here, man, and it's in everything. There's a little bit of truth in everything. And a lie is nothing but the truth twisted a little. And the most powerful lie, the one that'll convince you, has the most truth in it. So we have to be very, very careful, man.
Yeah,
But yeah,
it just couldn't have lasted so long without some truth to it, don't you think?
That's right. That's right. And just keep an eye on the city. And I'm not speaking about all of Israel. I'm just speaking about the city, Jerusalem. Just keep an eye on it.
Yeah, I just sort of see it like in my imagination, my mind's eye, if you will, like just grabblers just rubbing their hands together. They fucking love it. They can't get enough, warmongering.
Well, what would they want? See, this is another key that maybe you can pick up on. If there are the grabblers there and everyone wants it, right? And even that's like when I post a gif of Saladin saying, someone asks him, what is Jerusalem worth? And he says nothing. Then he turns around and says everything. It's worth everything. And so there is something special about the land, and some people think, oh, it's just men making it special. But I would say there is something special about the land. And that's what's trying to be hidden from people. And if other people are there and they're trying to take it from other people and rule and lord over other people from that place, then maybe there is something holy about that place. Maybe it is set apart for a purpose. We were speaking about things being designed and those things having a purpose. Everything has a purpose. And if we misuse those things, it's detrimental.
Yeah, it does make you wonder because as far. I mean, this goes back thousands of years. I mean, like the what's it? Oh, I'm sorry, it's late, guys. I'm struggling here. It's like 4:30 in the morning. The Crusades. Thank you, Brain. Well done. Yeah, it goes. They're obsessed with this fucking piece of land, and so yeah, there might be something to that. I don't know. I think I'm going to stop watching Adam Green because it does wind me up a little bit. Just watching these rabbis just banging on about prophecy, it just annoys the shit out of me. And evangelical Christians, fucking the way they carry on, it just bothers me.
Do you think that believers want the mark of the beast to come, though? Really? I mean, this is over 2,000 year
Yes.
prophecy, right?
Yes, I do. I think can't wait.
Well, think about this. I mean, would they make it happen? Because a lot of them believe they're not even going to be here. You have to consider this. A lot of Christians say, "I'm not going to be here for that. I'm going to be raptured. I'm going to be gone." So of course those guys want it to come. But I'm speaking about people who know that it's coming, do you think they want it to come? And even the text says you don't want that day to come. So there are people who would be disqualifying themselves as followers of the text or the way or the word, and to be saying those things. So I would just say that yeah, man, these prophecies, it's very reliable upon what has been said many times over. Now, as far as if the entirety of the prophecies are reliable, well, that's what you wait for a prophecy to see if it's going to happen the exact way it said it's going to happen. And in the past, some things have happened similar, but every little detail didn't get filled, right? So when men try to do these things, I don't think they're fully capable of plan A always working. That's why we always have a plan B, right? Or a plan C. Um, we always have an alternate, right?
I mean,
There's no alternate. There's no alternative with that. There's no alternate. There's no plan B. It's this way, and this is the way it's going to happen, or it's not going to happen.
it doesn't look any different to me, as far as I've observed, as any other psyop that these people do. They just play the games. They do the old, the Hegelian dialectic, where's a problem, reaction, solution. They just do the same thing. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And they never let a good crisis go to waste, just in case they didn't start. I mean, usually they do, but I imagine there's one or two that they didn't. But either way, they just always, they've got a plan, and you see it just over and over and over again, and that's what I'm seeing anyway. So I don't know. I just there's a part of me North, because I love you, dude. You're awesome. I like listening to you, but I just can't get behind these ideas. Just to me, it's hopium. It's just casting yourself into something that may or may not happen. Most likely not.
Well,
And
remember when we went over hope, earlier, faith and substance and hope and what they really mean. And so you got to think about the language we use, and we think and we have our thoughts based upon the language we have, and what we've retained over our lifetime. And if we think that faith is just blind, and we have no evidence, we have no guarantee, we have no expectation, we haven't been persuaded or thoroughly convinced that this could happen or it will happen based upon the previous things that have happened, we're not looking at the words correctly. And so when we use our thoughts and we think about these things and we reason them out, and we talk about faith and hope and substance and things of that nature, we really have to sit back and reason out what those things mean. And just like I was saying earlier, you can't separate a man's actions from his beliefs. It's impossible if he truly believes something. And I used to hear people, separation of church and state, separation of church and state. Should we have a Catholic president? Should we have a Christian president? Look, guys, if you separate a man's actions from his beliefs, he doesn't truly believe. He's an imposter. He's an imposter. And it's as simple as that.
yeah, that's a good point. I did actually watch a pretty good debate the other day with Christopher Hitchens and some Muslim guy and somebody else, and the Christian that got up, he said something similar to that, and I agreed with it totally, which was sort of the person's religion is a way of life for him. You can't just think, oh, we'll just get rid of that. It's such a naive position to take. The religion, as far as I'm concerned, will always be with us. It's just part of everything. It's as entrenched as anything else you want to say in God's creation. But I don't know. I see to me, spirituality, as I say, should set you free. And I see also in this like a trap. It like pulls you more into the system. You know, like I've often talked about, you can't separate the law from the Bible. You know, the justice system or injustice system, as some people call it. You know, they both tied in together, and I don't know. I just see the whole thing as a trap. I really do.
The truth is law. That's like when we talk about laws, you know, second law, first law. The truth is law. And it's righteous. His righteousness is forever. That's the way I like to put it because that's how it's said. But that is, how can I say? Just give me a minute. You can continue talking. I'm trying to word something in a way that would be coherent.
Yeah, I don't even know what I'm trying to say, to be honest. There's a part of me that's like, you know, as much as you've heard me talk about that word hope, I'm not a fan, but I can still use it in terms of language because everybody knows what we're talking about. And there's a part of me that's like, yeah, I hope it is true. You know, I hope Jesus does come back. But there's another part of me that's like, this is fucking ridiculous. and it's that's way more overwhelming than this
Yeah.
other thing that's in there.
Truth is the truth would be the law, and it makes you free. And I brought this up earlier. It doesn't set you free. It makes you free. And what it makes you free from is falling for man's tricks because of your own selfish desire. So
Oh, I like
you
that.
being
Yeah.
made, yeah, you being made free is you being made free from your own selfish desire, the bonds of that, because you're entrapped in that. People are a slave to their own desire, right? People actually, uh, people have all kind of desires that they just repeat over and over, whether it be a heroin addiction, whatever it be. And those things, all those things kill them. They don't make them free, they make them dead, right? So to be made free is to know the truth. And the truth is only going to bring life. It doesn't bring death, and it doesn't bring destruction. So don't fall for the men, right? And that's what a lot of men do. They lord over other men, and that's what they want to do. But these things are not taught by the Creator. This is not what the Scripture is based upon. Some one special group of a certain lineage just ruling over everyone and lording over them. That's not the teaching.
So that what these rabbis are talking about, that I'm assuming that's like the Torah. Have I got that wrong?
They may be reading from the Talmud.
Oh,
And
okay.
they hold the Talmud in a higher regard than the Torah, actually. So,
Oh, really? Right.
yeah, a lot of those people do. Not all of them, but a lot of them do.
But
And
I thought the Talmud was just like say a thousand rabbis' opinions. I thought that was made up of lots of different opinions.
and you can look it up right now if you'd like. But from my memory, a lot of them hold it, you know, in higher regard than the Torah. They hold it above the Torah. So that is ridiculous. I know it is, but a lot of them do feel that way, and they would rather go to the Talmud, you know. And it's just like you have the guys that go around and knock on your door. They would rather open the book that their people wrote than the actual Bible. They'll have the Bible with them, right? But they want to hand you another book. They think that they can put the Creator's words, if He's the one who inspired the word, they think they can put it in a better way so you can understand it, and then they give you another book. But really, what they're doing is trying to mislead you. How can you come to my place and tell me the Creator's words are in one book and you're going to quote from it, but you're going to hand me another book, right? That's ridiculous, right? Because if the words in that book can cut asunder anything and is sharper than a two-edged sword, and it's able to pierce my heart and make me see the truth, you think you're going to put it any better, right? That's very presumptuous.
Yeah, I don't know. I like I say, the most simplest thing I could say about God's will is a tree growing. That's God's will. Anything beyond that, I don't know. I think it's presumptuous. I don't know if that's the right word. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just super tired. I'm super late here. 4:45. I think I'll probably get off. But yeah, I always
Yeah.
like talking to you, North.
Yeah, I appreciate you, bro.